Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は約6日目です。It is day 106, and today is level up day. We have reached level 11. I'm pretty confident. This time we had more of a... Oh, there, Uni. So this time we have more of a half lesson thing. So yesterday we had some lessons, and today we have some lessons because we kind of had like a digression in staggered form before. So still, we're about like 10, between 10 and 11 days, which is how it works with the schedule that WaniKani has set, the 4, 8, 12, and so on, right? Okay, we have two words today. So, I think the mnemonic, I have decided a little bit of tweak from what I said yesterday. So, we have yoso, right? Yoso. And the thing I'm going with is yo so smart, right? Smart to find another place. So another place and yo so. And then the other one, I wasn't sure what I was gonna do, but I think this works for me. Oops. And Kazu, right? Kazu. No, Kazo. So, right, Kazo. Cause I like counting. Because people like counting, actually. People like counting. And this is kind of a deep cut for me, because people like counting. You know, number goes up. Right. Equals good. So this was the original keyword for Kazu. Because people like counting. We'll use that. It's a simplified form of that really exotically elaborate mnemonic that kind of goes outside of... You could kind of make like the scientist thing into mathematicians instead, but it kind of deviates a little too far away for Kaz. So, Kazo, that's where we're gonna go with. All right, so let's see how this works out. It's kind of less ideal for the Fallout day to follow on top of the 100 days 100-day review tentative takes for Hansi Hero tomorrow. We'll see how well we negotiate the volume. Okay, let's get into our review and the lessons. See what we learn. What are our radicals and kanji for tomorrow? That we're gonna review for tomorrow. Oh, I actually have to remember to refresh first, actually. There we go. Okay.
曲線
Yoksen.
開業、
開業。
始める、
始める。
病院、
病院。
親切、
親切。wow.
広げる、
広げる。This is transitive. Okay. Get sick. Yesterday to get sick. How does this one get sick? Because you're getting sick to avoid going to a Yankees game?
やむ、
Yamu. Not the greatest. I mean, I don't usually think of baseball, but yeah is for Yankee. Consistent.
病人、
Yoni. Huh.
病、
Yo. Is he?
顔、
Oh. To gather, or let's see. So to collect, right? To gather. What am I gathering up? If I'm gathering up, I'm not just picking up one thing, I'm picking up two things. So atsumeru. Two things.
集める、
Atsumeru. That's fine. That's a typo.
スペイン語、
Bingo.
親友、
親友.
Page.
Page. So by advancing, right? Something is in your way. Your turkeys are in your way. So you keep turkeys are in your way. Oh wait, not turkey. You're advancing because you have to sue to advance. Right?
進む、
Sumu.
言語、 入院、
New. I immediately just want to say Sadu, but that's not it. Language. Kata.
語る
Kataru.
大学院
Daigakuin. Oh, I just realized they're not in the back-to-back. It doesn't work anymore. That's fine. I just realized that they're not stacked on back-to-back. Okay, I mean that's fine. Looks like double check works. Oh, no. Never mind. Back to back does work. It's just I refreshed after doing this. No, just kidding. It's coming back up because I had to refresh to make sure the scripts are working.
Shukin.
Chukin. Huh. Uh-oh. Oh. I think this doesn't have a change rate.
Kaishi.
I see. Okay.
顔つき
Kaotsuki.
早い
Hayai.
Shūchū
Choo-choo. I want to say a loaf counter, but there's something else. But we'll just say loaf counter. It's a bread counter. Oh, axe. They wanted axe. Okay, hang on. I gotta add loaf counter. But I default to bread loaf, so that should be acceptable. An axe, they just want plain axe. Okay, that's fair. We didn't use axe as axe yet, which is weird, but that's fine. We used that as loaf counter, so we're sticking with loaf counter for now. It's not every day that I get to use axe. Although I have seen axe here and there in like fantasy games. Still, I haven't been playing fantasy games in a while. No weapons. Or axe for like chopping wood. I don't have any situations that happens. Let's see.
Tashizan.
Ashizan.
開ける
Edu. How did the ah fit in this? Honestly, I have no idea why they have to open with ah. It's just ah. Huge screen comes out when you open the door. Huge screen comes out. Imagine a giant character flying. Oh. Guess that's as good as you're gonna get. Ooh. No, this is fine.
速度
Sokuto.
日本語、
日本語。Where are we going with this?
農民
No meme. Farmers. Why that's
引き算
Izan.
公開
公開。
親、
親。Yeah. Did this change? Yeah, I paused on this because I think this did change. It's oh, it might be like sa. It's like sazoku. Haya? Sahaya? No. I gotta think about this. It's pretty amazing how quickly I just randomly, the moment I pause, I'm like, there's something different about this. And I'm pretty sure it's sasoku. Sasoku. I think it might be going up. Sasoku.
早速、
Yes. And what was this about? It's just a different read of soul, so sa, and then it gets shortened. So what was it? Satsu, sass. This is just a different read, so don't give a lot of sass about it. Yeah, that was it. And this reminds me of at once. The phrase at once has a lot of baggage with both Chinese and Japanese because there's so many other ways to say at once, but seems like for whatever reason that's the default prepositional phrase for this thinking of immediate. Interesting.
親しい、
親しい Oops, that's a typo. That's fine. I accepted it. There was an extra I in there. Okay. Let's see.
開発、
開発開発 Oh, I accidentally added an E there.
線、
And I think, why am I pausing on this?
算数、
No, I'm not pausing. Okay, 算数算数
主語
中国
進化
進化 Advance change.
学院
Gakuin.
フランス語
Fransko. I just suddenly paused and took a closer look at that character, and I realized I haven't looked at that character closely in a while. For Yomu. Advance, okay. Advance, go. Huh.
進行
Inko. Does this have any special meaning? Not really. Is there anything else other than advancing or advance progress? Okay, progress. Progress is kind of good. Okay. Let's get stuck on this, on the onyomi for this. For some time now.
Nojo
Mojo. Okay.
病気
Yoki.
農業
Nogyo. All right. Dun, da, 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 da. All right, let's do the other two first. We're level 11. Try to refresh. Okay.
使う 返事
NG. Response or reply. Okay. All right. Now we got it. We got lots and lots of lessons. Let's see how loose we can be without the context, right? Without going into context. We're gonna rely on the idea that we're gonna read context sentences if we get hung up. To distribute. No, we do not have the kunyomi for this, and I'm not entirely sure which one it is. So we'll see.
配る
Kubaru.
配る
Kubaru. Kuba? Okay. I got you back there, Kuba. You're going to distribute flyers about your favorite country, Cuba. You're the biggest Kubabu. Oh my gosh, heckin' Kubabu there has ever been. So you're gladly stand out in the streets distributing flyers about Cuba all day long, right? No es verdad, but it's fine. Kubabu. Kubabu is pretty cute, actually. All right. I think we're okay with this. Kuba. So what are you distributing? Flyers of your favorite country, Cuba. I like it. That'll sit pretty well. Osake. This is my default. That's what took me so long for Shu. the onyomi for alcohol. Yeah. Osake.
お酒
お酒
Doesn't even have a pitch accent for that because of the honorific in front. Osake. Alright. Next one. Dare? Oh, they might go straight to dare? Maybe? Because it's so... Oh, but this one's kind of common too. Who will say turkey? Who? Yeah, okay. Alright. No, they went straight to dare. Yeah, dare is so common that it probably jumped to kunyomi right away. Yeah, dare. Alright, that's fine. Orders. Okay, you're gonna need to help me out here. The hat ground stamp. The hat ground stamp, okay, is on this envelope. That can only mean one thing. Orders from HQ. Imagine this stamp on some orders for you. Read the orders out loud to help yourself remember that this hat ground stamp means that stamp, which happens to be a TP, or honestly, it also happens to resemble TP. Stamp means orders. Okay, that can be a tough one because it's kind of like summons in Hanzahiro. Not the most thing on my top. So orders. Oh, but it's nice to have a kanji that also is gonna bank off that. I kind of like the if I had to do a comparative analysis, I like that it's not true for everything, but most things they take on the meaning regardless if it's difficult to remember what this looks like as a radical. They take on, so that's what I used to, that's how I started Japanese, because that's how Duolingo does it, where Duolingo doesn't tell you about radicals and stuff. So you take, for myself, not really how Duolingo literally does it. Duolingo doesn't tell you anything on how you remember this. My way is I take a prototypic word or a component and associate it with all the words. So like one of the first components or one of the first characters you get in Duolingo is atarashi, right? Atarashi, and you have those, the left side and the right side of atarashi. So then it becomes attached to those characters until they gain new meaning. So new becomes attached to them, and then you start refining them over time. So this is WaniKani, while going forward, is very similar to how I was going backwards in how I was determining radicals. Hanzahiro takes a different approach. It's more likely consistent, or it's still like 60-40. It still does this thing where you try to bend this thing to the closest kanji, dominant kanji, or kanji slash Hanza meaning, but a lot of times you have to remember a separate thing. So like this could have been, I don't know, a post office or something. It could be a post office because you have the roof for Hanzahiro. You have like a TP where someone is providing stamps under a TP. It could be a post office, and then the thing would be orders, or maybe it would be something like a mailman, and that would be related to that. So then the character, the component itself, will have more uses at the expense of having to remember the nearest character. WaniKani is a little bit hard and more into this, which makes it a little confusing sometimes. So since I use both, I unify them. So sometimes, what's a good example? Go, for example. Go, this one. Right. So this would be viewed as a singular component. However, WaniKani would go with go because the closest thing is go. And Hanzahiro will use sandals. And then know that the next thing is go. or okay. Right. And then the sandals then use are multi-purpose in using mnemonics for it, because in object it's easier to do than constantly saying go and okay. When this character shows up in different forms, like just the left side, right? This is one of the ones where you have two parts to it that can be used in different ways. Yeah, it's interesting. Orders, huh? All right, cool. Nihon. Oh yeah, Nihon-ya. Oh yeah. This is the ya. Oh, okay, yeah. So, because we still have izakaya. Oh wait. This is izakaya. No, wait. Hold up. Oh no, this is just sake. What you call it? Oh, interesting. They didn't use wa instead. Huh. This is probably what's another way to Nipponya. Nipponya sounds a lot better than Nihonya, but it could be both. This is a special case, so and then we can still type sake. Sake, so
日本酒
Nihonshu. Oh wait, this is shu, not ya. Yep. There you go. I'm just like throwing random things. Nihonya. Okay.
日本酒
Nihonshu.
Nihonshu.
Jeez. Nihonshu. Oh, they don't do Nipponshu. Interesting. I'm far more accustomed to saying Nippon for a lot of things as opposed to Nihon. Let's see. So how does that work? Then we're adding the just onyomi across the board. The reading for this is just vocabulary Nihon, primary reading plus the onyomi. Yeah, well actually this is the primary reading. Nihon is a primary reading. It's not quite all onyomi like a jukugo. Kukugo. Whatever, I forgot what they're called. Oh no. That's fine. And then what is this? It's a regular reading, so it's not considered by Rendaku. Yeah, that does change. It could change, right? Yeah, Nippo, right? Because Nichi followed by H always changes to Ni, yeah. Or Nichi, yeah, followed by H always changes to Ni followed by P, right? So that's kind of what I was thinking about the Nippon. And then what is this? Does not Dendaku because it's onyomi, none of the exceptions here. That's interesting. But they added that footnote.
日本酒
Nihonshu.
日本酒
I have a feeling I'm gonna accidentally type ya for whatever reason. But anyways, let's go. It'll be fine. What am I distributing? Oops. Oh gosh, that typo.
配る
Ubadu. Got it.
お酒
Okay. Right. Okay.
日本酒
Nihonshu. I'm just gonna write sake. So it's fine. To fall down. Does that make sense? Yeah, to fall down. Oh, chi. Are they gonna separate chiru with the mnemonic? Not really. This is intransitive. Kind of checks out. You know this word is a verb. The kanji means fall in the vocabulary. Okay. It also means to fall in the sense of failing. Failing. Oh, to fail in the sense of, okay.
落ちる
Ochiru. Oh boy.
落ちる
If you start to fall down, what do you yell? Oh, okay. That's not good a lot of times because oh has so many things attached to it. But oh, interestingly enough, oh, like the phrase oh is the more common one. The other ones are like obi. There's only one use for obi. And then there's like omo. But still tracks to o. And there's one more, but I don't remember it right now. I think there are 3, but this is the most common one. Ochiru, I guess. I think we're good. We're fine. Fine. Ochiru. Shame, opportunity to use chi in the mnemonic. This is karui. Karui. And we learned the kunyomi
Karui.
as the first.
軽い
Karui. Yeah. Moving right along. Humble. Oh, this is retroactive. We already have humble. And then we're retroactively learning it. Solidify the humble as a kanji before the radical. Which is another way they... the earlier thing I was talking about, how they commit to attaching the radical meaning to a kanji is more committed because they also do it in reverse in case. So this is the case of kyoku, right? For music, shitsu for fault, going backwards, and bai for sail, right? Conflict. Right side of a lot of things. Conflict. If you keep a wolverine in a prison with barbs, okay, they are likely to get into a conflict with animal rights groups. That's fair. Wolverines aren't meant to be kept in cages, let alone barred prisons. There's going to be some sort of conflict here, and animal activists are not going to be happy with you. Imagine you're the Wolverine in this barred prison. There's hardly enough room for you to even turn around in here. The barbs keep poking you as well. Have you ever run into a barbed wire fence? It's not pleasant. Not particularly. Soul. When the Wolverine cuts itself inside the barbed prison, which is inevitable, the conflict changes. Now there's a conflict between the Wolverine and its soul. Does it lose it and become a shell of its former self, or does it keep on fighting and try to hang on to what's left of its soul? Or, you know, if one has a soul or a heart, so to speak, you will resolve the conflict of releasing the Wolverine from the barred prison. I think I would have went with a more proactive, positive mnemonic. Pretend you're the Wolverine once again. You're already in pain from gouging yourself, but now you feel like you're in conflict with yourself. Okay, that's fine. Is it conflict though? Ooh, competition. I like it. War. I like it. Yeah, this is what I would think of. War. Sensho. And whatever reason for the right side of Shizuka. Right, Blue War, Shizuka. Honestly, I might even add war to it, but that's... And then kanji. Naturally, kanji.
漢字
Kanji.
漢字
Alright. Good. I think
軽い
we're good. So when you fall, right? When you fall, wait, oh,
落ちる
ochiru. I think when you're falling down, it's just be oh, like oh, it happened. Where I'm thinking more of a like a from third person perspective, from like a video game aspect. Like, oh, I fell down.
漢字
Kanji. Okay. All right. Paved road. A paved road is road plus road. Oh boy. At least they still keep road. It's a double road after all. So what is the ultimate road? It is a paved road. A road plus a road. Ascend.
道路
Ascend. Dodo. Same. No change.
道路
What is it? Yeah, Jukugo. Yeah. Okay. Dodo.
道路
That's fine. That's self-explanatory. Relationship. All right, you're gonna have to help me with this one. A leader in middle. Yeah, you're gonna have to. About like a pair of leaders reaching the middle. A middle of the road leader is likely to have an average relationship with everyone. Okay, I like that. He doesn't really take sides in matters and just stays in the middle. Oh, I can really relate to that. That's a deep cut right there. Except for the average relationship with everyone. Usually a middle of the road leader is likely to have a more flexible relationship with everyone. That's usually what I would say. He doesn't really take sides in matters. Like a leader that is in the middle takes sides, but they take sides without like. This is more like a neutral leader. He doesn't really take sides in matters and just stays in the middle. This makes him seem like sort of a wishy-washy people pleaser. That's someone who stays neutral, as in someone who stays neutral. Now he's, oh man, this guy's combined. So Ko is combining two different things. Someone who adjusts, someone who is flexible and adjusts to decision making versus which can appear wishy-washy. Someone who's neutral is never wishy-washy. They are always neutral, as in they're in the middle. So like those are two different things. Neutrality is different from moderacy. And as such, his relations with people are rarely anything more than average. That's also not true, obviously, because you can, neutral people can meet neutral people, so that's neutrality. And then a moderate person can be flexible with another moderate person. This is a very, how should I say, internet American, like an Americana internet perspective on what it looks like. So like if you're wondering things like when people talk and have long relationships, what do they look like? They actually look like this a lot of times. And then the stuff that are relevant, that are not neutral, you can still have neutral, you can still have non-flexible moderacy or underlying values. But yeah, that's interesting. I have a lot of things to say about this statement. I'm sure you've heard of flip-floppers in politics. I had a feeling this was going to be a political thing. Or people who try and take both sides of an issue. That's different too. Both sides of an issue is different from neutrality and from moderacy. Because you're not taking both sides at once. You're taking sides on a case-by-case basis. So moderacy is not playing both sides. It's playing one side when it's appropriate. It's picking the sides from case to case. When you lump them all together, then you have the act of playing both sides, which is one of the, in my opinion, one of the most prevailing and conventional layman misconceptions about politics. And in my opinion, politicians play to that in order to be more receptive or voter friendly, right? They lump and generalize their entire platform to represent one side. And then the internet exacerbates that because the internet is hyperbolic. So it's either one or zeros. So you might as well just switch all your things to one or switch all your things to zero so that you don't appear wishy-washy and a flip-flopper. And that resonates with the current generation because most things have to be clear-cut when it comes to important issues, as opposed to murky and requiring people to understand the nuance of things. It's kind of like learning a language, right? We're gonna wrap it back to language learning. When you say "hai," it can only mean yes, which is not true. "Hai" has nuances. If you say yes to a no, if you say yes to a negative, then you're actually saying no, not yes. If you're saying no to a no, it could be a yes, and everything in between. So this, in my opinion, highlights how I feel internet logic, like internet culture logic, and like information, hyper informative information, has clouded nuances in how information are interpreted by a human being. Always staying in the middle ground, that's neutrality, not moderacy. And never really taking a side, again, neutrality, not moderacy. The flip-floppers, the people that are viewed as flip-flopping and wishy-washy are moderacy, not neutral people. Imagine one of these people to represent this kanji. It's very fitting because that's how Japanese works. Japanese have nuance with their characters, not white and black. So it's kind of like asking, does daijoubu desu always mean it's okay? It doesn't always mean it's okay. The good news is I won't have problems remembering this mnemonic for the future because it bears a very heavy burden. Naka, of course. Okay, so they jumped straight. Oh, interesting. They jumped straight into the kunyomi for this one. Instead of maybe having an overlapping chew. I would be floored if one of the onyomi reads for this character is chew, which overlaps with the other naka. This naka. This kanji is pronounced exactly like the kanji naka. It's one of those kanji where you can figure out the reading from one of the radicals, yeah. Imagine your favorite flip-flopper from before. Now imagine that there's a naka on his forehead and you get to knock that naka as hard as you like. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Imagine yourself doing it. Yeah, I think this is what, in my opinion, illustrates the conventional wisdom that if you want to give away how little you like, if you want to give away how much generalities cloud someone's interest or competency in a topic, it's a comment like this. Not that I'm saying O and Co are not competent. We're just talking about this illustrates that I'm learning Japanese and I only know the super, like, WaniKani can only elicit the as detailed as one character can be, right? Which it lacks context or nuance. So much like all the mnemonics, which lack content and nuance, when people who view politics, in my opinion, use generalities, it's very much similar. Not a bad or a good thing. Maybe most people are disinterested, right? They're not interested in knowing the nuance between a neutral person versus a moderate person. Those two are very different things. A moderate person is often those people you seem to agree with, and they seem to always be able to reasonably agree with you while also sharing other views. And that to me is a personal statement, because that's kind of how I view things. When you talk about these things and I'm using different perspectives, reading the same mnemonic, that's moderacy, not neutrality. I don't one doesn't have to take sides and the same side consistently in order. If one takes a side consistently, then they are unable most of the time to understand the other side. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Are you still Naka? Are you not Naka anymore? You're still Naka. Oh, interesting. Nakama. Oh, there, Proko. Are you still Naka? Do you only have Naka? Guess we'll find out later. Railroad track. Yeah. Senro?
線路
Senro. Okay.
線路
Does that explain itself? Yeah, that explains itself. It's fine. Ali. Dochi? Or Dochi? Or Dochi?
路地
Doji. Okay. Rendaku. Wait, not Rendaku. Oh, wait. Why is that Z? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I don't like this. I'm not the biggest fan of, oh, it's not that read, but it's this read. So you already know it. But you have two reads for this. But just use this one. Sometimes these, they are vigilant at some points where there are two reads and you already know the two reads. So they'll help you choose which read it is with a mnemonic. But then there are these moments where like, oh yeah, you know both the reads. Just pick this one. And which one did they pick? They picked the special one. Okay. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad. They picked a Kiji, which is very special. This is the only read we have up to this moment that has Z. Easy for materials. Is that gonna help later? I don't know.
路地
Doji.
路地
Alright. Alright. Okay. Transmit. A cloud and a leader. Transmit. The leader has a cloud that he uses to transmit all the messages he needs to send to his people. The cloud floats around him. Or tell. When he wants to tell people something, he just whispers in the cloud and transmits the message. His message really, really loudly to all of them. Okay. Picture this special cloud floating. Alright. I have no idea what this onyomi is going to be. Then, cloud. I see. As a leader transmits his latest series of messages to you and others, you notice a pretty large dent. Yeah, but you could relate it to den, which is electricity, as well in here. That dent is probably... Thank you, Evan. That dent is probably a clue to what this cloud is really made of. You highly doubt this is a magic cloud that can transmit messages. You inch closer to the big dent and try to poke it. Your finger got right in. You're pretty sure there's a trick to this thing. Could have done an electricity thing. I think we're fine. I'm gonna overlap with electricity, right? Den. I don't even know how den is electricity anymore. What was it about electricity that had a dent in it? It's fine. Of course, we don't have an example of den in any of these because I haven't seen this in a den form yet. These are all coons. Okay. Alright, that might be a little tough. Let's see.
道路
Dodo.
線路
Endo. Hmm.
路地
Doji. Wait. Road. Wait. Road land? What was road land for? Material for I don't know. What? Was it paying attention? Earth road. Oh, dirt road. Oh yeah, alley. Oh, path. Okay. I guess we'll use dirt road. It's okay. An alley doesn't necessarily have to be a dirt road. Okay. Remember alley next time. Yeah, easier to remember electricity actually. And then because electricity leads to cloud, right? Cloud which leads to leader, which leads to transmit. All right, how many more do we have? Let's see. 83? That's actually below average. 83 plus the other one. Yeah. So 83. Oh, that's because we already had 10 the other day. It's about 110-ish. 100 to 110. Chikatetsu. Right. Yeah, chikatetsu. We're still encountering vocabulary that I obviously already know.
地下鉄
Chikatetsu.
地下鉄
地下鉄
No change. Just your normal things. Oh. Nin or Jean? Iron. This is dealing strong. Trying to find like a strong Jean moment, right? Tetsujin. An Iron Chef. Oh yeah, that's pretty good actually. Iron Man, but Iron Man works. It's fine.
鉄人
Tetsujin.
鉄人
Solid jeans.
鉄人
Solid jeans. All right, let's keep going. Like. Yeah, because of ski, right? Well, women child, sure. Cole. I like you too, you said the woman. I like you too. I like you too. I like you too, you said to the woman and child. They both turned their heads 180 degrees back towards you. They both have faces that look just like Ko. Okay, that's kind of a nightmarish fuel right there. All right. And we like you too, they say in unison. And you do like them. You have always been a fan of Koichi's kanji learning method, and you feel so lucky to have a married woman who looks just like Koichi. And then this is the real miracle. Gave birth to a child that looks like Koichi. Hashtag blessed. Okay. All right. And ski. But we're going with Ko. Yuko. Friendship as opposed to as opposed to friendly. I guess this could also mean friendly in some when you're friendly with someone, you have a friendship with someone. Yuko. And then Sakesuki? Makes sense. Okay. Sakesuki. Alright. Oh, huh? Alright, cool. Oh, speaking of connecting this stuff. Dentetsu. Dentetsu? Maybe? Let's go.
電鉄
Dentetsu.
電鉄
Okay. Going up. Electric railway. The railway is electricity. Iron sounds scary, but if you think back to the day to where iron was used a lot, you probably think of railway systems. Big hunky pieces of iron on the ground. They can advance this by adding electricity instead of coal, creating an electric railway. Two-step process. Dentetsu. Alright. And then Yomu.
読む
読む
Alright. Alright. Cool.
地下鉄
Chikatetsu. Oh, wait. I was thinking of something else. What was this? This is cool. Um,
鉄人
Tetsujin. Tetsujin. Stick with Iron Man.
読む
Yomu.
電鉄
Dentetsu. Alright. Yomikata. It's gotta be a way of doing something, way of reading. Pronunciation? Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
読み方
Yeah, Yomikata.
読み方
Yeah, no Renakus because yep. They're two separate words as opposed to oh, does not Renaku because Renaku almost never occurs on kata, even though it's a kunyomi. Okay, I forgot. There was one other instance for that reminder. Okay. Atama.
頭
頭
Okay. Elderly, that's fine. Maybe old. Just elderly. We can only use elderly. I'm gonna type old. By the time you finish digging a coffin hole with nothing but a spoon, you'll be an old elderly person. Digging with nothing but a spoon takes a long time, especially when the hole needs to be big enough for a coffin. You might as well be digging it for yourself at this rate. Wow. By the time you finish, you'll be all wrinkled and elderly and just about to ready to kill over. Alright, we don't really need too much for this. No. Okay, do need this. Now that you're elderly and probably about to die, you suddenly crave some delicious roll as opposed to I guess that's ryo. Roll. Have I had another roll? No. Salmon roll, sea urchin roll, tofugu roll. Tofugu roll. I see what you. Doesn't matter. You're old, tired bones need roll after all that hard work. Roll works though. Rolls. Well, row would be that, but roll. Let's see. But now that you're elderly, oh far, you really want to eat it. Okay, we're fine. So, what do we got here? Rojin. Farsightedness. Elderly eyeballs. Elderly eye. Roll gun. Old age. Oh, add age to old, elderly. Roll de. It's fine. Wait. Okay, I maybe not. Maybe not. That right character. A worry. What the heck? Heart distribute? A worry. I guess if you, when you distribute your heart around, it's like your heart is everywhere at once, but not in your body. You feel frantic, you don't know what to do because your heart is out there. This represents a feeling you have when you have a worry or concern. Intriguing. This deals with a heart, so it could be any read, really. It could be like kokoro hai shinai de ne. It could be anything, unless they're going with shin. So, oh wait, shin hai, nah, that doesn't sound great.
心配
Shinpai, oh yeah, the rendaku. Shinpai makes sense. Yes. Shinpai sounds a little bit bad. Shinpai shinai de ne.
心配
心配、
心配
Okay, shinpai, does change to pa because H almost always changed to P after yeah, okay. Trying to keep track of all the rendaku stuff. Or expose myself to the rendaku stuff. There's a phrase using shinpai, and that phrase is probably this, and it's slightly different, but I remember hearing it on Puzzle Fighter. It was Puzzle Fighter, and it was Donovan from Darkstalkers, and Donovan kept saying to the little girl to not worry, and that's where I remember hearing shinpai shinai de. That is so long ago. I think it's been over 20 years since I played Puzzle Fighters, but I kind of remember one of the sayings, especially like Capcom related things, was shinpai.
心配
Now the question is, am I gonna remember what that looks
Shinpai.
like? Maybe. Maybe, we'll see. Private railway. So we take the idea of railway from dentetsu, and then now we swap den for shi. Maybe like shitetsu. Shitetsu? Ne?
私鉄
Shitetsu.
私鉄、
Shitetsu. No shortening. There was a. Why are some of the alternative words just similar words rather than synonyms? Which one are you talking about? Like this one? Like a worry? The one about because they mean all those words. So Japanese, a lot of the Japanese words have related meanings. It said road, dirt path. Yeah, because road is not a dirt path, but that word means road, dirt path, and alley. So like it doesn't mean a road. It means a dirt path, alley, and a dirt path, alley, and yeah. So they actually really mean that. They mean all those things. So the nuances have to be captured in context. So like for example, if you want to express road, you would probably use a different word. Probably road. Maybe dull would be a little bit more appropriate, but they all do overlap. So they are synonyms, but just not in English. The other way around. The other way around. I think in this case, because the English would seem like they're very similar, but they're not similar. Or at least for now, because I don't actually know enough Japanese. It's both. It's actually both. The one that we're talking about might actually be the other way around, where English is more flexible, and the Japanese have a very specific type of road in mind. Like, for example, if we took this, a private railway, it could be a very specific use, and it's usually the other way around because Japanese is far more restrictive in their they're a lot more specific about when to use certain words. In English, because we speak English, it's willy-nilly. So, like, for example, I could add a synonym. Private railway could be like a private track. But the track could be referring to a track, as in a private running track. So the question is, does Japanese use this for a private running track or anything on a track? Probably not, usually, but it could be. I think largely from my novice experience, Japanese is more restrictive. They're a lot more specific than English is. What is this app again? This is WaniKani. WaniKani. Crab and gator. Crab-a-gator. Crab and alligator. WaniKani. So I don't know yet, Protocol. From my experience, and this is pretty much because I know more English than I know Japanese. I want to state that, obviously. Sometimes it's very difficult to appreciate if a language is more flexible, since I don't know the nuances of it. You're surprised you consider yourself a novice at Japanese? Yeah, it takes I would say I wouldn't be an intermediate until like another. It would take 3 years to be like not a novice, probably, I would say. Especially when it comes to the balance of... So, my Japanese has been spread thin. So, like, a lot of times, in my opinion, the experience that I get from other people is they like to focus. They like... Here's the irony about... here's the paradox about some things. Let me write these 3 things. I think this is probably a little weird observation, but I consider myself a novice because I stretch across all the disciplines. So like a lot of times people think of language, right? And they think about a very particular goal. They would think about a goal. And that goal focuses their tendency, right? I'll get to the jack of all trades and master of none thing. That's a little different. But language, goal, focus, right? Oftentimes it makes it so that the internet often does it in a serialized manner. This is how CI works too when it comes to CI. So oftentimes they would focus and it would be like input, right? Input would be the focus. And how do you get input? Then you would divide it into like vocab, I don't know, sentence, then like story or something. But it would be in a serialized manner. They would do something like this in one direction, right? So oftentimes when someone talks about how proficient they are in Japanese, they would pick the highest thing that they have and then use that as a gauge of how competent they are. When they're talking to other people. This is the behavior that I think happens more than 50% of the time. So when someone says, oh, what level are, like, how good your Japanese is. You take the highest level you have. So someone will say like JLPT, I'm N3. And then that's how they qualify their competence in Japanese. However, for me, since I didn't start language with a goal in mind, I started language because I wanted to understand methods, right? Methods. And methods are divided into many things, right? So we have inputs, different forms of inputs, different forms of outputs, different forms of association. So all of these, so now I'm spread across all the methods, and all the methods do not translate to a very specific competence. So for me, it's very difficult to measure my specific competence because I wasn't measuring what it is, or how, like, how competent am I if I'm doing WaniKani and I'm level 11. Someone would say, oh, you're at level 11, so you can't possibly know something past it. It's like, no, I do know JLPT things in N1 and N2. But it's because I was focused on methods. And the methods and output and association are not defined by levels. So it's very difficult to know how competent I am. When you say novice, when people say novice, it's a level progression system. So you go novice, intermediate, right? And then you go into advanced. However, if one focuses on methods, you can learn advanced stuff, intermediate stuff, and novice stuff willy-nilly all over the place. This is not curriculum. A lot of the things I do are not curriculum based. So that's where like CI comes in sometimes. CI is focused on just taking input and then you're learning basis on your interest. So in a way, CI's weakest thing, like theory, not a method, but the theory of applying CI to these methods. So there now CI is a theory that has so many different methods that can be used to apply. People would say, I'm learning Japanese. And oftentimes when I have people that I encounter that use CI, we just talk about what we know and then talk about what we don't know. And then usually it has a semblance of imposter syndrome where it's not that you're intentionally lowballing yourself, but it's very difficult to measure your own competence. It's one of the downsides of the theory of comprehensible input. One of the theories are you have to understand how competent you are, so it's kind of a struggle. I usually ballpark myself notice. Now in terms of the whole jack of all trade thing, so jack of all trade, I always like to emphasize that when you're thinking about master of none, it's a great contrast because master of none means you're not choosing a specialization. Instead of saying master of none is no specialization. So like, for example, if you had 100 potential things, you have 100 potential resources, and you could choose to distribute it like this, where this is 80 and these are 10 and the rest are zeros, right? This would be a specialist. So in a way, you could say this person is a master of this and occasionally have sub masteries, or somewhat like we'll say these are going to be proficiencies, supplementary proficiencies, right? And then jack of all trades would be something where you take the aspect of language, for example, and you would divide it like 5 parts. Let's just say 5 parts. So 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. And this would be a jack of all trades. Now the thing is, here's the master of none problem, right? Oftentimes when they're talking about master of none, it's relative, right? You're trying to compare it to something. So if a specialist is mastering something and their secondary skills are often in a population, we're not saying the language learning population is below the threshold of 20, then technically this jack of all trade is the higher average of 5 skills. So occasionally when you're comparing someone who seems like a jack of all trade, they could have an overall proficiency higher than most of the skills and appear like they are a specialist and not a jack of all trades. So that's kind of a psychology perspective problem. Like for example, when you watch a content creator who's very famous for, let's say, geoguessing, I'll let you guess who that is. Geoguessing. And what makes that person a rounded person? Like, why is this person far more, quote unquote, popular and known as an expert? Is because while this person may have an exceptional, let's say, 50, right? Whatever the resources, his other skills are rounded out. So then the perception is this person's very good. They make them popular because his skills are rounded. And then obviously when you dig deeper, you realize that geoguessers can specialize. And when they specialize, they're not as popular, but they're very good at that one thing they do. And yet these people may still be viewed as experts comparatively on the outside to a person who's rounded. And that's one of my statements about jack of all trades. And I am, in language, I would have to look at frequency. I would have to look at frequency of what I do. I think there is a double standard. For example, if you're comparing output to input, lots of people think the more time you put into output, the worse you will be at input, right? And vice versa. If the time you spend outputting, you're not inputting. So these are exclusive. They're exclusive of each other. You can't do like both. So a lot of times I would call myself a jack, largely because I separate. I do output and input like this. It actually, to be really fair, I actually probably do more output than I do input. And most people would say, well, that means that you're learning less. You're learning less. And arguably, for myself, practicing more. And this is dealing with language progression. So language competence. And I agree. Like, I would seem like a novice. So this is where I get the whole qualification of novice. But this would look like not a jack of all trades. This would look like a specialist. So if you're looking at this distribution, I am outputting far more than I'm inputting. So I could end up appearing like, oh, I'm a specialist. I spend more time outputting than I do inputting. And that's true. But we had to step back because I am a jack, largely because I'm not focused on output and inputting. The thing I'm focusing on is division of methods. And what is a division of methods? It's whatever I'm deviating from. So we have duo, we have SRS. Duo is a representation of formal formal self-study. And then soon we're going to be dividing it up to LLM, right? Right now, this doesn't exist, but eventually I'll normalize the volume, right? And then when we're thinking about language, if you're thinking about the language itself, from a linguistic standpoint, you would also think about dividing the output plus input things. Will lump them together, normalize output and input into one number, and then you're going to be describing language. So then we have Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish is what you're talking about, right? So that is a different area. So when we lump this and not worry about output input balance or method balance, then you would say my time is actually quite intentionally divided between these three, which is very, very intentional. So my collective time, which I've already covered WaniKani's at 100 days, and then tomorrow I'm covering Hanzahiro at 100 days, and then Spanish we already covered after section 1 and 2. When you look at the amount of time that I'm doing with the different methods, it's actually separated about 33%, 33%, and 33% now, because I'm slowly adjusting all my time across the three. So there's no like this becomes dominant and this, like, I pull up my weakest thing. So instead of saying I want to normalize everything, it starts with, if I start with Japanese, then it's 100%, right? That's where I started. It's 100%. But then I added Chinese. So Chinese started at some random percent, whatever the baseline is. It's like 40%, right? And then at some point over time, then this would be brought down to 60%, right? 60%. But at some point I do micro adjustments and I bring up my Chinese to match my Japanese at the expense of an upper limit. And then when the upper limit gets hit, I lower everything. So it's kind of difficult to illustrate this on a graph. But for example, if I had, I don't know, let's say I placed an artificial time on my, say 8 hours on stream time, to use a pragmatic thing. And at first, when we started, it took 8 hours. I devoted all that 8 hours to Japanese. Then I told myself, okay, let's find out how I can liberate. So over time, after like 300 days of Duolingo, I reduced this amount of time down to 5 hours sessions in order to make room for Chinese. So Chinese was introduced at X hours, and it turned out it took like 4 hours. So that's exceeding my allotted time of 8 hours. So what I do in the next couple runs, in the next couple iterations, is I'm trying to reduce both of these times. So if I reduce my Japanese time down to 4 hours, and I also reduce my Chinese time down to 3 hours, then I have only a 7-hour thing. Then I readjust and bring up my weakest one, the one that have the least amount of attention. So then I add the 1 hour back to Chinese, and now they're even. And that's what I repeat. The process repeats. And you can choose other properties. Instead of hours, you can think of sources of input. Like I pick certain metrics in order to even them out. So over time, I think of my upper limit, which is what I talked about a lot during WaniKani. I think of my upper limit. What is the max resource I have? That means if I exceed this, I will burn out. Now, the nice thing about burnout is I can exceed max temporarily. And usually temporarily means, for a lot of people, it's actually not that long of a period. For myself, I would say a year. Then I would probably crash out. Maybe I can say a lot of people. Yeah, you can overclock temporarily. So I would say max of 1 year, then I would burn out and it would take me like 3 months to recover. As in, like, I would step away. I can't do this anymore. So instead, I always check my upper limit. So currently, what we're doing here is, on average, WaniKani is 2 hours long. So is Hanze Hero. And so is Duolingo now. There are 2 hours across the board, so that's 6 hours. Now, why 6 hours and an 8 hours upper limit is because every time this lines up on 2 hours, I can do another 2 hour slot, which is my video game time. So yesterday I played Tiny Folks the last 2 days. But today, so remember I drew a graph of WaniKani. It looks like this. So today is this. So what happens is I expect WaniKani today to be 4 hours long. So that means I'm skipping the video game thing, which was the option overhead, because I'm always looking at my overhead. And then tomorrow, WaniKani is going to probably still be a little high, so I'm a little worried because of Fallout, because of the lesson. So WaniKani might actually be 3 hours tomorrow, but I have a review to do tomorrow for Hanze Hero, and then the lesson, so it's going to take 4 hours tomorrow. So that's 7 hours. So tomorrow I'm considering about skipping Duolingo Spanish for a day. Take a leap day in order to do a 4 hour prep for tomorrow. So that's kind of a way that I'm normalizing volume. And what does this look like in the long run when it comes to skills, right? What does it look like in the long run when it comes to skills? It's going to be separated across the board. And why do I do this? One of the biggest reasons why I do this is to starve off burnout. Burnout comes in many forms. One of the top 3 contributors to burnout is seimi. I'm using this because I'm trying to be edgy, but I'm more of a boomer trying to use edginess. Seimi stuff gets you to burnout. Seimi stuff also creates diminished return in skill development, and it intuitively creates this. So when you do something samey, like if you do 100% WaniKani over and over again, it will feel samey, and that has many diminished impacts on skill development. So that can lead to burnout because of the sense of progress. And then also burning out, if I distribute this, it balances, it keeps me aware of my upper limit, so I keep adjusting constantly. And also, no one of these skills will fall behind. So I'm trying not to make the skills fall behind. And another thing that keeps this from burning out is oftentimes when you reach specialty, you have an exponential increase amount of time for a lesser progress. How do I define burnout? The moment you stop caring because you're exhausted. The moment you stop paying attention and the moment you become passive in your tasks is burnout. That's how I define it. I define burnout. If I had 10 seconds to define what burnout is, the very key component is when you become passive in your tasks. How would your total language learning knowledge be split up between the languages you're leaning? Like 40. It's usually same across the board, or I try to anyway. And then, do you just estimate your upper limit based on previous experience? Yes. So, in order to establish upper limits and all of these things like time management and like how you know when you're burnt out, it requires experience. It's experience. And when I mean experience, I specifically mean active experience. It has to be active experience. If you are not actively doing something, you can still feel it out, but it's not going to raise your awareness over time if you're passively doing things. Significantly, it can over time, right? Like if you do it passively, you'll know when you burn out, so you'll feel it next time. The idea is there's more to gain if you stay active in it, as opposed to constantly spinning the wheel of passivity. It will still produce intuition for that. So that means then, in order to get an intuition approach, like a passive intuition approach, you gotta burn out a lot. Like you have to intentionally continue to burn out until you feel it right. And the downside of that is you also have to prevent specializing. When you constantly burn out in the same way, then you don't understand how to burn out other ways. As in, like, if you run and you know you can burn out when you're running, that's the limit. That's the limit of it. When you start, like, I don't know, jump roping, for example, it might be related to running, but you could burn out differently and you would have to start over because you're specializing in that without trying to see how it's related, right? I think intuition a lot of times is fantastic if you're focused, if you're like focused on one skill. I don't do that most of the time. I tend to be a jack as opposed to a what do you call the other one? A king? Yeah, I'm far more of a jack than a king most of the time. You probably get questions a lot. What made you interested in each language? How do you find energy and time to keep all three languages? And what have been the hardest aspect of each language? Yeah, that's an interesting question. So, I want to give... Okay, Spitfire. What made me interested in each language? I think the most carried answer for interested in each language is I was born into that environment. With a few nods. So or I was given that exposure. So my starting from birth, my parents are Chinese. So inherently, I would need to juggle two languages, at least. So I was always born into an environment of being interested in other languages, but you're saying specifically those three languages. I'm an American, so I typically hear Spanish a lot. So Latina Spanish. So that was my interest already. And in high school, that was the language I ended up picking. And then in Chinese, my parents have been the source for Chinese since I was born. And then how does Japanese fit into the category? When I was 5 years old, I started gaming, or my parents started gaming, or like my parents started me on gaming, I suppose, my father. And this exposed me to Japanese since I was 5. So all the three things have been relevant in my life up to this. So my interests have existed. And then that'll answer what made me interested in each language, because the rest is history. Everything is on top of that. And then how do I find the energy and time to keep all three languages? Sorry, you might have just missed why, but how do I keep my energy and time for each is time management. I use self-evaluation, so I use like output management. and output more like metrics. So like how much time I use up and whatnot, and I manage between them. And the idea is I'm 38 years old, and I've gone to school, and I've gone to graduate school, and because of all of that, whenever you think about time management, it's one of the successful, I would even say one of the sufficient skills that one must acquire in order to be successful in formal education. And that's sufficiency is time management. Because when you're going through grad school or even college, you'll probably, if you guys gone to college, you need to micromanage 5 classes at minimum. It's in my time, during the United States millennial period, many of the sufficient successful students juggle 5 classes and possibly 3 obligations. That's my average when I was in college. The moment in high school, it was still 5 classes and 3 obligations in a different manner. But in college, it's still 5. It's a different type of 5 classes, 3 obligations, and these classes are not related to each other in the way they're approached. They have different. I went to a liberal arts college, so they had different professors. The content might be related, but the approach is very different because you have different teachers. They often don't teach standardized because liberal arts do not typically have standardized approaches, so your professor varies substantially. So you're thinking in 5 different ways, and then your other obligations are like clubs, job. I have a side job, like a academic related job, tutoring, like side hustles. So I juggled far more than that. And one of the ideal skills you would have is time management. And now that I don't work, by the way, Mika, I do not work professionally. So there's nothing I'm juggling outside of that. So I use the time management skills that I have for a very long time now, and some real experiences that caused me to burn out and whatnot. And then that's what I do now. So for time management, I always think of an upper limit, which is from experience. And for streaming content only, it's been around 8 hours where I start feeling like I have physical problems and other things to limit. And what I do is I start with one project, see how 8 hours feel, right? That was when I started in Japanese over a year and a half ago. Then I try to reduce it. So this is the optimization perspective. So this is where I experiment. Since I'm already at my upper limit, I must reduce the amount of time. So find ways to reach a similar output, but in less time. So eventually we reduced it to 4 hours. And during this time, I didn't introduce new projects. What I introduced were new methods or new things I could add. And then it eventually balloons back up to maybe not necessarily 8 hours, but maybe it gets higher to 6 hours. But that means now I'm doing more with my 4 hours, and I'm doing more with my 6 hours than I did with my 8 hours. So at some point, I need to expand, right? I want to expand this. So then when I expand this, I can reduce this again and see where I can reduce. Then I reduce it back down to 4 hours. So that goes through optimization, expansion. So this is optimization and then expansion. However, I don't have to keep on expanding Japanese. I can liberate this time and introduce another thing. So that's when I introduced Chinese, which Chinese turned out to be like 3 hours, or originally when they start. So then I try to optimize this. And what I do first is I try to normalize the amount of time across the two. So then I added 1 hour of stuff. So I expanded Chinese until they're about even without hitting my upper limit. then I would try to optimize both of them. So now we've gotten to like 3 hours, say like 3 hours each. Then this gives me room to expand either both of them again or introduce a third project. And that's kind of where we are right now. So this is Spanish, and this is Japanese, and this is Chinese across 8 hours. However, now I'm in the aspect of making this. Now WaniKani is about average 2 hours, but it has a different schedule. And then Hanzahiro, which I will cover soon, it's generally around 2 hours. There's no change. It's 2 hours across the board. And then Spanish Spanish is across the board of 2 hours. Now, WaniKani has different days. Some days it can be 1 hour or less. Some days it can be, like today, will be 4 hours. And depending on this, I can substitute a fourth activity, which is approximately 2 hours. And this will be my new testing ground for a fourth project, which is going to be the rotating project. And this time slot, Spanish, is going to be on an alternating schedule with something else. And that's kind of how I go about time management. It sounds complicated, but I feel when you get used to managing your time and organizing stuff, it becomes more of a training wheel thing. Oh, you take something, you modify it, you adjust it. And most of the time for me, that's how I would manage the energy and time. So I actually don't spend more energy over time. This keeps me from burning out by constantly spending more and more energy, which is what people with poor time management and poor self-evaluation will end up doing, right? If you set yourself a goal and say you want to learn 100 words, and then you say, oh yeah, I want to learn 500 words, I need to learn 500 words in the future, but you don't adjust your time management or performance, like your approach over time, then this 500 words mean it's also 5x the time. In fact, it's actually more than that. It's probably like 10x the time. Because as you're expanding, you're not becoming more efficient. You're staying the same efficiency once you've ironed out your same method, right? And then you choose not to improve it at all. So you didn't go through a period of optimization before you make room for scaling up. That, to me, sounds like your usual business as well, your startup. When you take a business model that works and you expand it without making it efficient so that you have a leeway or headspace to not overextend. And then once you expand, right, like a startup, like a startup, and it collapses because you expand too quickly. And that's what I would call a burnout in the mind's eye. So slow time management in a very, very fast way to answer. And then what is the hardest aspect of each language? That I've encountered. Oh, wait, let me read the other thing. Off topic, but did you end up watching I watched all of Solo Level Season 2 3 days ago. It was great. Can you have mini burnouts after a long session of doing something? You can. As long as they are not consistent. You don't have I would say as long as they're not consistent. It's kind of like having a cheat day in your fitness, right? Occasionally you'll have down days. So and you wanted to apologize for leaving stream before without saying okay, no worries. I'm not sure protocols here anymore. So the hardest aspect of each language. I want to qualify what hard is to me. I do get these questions a lot, hard and easy. I usually think of hard and easy as inconsistent versus consistent. So instead of using the word hard or easy, I will give you the thing that I'm most inconsistent in. Versus and then not worry about consistency. And then also this stuff changes over time. So it can recur and it can go away and then it can come back. So that's why I like consistency. The reason why consistency is used instead is because it takes into account delta time. So it's never going, these things are never going to always be the same. So right now in Japanese, specifically in the aspect of the language is probably special reads in the context of WaniKani. So I'm currently using WaniKani for the stream aspect, right? So I'm not doing off-stream stuff. Off-stream stuff I'm usually practicing, so I'm not actually learning something. So another qualification, we're talking about learning consistency. Things that I need to learn to be consistent about. The things I'm already consistent about, they are neither hard nor easy because I know them. To me, the hardest things are the things I don't know, or choose not to know. As in, one of the hardest aspects of language, or one of the hardest languages that I'll ever have, are every language that I haven't learned. Those are the hardest things, without doubt. But among the ones that I chose, these are the aspects that are currently the most inconsistent. In Japanese, it's special reads in WaniKani. So that's like kome, and like oto. Because oftentimes the way this method is being used is very difficult for me to translate how I can recognize these things in isolation, and then in the sentence themselves, they are kind of isolated too. As in, when you're reading a sentence and you're trying to read this character and it stands alone and you don't have a way to reinforce what the read is, you can know the meaning of it, but you still can't read it, like pronounce the read. So that's Japanese for now. For Chinese, it's actually not this, because Chinese reads are consistent. So it's not that. And what is consistent, what is inconsistent about Chinese is synonyms. I can't spell synonyms. Synonyms. And in what way in terms of synonyms? Words that they sort of mean the same because there's no conjugation. So like when you say a word that means driving, you could have 5 or 6 different ways to say driving, but one of them is kind of referring to the verb of driving in this context, and the other one is referring to the verbal noun of driving, and then the other one is referring to the activity of driving. So, and then it could be driving because you're talking about car driving versus driving as in driving someone insane, driving as in influencing something. So that's what Chinese has going for it. And the way I'm learning This thing is through Hanzahiro, and there's not enough context. Like, that's a mechanical deficit in terms of the approach. So these are my two main approaches for now. We're using SRS. So that's kind of that. And then for Spanish, hands down, without a contest, indefinite articles versus definite articles usage. It's second, probably second to the ever-present gender agreement. The rest is pretty much fine because there are rules and grammars and structure. So right now, currently, the three most inconsistent things are these three things. They may not always be it. Like in the future, so that means I'm actively focusing on these things right now. Like my time management, the things I'm focusing most on of these three aspects are these three things. So in the future, these things may be more consistent. And then something else might be inconsistent. And when they're inconsistent, they become temporarily the hardest aspect of each language. Originally in Japanese, the hardest aspect would be reads. It would be reads. On versus kun. Kun reads. But since I started using WaniKani, that has become a hyper focus. That became a focus group for me. So now I'm struggling, or like I'm inconsistent with an aspect of on and kun reads. And now it's just this part of the on and kun. The rest are consistent. And then for Chinese, originally it was reads. And not even on and kun reads because they're just onyomi. That used to be the hardest aspect. It's no longer that aspect because I realized you typically have one read for each thing, including tones. And occasionally you have the exceptions where they have two or more reads, which doesn't come up as often as one might think. And in Spanish, this goes back to high school. You can have like the special aspects of pronunciation. It wasn't really pronunciation. I think the hardest aspect was probably conjugation. It was inconsistent. Conjugation was inconsistent. Now it's been consistent since my years. Now if I focus, and then one bigger disclaimer, right, to put this all together, if I continue to develop ways to improve these things, these no longer become the hardest aspect of the language, but something else may end up taking its place. And sometimes you could view it like this way, where let's say currently I have an A in vocabulary, and like we're using the standard aspects of each language that people use, like vocabulary, let's just say speech, and like reading or something, or we can do like reading, writing. Let's say reading, writing, something very simplified. So we have reading, writing, and then we have speech and listening, right? So my goal oftentimes is to normalize all these at some point. So this is where you probably popped in for the whole like the early jack of trades, jack of all trades kind of deal. And my aspect is, how do I manage my time? My time is I take and I work on these things by liberating time on them. When I liberate time, it allows me areas where I know that, okay, well, my listening skill is like a B+. My speech skill is like a C. My writing is a D. and my reading is an A. So when I end up optimizing my time within each language, I choose to focus on bringing up my lowest one over time. And it's not going to be like I drop everything to raise my lowest one. I ask myself, how do I improve this while doing the things I'm already doing? So we're not talking about because my overall goal is to understand how a device works. So for example, if WaniKani is making me deficient at special reads, for example, how do I do something about that without ditching WaniKani? So like, I'm not gonna ditch WaniKani because it has a weakness, which is what a lot of people do in this day and age, where they're looking for the best tool. They're not looking for multiple tools. And even on top of that, they're not necessarily looking to make the tool work by doing extra work to aid the tool. So for me, I am doing extra work. I'm implementing writing, thoughts, other ways to bolster special reads that is not present in WaniKani, and then I move forward with it. That's kind of how I normalize most things. So at some point, then investing in my weakest points liberates more time. So if I'm getting stuck on specials, it takes a lot of time away from me. So if I invest and bring it up, I liberate more time. And when I liberate more time, maybe this becomes so the hardest aspect of a language would be writing for now. Eventually, it might improve to a C+, right? With respect to everything else. So that means then speech becomes the hardest aspect. So then my attention gets drawn to speech. And eventually speech becomes, let's say speech becomes a C, becomes a B. Well then, if it becomes a B, then that means writing becomes the hardest aspect again. And instead of using writing and stuff, now we could think of it as a partition of, let's say I break it up to reads. So this would be the reading aspect. And in WaniKani, there are 3 groups that I've focused on in reading: special, kun, and on. And it can be broken up even more to on is a split of I keep forgetting what the term is. Kukugo, like on, and then on kun, right? So there's various versions, but what happens is I know how consistent I am on these, and I focus on the thing that I'm least consistent in. So now when I say the hardest aspect of each language is because one of the hardest aspects originally was reading, as in the Japanese pronunciation, not reading as in what the meaning is. So the Japanese pronunciation. And then of those 3, this is the weakest aspect. So I'm focusing on this because originally all I could really comprehend was on and kun. On and kun mix up. And even before that was translation in meaning plus sound. So more and more defined stuff, right? So as I become more competent, I can choose to focus on things. And it's not that I don't work on any of these. I actually work to some extent. I break them up. So if I come up with new ideas, I can tackle most of these things. And over time, that's how I go about managing all of this stuff. It sounds really complicated. I mean, I make it's not supposed to be complicated. I hope that's not my intent. But generally speaking, lots of micromanagement. Lots of micro for time. And then overall, when you step back, and this is where the pro call initiated the first conversation, the whole averaging effect. Why do I have an averaging effect? I consider myself a novice in most of these things. Largely because I'm a novice in a lot of things, not an expert in very specific ones. So when someone says, well, your Japanese is going to go slow, it's like, yes, that's true. That's true, right? I have no problems with that. Because when someone only cares about Japanese, then their picture looks like this, right? And when they think about their amount of time that they get for competency, they probably think, oh, in the same amount of time, I achieve more. Like, that's true. In Japanese. I'm not doing that. What they're missing is this. And in my opinion, this is personal anecdote. The amount of time that I spend gathering the total competency across 3 languages is greater than the competence that it takes for 1 language. So when I'm doing things, I like to keep myself actively engaged in many aspects that kind of relate to each other, because it's unpredictable. It's very difficult to understand how or predict how doing more than one thing. This is also part of the interleaving aspect. I'm not sure if people are familiar with this idea, but oftentimes they're talking about like very selective tasks. Like if you do one task and you intentionally do another task and then you balance them, you end up working harder, right? You're going to end up working harder. That slows you down, obviously, in one aspect, in a very specific aspect. But the combination of those 2 aspects causes you to work harder. But one of the nice things about doing it this way is because there is far more to gain at a lower level than it is to invest time at a higher level. And that might sound like, oh, well, I don't care about having a rounded low level thing. Then yes, this is for you. However, if you're going to compare me with other people, I say I'm a novice in Japanese, but I'm also a novice in Mandarin and a novice in Spanish. One day, probably around similar time because of the way I balance my time management, I will be intermediate in 3 languages when someone is trying to be advanced in Japanese. Not expert in Japanese, advanced in Japanese. There's a high chance that I would say, and if my goal was to rush Japanese and only care about Japanese, I would say to myself, not comparing to others, just to myself, the amount of time it takes me to get to advanced Japanese, I could be intermediate in Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish at the same time. So that's kind of how I think about the energy and time I'm investing. My energy is no more than how much I think I'm able to do. How efficient and way I manage it will come out to pay out a different outcome. And personally, when it comes to skill development, for myself, I like to overlay and interleave is the word I typically would kind of involve, I usually use the word crosstalk as well. And the reason why I like interleave and crosstalk is two things. Just like a really quick plug for this. Crosstalk and interleave. These are not classical terms that I'm using. So like some other people who use like linguistics and psychology would use this to mean different. Crosstalk and interleaving is to connect more than one skill and then change the context and or the approach sufficient enough that you're constantly working hard. Not working longer. It's a very different, it's not longer. So not longer. You're working harder. So you're always working harder, but not longer. And what you're also doing because of this is you're staying active instead of becoming passive. So going from Japanese, so eventually today, usually at 4 hours or something, I'll get a little tired. I'm like, okay, Japanese. Okay, let's keep going. And then afterwards, once I switch, it's different now. Hanzi Hero, I do different things. I focus on different things. I'm doing a different task, but they're all involved in the same skill set. So for example, right now you saw the hardest aspect, right? I talked about my hardest aspect. Those are three very different aspects. In fact, they're not only three different aspects, you can argue there's not an equivalence in those languages. Chinese doesn't conjugate, which leads to that thing. Japanese and Spanish do conjugate. And then Spanish, the articles and indefinite articles do not exist in Chinese and Japanese in the way Spanish does. And then the onyomi, kunyomi, and special reads do not exist in Chinese or Spanish in the way that it's presented. So the thing that I'm spending most of my time actively working on are not the same across three languages. So not only am I doing a different approach, a different tool, and a different aspect that leads to competency, they are three different dimensions. And just because they don't exist in three languages doesn't mean I can learn. So I can learn different skills and approach that I can then use to learn Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish. So now, while they don't literally exist in all three languages, the way I'm trying to problem solve and focus on them using different tools offers the chance. So there's a chance that these three things interact with each other. So when I'm learning Japanese now, I'm thinking in Spanish and Chinese. When I'm doing Chinese, I think about what I learned in Japanese and Spanish, and vice versa. And all the different things I take focus on, there's no guarantee. What if I have a problem in one of these languages that already came up in another language? Then I can use that immediately as a starting point to develop another plan for it. So eventually, it kind of just looks like if I had to not learn anything new, all of the three approaches will be somewhat similar, as in similar in the sense that I have transferable skills. So for example, what are transferable skills? Writing on screen, speaking out loud, right? Speaking out loud, explaining things, right? Explaining things. And then you can mask this all up into like content creation, right? And then content creation can be masked up into video games. Oh boy. Hold up. I got a Windows 11 upgrade reminder. Okay. And then so on. So that's kind of how I view this stuff. Great questions. Great questions. And all these digressions. It's pretty cool to see, in my opinion, over time. It's pretty cool to see over time that how much someone can grow. So I record myself. That's kind of how I'm reminding myself. So all of this stuff, don't worry about it. Like, you can ask all the time because I'm practicing something else. I'm practicing how to explain these things and whatnot, and I get better at it when I answer these questions over and over again. So no need to apologize if I keep getting lots of questions or even the same questions, because like language learning, there is room to improve when you practice something actively, not passively. So if you constantly see the same question and you're thinking, I'll just use the same answer again, that's passive. You're passively becoming more efficient at answering it. You could actively become more efficient at answering the question. So eventually all my longer answers become shorter. And then with that shorter answer, I will continue to improve and add more information to that answer and structure in a different way. So even answering the same question, I typically don't answer the question the same way each time. I use different anecdotes. I use different testimonies from other people, and I might be doing something different at the time. Right. Interesting stuff coming from someone that studies several languages and some for 10 years plus, currently studying 2 but never became much good at any. Time management doesn't exist personally, it's tricky. I see. So how do you go about it? Several years and 10 plus years currently studying 2 languages. 10 plus years. May I ask, do you have a degree in linguistics, or do you have a professional background in languages? I do not have a professional background in languages. This is me applying what I like to do, science, right? Intellectual curiosity and whatnot. And that's what keeps me motivated most of the time. I have a PhD in molecular biology. I'm 38 years old. I've been in formal education all the way up to the age of 33, something like that. And my primary focus is instruction, even for science. Like the skill that I probably specialize in is often time management, like management in the sense of skill development. So how to get students, right? How to get students to, I don't want to say the word maximize. I think maximize is a very myopic term. I think more accurately, how to get a student consistent, and a bit consistent in the sense that they do not encounter diminished return when they're diminished return that hurts their emotional state, basically their emotional outcome. Because oftentimes burnout, when you get when a student stops showing up or a student stops trying, then regardless of how efficacious your method is and how optimized it is, the person doesn't show up and they are unable to manage and sustainably create habits for a lifetime. And that's what I've been doing for the rest. I don't do anything professionally anymore, so now I have all the time in the world. So I would say whatever I'm saying now, it takes, and it's a long run, and I don't want to make this sound daunting. It's a life skill. So you live with this skill for the rest of your life. So investing in this skill, in my opinion, I'm a little bit biased, of course, is an investment for a lifetime. So what I'm going to say now is, I would say if you don't have any form of time management or like some way of going about it, I would say I hit my stride in 10 years. 10 years of dedicated work or plus on what I'm saying now. So whatever this represents, it's at least 10 plus years in the making. And I still got, maybe I'll have another healthy 30 years of life. So maybe we'll see how that pays out later. No degree or professional background. So you did French since you were young due to your father speaking several languages? Oh, a multilingual parent. Latin due to school for 3 years? Fair enough. Greek due to school for 1 year. And then Japanese for 1 year and ongoing. Oh, I see. You're still a student as of now, but aiming to get your Japanese fluent for personal life reasons and drop French. Okay. You never really had study habits through school or even for language studies? Yeah. So that's kind of a tough one. If one was not engaged in an environment, especially school, right? School tends to be the one where you're pushed to obligations to the point where you might inherently develop study habits or management skills. But I wouldn't say it's true for, I would actually even argue it's probably not true now for more people than it is before. I worked a job and I translated from my parents. My parents are not multilingual and they are not academically competent. So they do not have degrees and they are very, very low in education. But they are workers. They are laborers. Oh, they were laborers. And so I handled those obligations myself. I guess maybe that can play into the background, but generally time management study habits from school can be a stimulant, like a stimuli for developing habits. However, if one can cruise through school, for example, if you do not get challenged in school and you maybe not engage or find it fun or something, then oftentimes, much like I would say in the United States, the vast majority of American students who graduate from high school do not have any challenge to form these things. And most of them are choosing not to go to college, which they might meet that challenge, or go to grad school, which they might meet that challenge. They usually meet that challenge when they have a professional background in something, because eventually as a professional, like in a job or something, and we're not talking about very specific jobs, we're excluding jobs in which they choose based on their existing skills, so that's kind of an exception. But a job that would challenge them intellectually and physically, where physically leads to intellectual maturity, right? So nowadays I would say I ask, do you have a professional background and or a formal education background? Because usually if you haven't been challenged, then you can lackadaisically circumvent any need for a habit formation, understanding your own personal habit formation, time management, and skill development. And that usually involves critical thinking and problem solving skills. But if you never have problems, if you never think, right? If you never think you have problems to solve, optimization, and or if the internet provides you with the optimal path to achieving your goals, then you don't necessarily require any form of the skills that I've mentioned today. Like, none of these skills are relevant. Time management, optimization, diminished return, understanding competency versus like diminished return and investing in a specialized skill. You don't require any of these things if you grew up in an environment where there's prescriptional paths that work, and they worked. Like, the thing you love happens to be the job that's in demand, which happens to be the job that everyone wants you to be doing, then you don't need any of these skills. So you can cruise through life, and I call that the luck aspect, right? There are a lot of skills that we may not have, and one of the skills when someone is very lucky and or just happens things work out is the thing I'm describing. I did not do any of this in high school, by the way. It was when I got to college, when there were specific problems and things I needed to juggle. And high school was like, everyone's about the same. High school is standardized in the United States, so everyone pretty much teaches to the exam. So you never really have to study differently. You don't have to learn something. When you learn one thing, it can be transcribed across the board in high school. So I was optimized the moment I landed in high school. It takes me like 2 weeks to adjust. And I moved between an impoverished, during my life, I moved between an impoverished, low socioeconomic academic system to a very affluent and advantageous academic system. And it took less than a year to catch up, being 2 years behind, to go from like still from a top student to still a top student. And it took very, very little time, largely because I don't think at an early age it is recommended, right? It's highly not recommended, in my opinion, still classically, to inundate without developing foundations. So oftentimes high school and early education systems, formal education systems, and even adult parenting, how they do it is they go through foundations. So you don't really have the chances of developing problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills go as far as can be limited and be smooth cruising until one recognizes that they have a problem to solve. So oftentimes, how would you get that in a kid or a younger person? You get them, you attempt to obligate them to do something that they need to solve. So you're still a student as of now, but okay, wait, no. You're essentially that one lazy person that gets stuff done sometimes but doesn't invest more than minimal time into anything. Yeah, that's pragmatic. If you can get away, if you can reach your goal, right, Mika? If you can reach your goal, I'm trying to speak as like empathetic as possible to this. If you can get to your goal with the minimum amount of effort, that's sufficient. You can cruise through life getting what you need if you can reach your goal with the minimum amount of effort. That is human condition. Like, humans love this. I love this. Now, there's one other aspect of human condition that does not obey. Pragmatism does not obey emotional intelligence. Like the emotional incentive. Well, how do I emotionally motivate myself to use all the other amount of time to elevate something? Pragmatism is what school drills a lot of times. Pragmatism is also what work, jobs, the Chinese culture, work ethic, work culture around universally. It focuses on the pragmatic human side of things. Most efficient, right? Least amount of effort to achieve your goals. The things that I've been talking about is process-oriented thinking. This is goal-oriented thinking. So you only invest the minimum amount of time to do anything because you know what your goals are. If your goal is to finish this assignment, then you'll find a way to optimize to finish the assignment with the least amount of time used. In a process-oriented thinking, you would think, how do I optimize every step of the way? And then how do I get more out of those steps? So in the long run, you might be developing a skill in the process of minimizing the goal. And that skill can be applicable in the future. Now, on top of this, you can leverage, in my opinion, one can leverage their emotional encouragement to develop skills for the future out of self-interest. But it usually doesn't go that far. Most people then would run out of time, or they would become complacent in doing so. So then they don't have the incentive anymore. I don't think people are inherently lazy. They become lazy. And I don't think they are inherently permanently lazy. I think lazy people need something to inspire them and encourage them to be self-interested in things that aren't pragmatic at the moment, because pragmatism only comes at far sight. So it's pragmatic because you know what the goal is and how it contributes to that goal. When you're thinking about what you're doing in the middle and how it interests you, it's irrelevant whether it's pragmatic or not. And one day it might become pragmatic. So in high school and in college, I developed time management skills and stuff, not because I necessarily needed. It's because I thought it was interesting. And now I'm learning a language, and I've never self-studied language before. I started a year and a half ago, and this is how I apply all the skills I've learned without knowing that I would learn a language down the road. I didn't tell myself 2024 is the year that I'm decided to learn language. And then I didn't tell myself I was gonna, actually I did though in 2024, planned out that I would be doing 3 languages in this exact amount of time. So it's not because I suddenly had the ability to do this because I started learning a language. It's largely because the last 30 years of my life was used to juggle many things. And nowadays, 2024, planning 5 years, that's not that challenging to me exactly. It's something that I do inherently. It's a habit that I form all the time. And reinforce. So you're essentially okay, you're not from the US, okay, but it's fair to say that everyday things weren't exactly challenging. Most from here end up needing to develop study time management skills by the end of school though. Not you? Interesting. So what made it different for you? Why did it not, if most develop those skills by the end of school, what happened with you? Just didn't feel the motivation to do so? I want to say that I was saying US compared with previous US. I would make an argument that when you take any country and they're a developed country that uses the internet, so youth is using the internet, that youth have less study time management that they did before the internet, and they have less problem solving skills than they had before, because the advent of the internet is to remove the need to be able to do that. So the convenience of technology, in my opinion, is pragmatically replacing those skills. So I know you're trying to compare between countries, but the comment that I was making is comparing the United States now with what it was before. So I'm comparing myself as a representative of an older environment versus a newer environment that is still placed in the same cultural background. So I would actually say whatever I said is probably still true about any other country that is integrated with modern technology. You do not need to develop those skills. It's less and less likely to develop those skills because technology takes care of that, or technology is supposedly taking care of that. As in, how do you solve a problem? Look it up on Google. If you're a developed country, you're a youth, you don't have to develop study habits or skills or problem solving skills. You hope that you go on the internet and you find it. If you don't find it, then you're not going to do it. Right? It's just interesting. It's like, hey, you just never needed to, really. That's all. Yep, that sounds about right. Even interesting things didn't need much spare time to be good at, let alone require any serious studying. That's interesting. Even interesting things do not need much spare time to be good at. I would probably be a little bit concerned about that. Because interesting things don't have in my opinion, interesting things don't have a cap on how good you are at it. It sounds to me, in my opinion, like this is since we only just met, it sounds to me that you can reach a level of satisfaction that allows you to require that you don't need any serious studying. So serious is subjective, right? Serious is subjective, and being good at is subjective. When you're interested in something, there's usually no cap. No cap, and seriousness is uncapped. And that's what I usually try to keep. So in my opinion, that's kind of nice that you have no compensation. It depends on what you're trying to do and definition on good at for sure. The way I'm phrasing this does not depend on it. I'm not talking about something that's dependent. I'm not on that, not on good at. When you're interested in something, that interest it would depend on that interest, but not on whether you're good at it, the definition of good at. Because when you're interested on something, there's no good, there's only best most of the time. And best is uncapped. It's however much time you invest in it. The reason why I focus on burnout is because when someone is truly interested in something, burnout is the end result most of the time. It's the lack of due diligence of not regulating how much time they use. So in my opinion, if I had to make a condition on whether it depends or not, is I'm not entirely convinced that you are actually interested in those things. I think when you come to people who are very interested in things, they're never good enough in the things they're interested in. And they're never serious enough about the things they are interested in. So it sounds to me like there are things that maybe were obligated for you and you didn't need much time to be good at it because you reached a metric that somebody else arbitrarily determined. Like for example, no one's gonna stop someone from constantly taking the same approach over and over again to master something they're interested in. It's out of passion. No one asks for it. There's no prescription. In fact, when they're interested in it, they're so particularly nuanced about their skill that they're developing that it's unique. It becomes unique. It becomes incomparable to the point where they don't actually even compare anything that they're interested in. Like for example, I don't compare my WaniKani experience to other people's WaniKani experience. I'm interested in WaniKani. So I put all of my efforts and I try not to burn out, because if I do not exercise due diligence, I will overexhaust myself because I'm interested in the thing. The interest is what drives me, not the performance. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad at it after spending 30 hours. I'm interested in it, so there's no cap on it. So the thing that you're talking about, a serious studying, I think serious studying is being compared to other people's performance, not your own self-interest. I agree that I wouldn't call myself good enough for things you optionally do. I consider interest to be separate for things I'm required to do. Okay, and skills you want to become the best at. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. If you're qualifying that, then that checks out. So I don't know what I could possibly say that would like you might find interesting. For myself, the things I've discussed is largely to keep myself from being overly interested. For example, like how do I negotiate time management? It's because I'm usually very interested in learning. So I have so many things that I'm interested in. I'm going to run out of time. And it doesn't matter how good I am at it. I'm always getting better at it. Not arbitrarily comparing myself to someone. It's great, but I'm not required to do these things. So I forgot to make that disclaimer. The things that I'm talking about is I'm optionally doing these things, right? When you're choosing to optionally do these things, then You don't need time management if you don't care about it enough. Like if you're optionally doing it, you can quit at any time. You don't need time management. You just do it until your interest runs out. When you're required to do something, in my opinion, that screams to me that you haven't necessarily find the required thing that has kept your exhaustion. So hopefully in the future, if you go to like do something professionally or college, you expand, or whatever you're doing now, expand to a point where you might need to do the time management. It's just nice to see different perspectives of people trying to learn skills they want to improve at, even if they're not necessarily much to offer. It's helpful to even know what others do to learn. It is, and I totally agree. That's how I come up. That's how I come up with my empathy, right? My emotional intelligence for how other people go about their thing. I can earnestly tell you that's also how I comfortably say that you don't need these skills necessarily, right? Without different perspectives and different observations of how other people are successful, one cannot see the possibilities of permutations that would exist to be successful. Then you would have people going around saying, oh, you have to do this or else you're going to fail. You need to do these things or else you're going to regret it. This is the best method ever. You don't need any other method. That, to me, is a great example of someone who do not have an appreciation for other people's perspective on learning. And for me, I would like to argue, right, to those who think there's a best method and whatnot, goes around marketing things. When you look at a successful person, right, say you take all your content creators, you have like 10 or 12 content creators you really appreciate, and if your thought is, oh, I'm going to, if I interviewed all 12 of these people, they're all going to have the same approach and the same perspective on becoming successful, even without contextual variation, I think that is incredibly myopic. Now, there are very consistent themes that are potentially common between very productive and functional people. Now, those themes have been echoed in many like foundational work, and oftentimes when it comes to like explosive, expansive careers, time management is one of them. Now, they have variances of those time management, but usually one of the underlying foundations are time management, critical thinking, problem solving, self-improvement as in self-motivation, self-motivated self-improvement, and then creative and curiosity. They're usually together. So intellectual and endless supply of motivation for curious creativity, as in no comparative analyses required, but it's kind of nice to know where their skills are in perspective with other people. So I'm not saying I don't care about other people. I think one of the misnomers about someone said this to me not long ago. They envied, and I don't talk to them anymore, or they don't talk to me anymore. They envy that I do not compare myself. Like the comparing myself doesn't affect my perception of my skill. And I'm like, it does affect it. It just doesn't emotionally stop me from doing the thing. So I need comparative analyses to compare to other people. But the idea is it does not impact my motivational value system that I place on myself. Yeah. So, let's see. You used to be pragmatic with education, but your dad always told you it wouldn't stay that way the further up the academic ladder you got, and he was right. Yes. Now, it's still there. Procol. It's the pragmatism is still there, but you have to, in my opinion, I would encourage you to build on it. It's more than just pragmatism. I think when you're a kid and you're growing up, pragmatic is the best. Like what I mean is people put forth, pragmatic is the best, and that's great because you need foundations. You need to learn all the foundations. Those are the pragmatic things you want as a foundation. But that's the beginning. Once you leave high school, it's the beginning. Your pragmatism is going to flourish, or one would encourage a person to develop more on top of that. So it's still there, but it's the same but different, right? It's like you have all those things still, but they evolve into something else. And that's the whole emotional intelligence side. How do you keep on applying yourself? Like, how do you constantly find the motivation to challenge yourself and optimize yourself? It's not pragmatism. I'm just saying, it's not only pragmatism. Only pragmatism, hyper-objectivity, internet optimize, you're going to do the bare minimum, no matter what, in my opinion. Like, it is so strong, I would say 80-20, 80-20. 80% of the chance, if you focus on pragmatism and logic, you can cruise through life. You can still cruise through life for all of that. The thing that you would probably maybe miss out on if you're doing the whole FOMO thing or something is understanding the perspective of other people who go above and beyond what is required, or above and beyond in a way that's so recognizably them that no one was asking for it. Like, I'm kid you not, no one asked for me to do this like this, and no one asked me to talk for 4 or 5 hours about balancing emotional intelligence and reward with like self-evaluations. So no one's asking you. You just do your SRS and learn your Japanese. Just go for it. Use apply comprehensible input to graded readers and then learn Japanese the fastest way so you can become fluent the fastest way. And that works for a lot of people if their goal is to be fluent in Japanese. If I ever become fluent in Japanese, which 30 years? I don't know. If I do, I'm gonna be coming to that with many years of stories, ups and downs, fun little exercises. And when someone comes up to me and say, hey, where do I start? It's like, tell me a little bit about yourself right now. Here, I'll ask you 10 questions. I will leverage most of my experience that I can possibly to offer you something possibly that can interest you in your journey to Japanese. Not the same as someone who says, I use the most efficient way to learn Japanese. And if this efficient way doesn't work for you, tough luck, kid. Go find something else. Because this is the best way to learn Japanese and get fluent. That, in my opinion, is over 90% of language learning and learning approaches. And learning experts who say these things. And personally to me, that's like going into a formal education, and that person says, you're going to learn it my way or the highway. And for me, not so much. I wasn't really raised on that, or even educated on that. I was a product of liberal arts, so people varied. Some exams, some professors slapped me over the face. Like, they really like destroyed my vote of confidence. And that's basically humble. It keeps me humble. It keeps me trying more. Like, I love did he literally slap me in the face? No, he didn't literally slap. Figuratively, the guy figuratively slapped me in the face. He basically said, here's a 0 for going off the beaten path. Have I told you this example before? It was one of the exam questions, and the guy was talking about caloric deficit, and in his textbook, the book that he actually wrote, which was the textbook for the class, by the way, he asked a test question. It was worth 20% of the grade, so a whole letter grade, right? Actually, a whole 2 letter grades. He asked, so what is the worst thing you can do? Knowing the respiration, the consequences of cellular respiration. So like when you eat food, you know, it changes energy. What is the worst thing you can do? And I was like, and then what's the best, and what can you do to fix it? So I went and talked about like, okay, so you should minimize calories. Like you should minimize calories, and then like, so there's less respiration. Less respiration leads to theoretically less reactive radicals, oxygen species in your body, which leads to less DNA damage, which leads to less like, or longer longevity. All that stuff, right? I weaved in as many concepts as I learned in class, but then I also took concepts outside of class and put it into my answer. And that instructor gave me a 0. That is the literal slap in the face. He's like, out of scope, outside of the scope, you did not apply, like there are easier ways. There's Occam's razor. So he slapped me in the face. Later on, I found out one of my classmates' answers were, you take a steak and you overcook it, char it to max, and then eat that. 20 points. Full credit. That is a humbling experience. That is a wake-up call to understanding that there are different approaches. There's the pragmatic approach, there's directs, there's Occam's razor, there's too informed, too nuanced, and then there's also outside the scope. As in, a lot of the things I've said is outside the scope of Mika's experience, and then most of the stuff that I'm trying to say may be relevant to Mika from my perspective, but that's kind of that's where pragmatism meets with I don't know, subjectivity, I guess. Pragmatism meets with subjectivity. Yeah, I read most of the messages pro call as I answered them. Yeah. So makes sense. Okay, so what do we got? Hot take. The more developed a country has gotten, the lazier it has gotten. In the ways that makes it developed. Right? So the more developed a country has gotten, the more lazier it has gotten in the ways that it is developed. So for example, if a developed country have access to smartphones, they have become lazier in the way the smartphone has made those things convenient. So, like for example, counting the days as your days are going by, you don't have to count it if you have a counter. Right? So the more developed your skills are, the developed tools that you have as part of the accessibility of a developed country, they become lazier in those aspects. One big thing I want to highlight here is it doesn't stop there though. When you stop doing those tasks, what else are you doing with your time? The graph that I was drawing was, if I become more efficient at WaniKani, like maybe I'm even remembering better the way I'm doing it, that extra time I still use. I don't not replace it. So like if I get faster by 4 hours, I'm replacing the 4 hours with something else. It's different when you only care about certain things. If you only care about Japanese, then you're going to do all your time in it, right? And then maybe you become more efficient. And then you do more of the Japanese. You're not going to consider other alternatives. Like if you only care about this method, right? And this method is working, then when it becomes more efficient, then you're done optimize. Like it will become more and more efficient until it doesn't become any more efficient, right? Then you just keep doing that for longer and longer periods of time. That is being an optimizer and an iterator without taking in new information. And you can do that and become fluent very, very well. There are even methods that will largely work across its span. That's perfectly fine. Then you can learn your other language using the same method. You're very good at that method, so continue doing that. Now, what it doesn't take account for is what if certain languages are just fundamentally different. Your method will still work, but that person might be encouraged to change the method up a little. So you take what you do really well, you challenge it with something that makes your method not so good, and then that person starts thinking, so maybe if I invested so much time in this method, I can innovate on that method so that it can be translatable to two methods. Or, here's the big or. In the internet generation, you just look for the best method. So here's an example of a lack of problem solving. So you take one method, the best method, what you believe is the best method, right? You learn Japanese. It's like, yeah, it works. I spent years optimizing. As in, like, optimizing as in, not the word optimizing is bad. Practiced. I practiced this skill. And this skill will come at a glass ceiling. That ceiling will be when you're approaching an asymptote, right? This is the asymptotic efficiency. And then you're like, okay, well, it works. I got to fluent Japanese, right? And then, you know what? I'm just going to learn Chinese. What are you going to start with? You're going to start with this really, really well-refined skill. However, the idea is for a human, it's like, wait, but Chinese has some things not in Japanese. So the idea is, if you're someone who likes to optimize or consider other things, you might bring in something else and take out other things from Japanese in order to reach this again. And now you have two non-overlapping additional skills. But that's not how that usually works. I think in the age of the internet, what instead is you start all over because it didn't work, and you find the one best skill again, courtesy of the internet, and you learn Chinese. So then you're going to go through that whole learning curve again, practiced. Now the question is, isn't that good? Because then you learn two best skills. Two best skills. One for Japanese and one for Chinese. Well, this deals with compartmentalization. And also memory. Time overlaps, like delta T. So what happens? Well, if you learned one skill and you decided to tell yourself you're dropping it because you're learning something else and you're developing this skill now, well, oftentimes this skill is not maintained. In fact, it's rarely ever seen that these two skills are interacting with each other. And that's not what that's quite the most extreme version of what I'm not doing. Most of my skills overlap. They're going to continuously overlap. The whole idea of doing this is to not think of it as two separate best skills. Is thinking about how each skill contributes to a bigger picture, a bigger skill. So what is the similarities between these two? Use that, and then elevate what is different between all of them, and then exchange them. So I'm integrating the skills together. In the internet age, it's not the same anymore. The internet age, you have problem A. You have problem A, you look for solution A. If solution A fails, You look for solution B. Then you look for solution C. You do not problem solve. You do not problem solve and use critical thinking skills to know the relationship between solution A, solution B, and solution C in order to find a solution A plus B plus C plus so on. There's no incentive for that. You look for the best and you hope that the best solves this. So whenever your last solution, you're hoping on the internet, your last solution x minus x sub I, is a combination of all of these things because someone else already thought about it. Someone else already combined the nice things of A, the nice things of B, the nice things of C to provide you with the penultimate best solution. That you can do for the rest of your life, in my opinion, because the internet exists. And that is easily the most pragmatic way to go about solving a problem. Like, solving a problem. This is not the skill of problem solving. Those are two different things. You are not solving a problem. You are finding solutions. You are solving the problem by finding solutions. You are not engaged in the skill of problem solving. You did not come up with ideas. Like some people, I start with solution A and I form solution B. Sometimes in order to form solution B, I bring in what I know from solution C. So A and B contributed to A and C contributed to the formation of solution B. This is outside of the system. This is what I carry. So when someone says, "Oh, I used to have a skill and I forgot it," or "I learned Japanese, but I didn't practice. I didn't find ways to practice for 3 years, and now I'm going back to learning Japanese again." Yeah, because the Japanese you learn wasn't part of the picture anymore. You choose to separate them. You don't practice skills, then they get rusty. And that cycle is fine, because most people, when they do Japanese, for example, it's interesting. And then when it becomes not interesting, they drop it for another language, French or something, for example. And then when French is not in the picture anymore, they move on to the next one. Serial skill development. What I'm talking about now goes all the way back. Why am I interested in these languages? It goes all the way back to the beginning. There are things that start later down in my life, but they started near the beginning when it became relevant. My interest in the internet started when the internet started. It didn't just magically go away, unless it's purely optional. So most of the time when I'm investing skills, they are skills for life. And I invested in those skills most of my life. Time management is one of them. Right. Internet helps people solve things, not practice solving things. Okay. So when we switch to numbers grades 1 through 9 in UK and you hate it, oh, that's interesting. Oh, like the grades you get are like 100 or something. What do you mean, like the 4-point system or something like that? You think that because we're so bound by natural behavior, one of the main ones being struggle, if we kept developing more and more, we'll reach an implosion point? I'm not sure about that. If someone tasked you to come up with a way to interact with the alien life, what would it be? Like pictures, pointing at stuff, then saying the name of it, anything like that? We could switch this to something else. Like if you're talking about alien life form, right? So we're talking about another intelligent life form. We don't have to talk about alien life form. Let's talk about AI. What do? You give all the summation data sets of human behavior and you feed it to them and see what they come up with. What would be the most effective way to communicate? Well, if it's feasible, since you're talking about most, right? So you're talking about most, as in ideal. This is idealism. So we're in the land of idealism, as in what is the most ideal way to communicate the entirety of human data, and you feed it to them like an AI. You feed the entire data set, the entire human data set. So we're no longer thinking about pragmatism here. The most effective way is to embrace the ideal way, the logical way. Which is funny because in Chinese, logical means ideal. A lot of times. So the logical way is to feed the entire data set to the aliens. Just show them the entire data set. Now, if we're talking about pragmatic, so like the pragmatic effective way, I have no idea. I guess you would have to talk about the dependency of the alien life form. What form would be that data set be? I have no idea. Everything. You're asking for most effective, right? You're asking for most effective. Everything. This is where Mika had the point of it's dependent on how the alien life form takes in information. So the ideal way, if we're talking about ideal ways, is the ideal way of giving the data set. Yeah, idealism unfortunately is a cyclic argument. And most of the answers are cyclic too. So if you're constantly asking like the best way, most way, the answer is usually the best and the most. So the best way to communicate with an alien life form is the best way to communicate to alien life form. It can't be everything though. That would include showing it visually all wavelengths of electromagnetic spectrum. You're making a counter argument now. So you said most effective way. Right? So do you think most effective way is possible? If you say it can't be everything though. So in my opinion, I can't answer that question. I could give you a way. A way. Or a possibly ineffective way. Yeah, I guess most effective makes it quite theoretical. Yeah, whenever you're thinking about ideal situations, the answers are ideal. Which is why theory stays theory. Isn't it funny? Because it's theoretical. Theories operate on idealism. So in an ideal situation, it is theoretical to have a most effective way of communicating with an alien life form. Don't know what that is. The realm that you're asking, in my opinion, what you're really asking is what is the practical way? And that is in the realm of pragmatism. And my honest thought about that is feed them YouTube and fingers crossed. Just give them YouTube. Fingers crossed. That's probably a pragmatic way. It's a way. It's an effective way. And kids do it. Right? Kids is another intelligent life form. Intelligent life form that needs to learn about what it's like to be humans. That would be a pragmatic, that would be a practical and pragmatic, logical reasoning for it, not an idealistic, logical reasoning for it. So if kids pop out, they don't know what it's like to be a human. How do they learn? Well, usually it's adults, other adults around them. But I mean, if you feed them YouTube in a curated way, that's kind of very approachable. So it can be a way, an effective way. What else do we do with kids? We offer them teachers. So let's throw some teachers at the intelligent life form, right? So now we're using practical pragmatism. We use kids as a surrogate. Kids don't have, but now hear us out. There's a wild card because an alien life form comes with intelligence, right? They come with intelligence, so ways of communicating and all that. The sky's the limit. That doesn't mean showing them YouTube isn't a way that can be effective. It might not be the most effective way. It actually could be a poor way of doing so, but it is still a way that could possibly change something. That is theoretics and theoretical stuff. Much like I'm gonna do a hot take here, much like saying CI is not a method. It is a theory. And a theory can be applied to many methods. So whenever you're looking at theory, when someone says, oh, CI is the most effective way to learn a language, the theory of comprehensible input is effectively being applied in many different methods. So in the long run, when someone treats a theory like a method, then they now have an ideal theory, an ideal method, and that ideal method does not exist. It doesn't exist yet. I'll say it doesn't exist yet. And goes back to that whole cyclic argument, like someone comes by, hears me drone on and on about SRS and crosstalk and interleaving, and then suddenly they just like, CI is the most effective method. I'm like, it's not a method, it's a theory. And the theory is applied in many methods. SRS uses comprehensible input. Try to think about that for a moment, right? Duolingo uses comprehensible input. Try to think about that for a moment. And then watching anime, right, uses comprehensible input. Just think about how the theory can achieve comprehensible input in these methods. And that is why I agree with someone when they say comprehensible input is very efficacious. Because I use comprehensible input, or like at least the lowbrow version of comprehensible input. When I drew the graph about keeping my competence and my active active application and working hard, that's comprehensible input. I'm constantly pushing myself at an edge knife where there are things I must work hard in because I don't understand how they work. And then I continue to push that. It might not be the language itself, like Japanese, because I'm pushing my learning skills too. I'm learning different ways to learn things that I haven't learned, but I'm contextualizing it in the ways that I already know. So the things that I already know how to learn, right? The things that I already know how to learn, I'm exploring something else, and I know enough overlapping of my old skills from my learning skills to acquire the new learning skill and evaluate the new learning skill. So I evaluate things based on my comprehensibility. I can comprehend how well SRS works because I know how formal education works. I don't choose to learn in a void. This is how people view language learning. In my opinion. And it can still work. You don't have to understand how things interact. You can intuit all this. This is how, in my opinion, how methods look like for people when it comes to language learning. If you're not doing SRS, Anki, then you should be doing CI, anime, or like podcast, or graded readers. And if you're not practicing speech to become fluent in pronunciation, right? Native content, then you can't get it from the other things. There's no way that these three things interact with each other at all. Like you can't take something from this to interact with this, to interact with this, and back and forth. They do not overlap. When in reality, in my opinion, even if we were to treat CI as a method, this is what skill development looks like, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, this is what skill development looks like. And the idea is, instead of viewing this as a method, let's just call this graded content, which is a method. Graded content is a method. SRS is a method. In fact, I might not even say SRS. I'd just use like WaniKani. And then conversation, I would use like, I don't know, my friend. I don't have a Japanese friend, by the way, or Japanese speaking friend. Now, if you think about it, then what is this part here? That is CI. In order to know how well WaniKani is how WaniKani you're using references of your experience with your friends and your graded content. If you have no XP, but it gets even better for someone who understands, in my opinion, what the underlying foundation of comprehensible input is. You put this in a bigger globular segment, and all this overlap that you see in this glob is your own experience. So it's everything else that may be relevant to the new methods that you are using. So WaniKani is a new method for me. Graded content is a new method for me. Even speaking to a Japanese friend, if I were to find a Japanese friend, is a new method for me, because I didn't learn Fujianese, you know. 我嘅擺做講胡椒話，但胡椒話因為我媽咪佢爸爸教我哋，我係聽伊講啦晒英文嘅，佢講話就擺做講 right 做講。So I didn't learn because my parents sat down and taught me it through like native speak as a friend. I didn't learn it through SRS. I didn't learn it through graded readers. I actually, my parents never read me anything in my life. In fact, Fujianese is not written. It's acquired spoken. So the closest thing is probably overlap with this friend thing. So I took all those and all those experiences and overlap with them. So this overlapping, that's comprehensible input. As in, if you're trying to evaluate, when someone says how well WaniKani works, the comprehensibility is that you're comparing it to something you already know. This is prior experience. That's how you comprehensively understand what WaniKani is doing. Now, you don't have to do that. Now, hear me out. You don't have to do any of this because someone else can explicitly tell you all of this. So then you don't need it. It's just this. It's just this. This person told you everything. So you don't need to figure it out in any way. So you do not need to exercise comprehensible input. This is gone when someone tells you what this is supposed to do, because you're not comparing it with anything. You're not learning a sentence because you know X, you don't know Y, you don't know this, and you know Z, right? Because you know X and you know Z, you know what Y is. So, X plus minus multiply divide by Z equals question mark. You have enough context to learn what's missing. That's not only a language learning thing. It's not an LLL thing. Comprehensible input, in my opinion, is a great theory, and I really love it because it forms the foundation of scientific thinking, in my opinion. But people don't call it comprehensible input. It's, in my opinion, it's called the scientific method, in a very reductive way. Because the scientific method, you keep everything consistent, so you have controls, right? Controls are based on what you know, and then you introduce a variable. That's the experiment. And with the controls, when you're comparing it to the experiment, you can interpret and learn something from it, because it establishes what you know and then what changed about it. That is still very loosely, in a different way, applying comprehensible input. We frame the unknown with what is known in order to learn something. So if I was thinking, like, if someone says, MAKU, how do you know that children today on the internet does not practice CI at all in a learning capacity, in not even in language, like it's just in learning? Like, how do you know when people do not problem solve anymore or use critical thinking skills? One of the things from my journey, in my opinion, as a budding language learner, I'm a novice language learner in self-studying. Like self-studying language learning, I am very inexperienced. But it only took a year and a half, in my opinion, to find out that people think this is novel, which is brilliantly written, by the way. The person, brilliant, because they spent most of their life looking at this. They have over 40 to 50 years, if not more. I don't know how old the person is. In experiencing comprehensible input, but that is not to say that that person isn't also a scientist at heart and an academic at heart, because the foundations of comprehensible input forms the foundations of problem solving and critical thinking. When you do something and you trust someone unconditionally. That is how, in my opinion, more than 50% of kids, are learning these days. That's how they learn and solve problems. They trust a system unconditionally without any comprehensible input. As in, this whole thing is new. Nothing about it is old. Nothing about it is comprehensible until they do it. And what can produce that, in my opinion, gilded appearance of competence? Competence is if it succeeds. If it succeeds, then you know you had some level of competence in this new thing. But you don't know how it works, why it works, nothing. Because it's not important. This is where it all starts. And the irony here is, lots of times people say, oh, you gotta learn like a kid again. You gotta learn with context in mind so that you can figure out what works and what doesn't work. The irony here is, and the paradox here is, the way they are already going about it is as rudimentary as a kid. You look up the best solution, have no point of reference for it, and then you do it, and you hope it succeeds. If it fails, you move on to the next one. You don't learn from your previous mistakes. You don't ask yourself, oh, that last one didn't work. It's not my problem to figure that out. That person is at fault. That product didn't work for me because it obviously sucked. And that is also the basis of so many other types of misinformation. Nutrition, fitness, political agendas. So many of it refers to this unconditional trust in something without using comprehensibility. You do not comprehend the thing, you just trust the thing. And when you trust the thing and it works, then you are right. If it doesn't work, then it's wrong. And then you move on. You pretend like it doesn't exist. There's no learning capacity, no thing. And what happens when it fails? It is a waste of time. And this is one of the most classical, most common comment that people tell me whenever they see me use Duolingo. It is a waste of time. So then I ask them, so how is it a waste of time? And you know what they give me most of the time? It didn't work for me. It didn't work for my friend. My friend's been using this for 6 years and they still can't form a correct sentence. They can't even pronounce the words properly and they don't construct anything. It's like, okay, so I agree with you. If you use Duolingo and you expect to construct sentences out of active recall, you're not going to, because they did not understand why they failed in the goals they were looking at. Duolingo doesn't challenge you to actively recall something that much, especially in Japanese. There's barely any active recall. How did I learn that portion? I did it myself in the beginning of each Duolingo Japanese session because I knew that it was deficient in active recall. I already knew comprehensively that in order to construct sentences, you must actually construct sentences. Right? So the things that I focus on that Duolingo does do is the input part. The comprehensible input part. The input is when I know what it doesn't do and what I know it does do to the best of my ability in order to evaluate it. So maybe I'm completely giving way too much credit or overextending the theory of comprehensible input. But to me, when I read his work glossingly, I didn't like go over his methods or anything, right? It is like saying when someone says, oh my gosh, comprehensible input is the best theory that ever existed, right? Like that is the bee's knees for language learning. I hope. I don't. It doesn't matter if they're wrong or right or they disagree with me or agree with me. I hope they take this and apply it to time management. So we're gonna wrap it all the way back to the original saying. I hope they apply it to time management, population statistics, because that's a very common one that people make decisions based off. Time management, population statistics, finance, right? Finance, hopefully things like nutrition, because you bring comprehensibility with you. Like if someone says, like, let's say you have a peanut allergy, right? And you're like, oh, this guy says, oh, peanuts are the best source of protein. And even people who have allergies, when you eat enough peanuts, your allergy goes away. And then this person just randomly like consumes peanuts and have an anaphylaxis shock and dies. I hope that's not the case, because they would exercise comprehensible input. They would understand comprehensively that they have a peanut allergy, and they have known that peanut allergies do not go away like that, right? But hear me out. It does make sense if that person decides to say, oh, you can use exposure therapy, which is the theory behind how to overcome allergies. And they could make an argument like it's the same thing. It's not, by the way. So allergy shots. The theory behind allergy shots is you regimentedly and very carefully moderate the dose of the allergen to the point where your system no longer recognizes it, right? And then you can like grow out of, for example, pollen allergies and whatnot. But that can be reduced to, it's the same thing as just eating peanuts and then going to the doctor and, eating peanuts and doing an EpiPen, eating a peanut and doing an EpiPen and then EpiPen, and it'll just go away. In theory, it could work, sort of, but you have comprehensible input. You understand that there are other types of information that can overlap with this current information that helps you figure out if it may or may not work, or it's full of baloney or BS. So that's probably where I would stop with that. So when someone says, oh yeah, something is totally useless, my thought is it's probably not totally useless because it exists. Like some of the fundamental logical fallacies exist now. In my opinion, they exist now in higher tendencies, in higher occurrence. Because in my opinion, if language learners who are educated and like really excited and think, in my opinion, think that something like CI is new, that's a little concerning. And most of the stuff that I talk about when it comes to logic and stuff, I'm exercising the scientific method. Like my approach, optimization, reevaluation, they all came back from high school. Like most of the stuff. Like, what do you think exams are? Right? So they take on different shapes, but their foundations do not necessarily change. Right? That foundation comes from comprehensible input. So I apply what I do know to evaluate what I don't know yet. And I'm taking in the input of this method and understanding if the method is maybe something I'll add to my long list of stuff. So that's kind of one of my bigger hot takes on comprehensible input, which I might talk about tomorrow. We'll see if we get to tomorrow. You're gonna keep your children away from the internet for a while if you have any. Fair enough. That is certainly a prerogative that you can make. Can you tell me honestly, without trying not to offend me, does it ever annoy you when I ask a question after after a question without replying much to your answer? Not really. It tells me asking me a question tells me a lot more than you might think, whether you're saying a question or not. As you could imagine, it makes it seem like you're not probably listening to your question. No, that's not probably not what I'm gonna think about right away. But saying anything provides more information. That links to pseudoscience like dowsing. Yeah, pseudoscience. Pseudoscience is gonna use this type of approach very often in order to validate their arguments. I remember you talking about chatting with someone who said a language learning site was worthless. Yeah. A language site, like any site, is worthless because it's not important to them. That's in my opinion. But if we had to make an ideal, when you say worthless, right? Worthless. As in, this is the bottom of the pit, no value. That's what they're going for. They're going for no value. But in today's colloquialism, they mean almost no value. Because we already talked about English, how English's degrees have been generalized to, when you say no, you actually mean almost to no. Like, for example, everybody does it. Everybody does it, right? They really mean almost everybody. So barring that linguistic generality on the internet, worthless, that person is saying it's worthless. So if it's absolutely worthless, which is true to this person, I do not ever deny someone's opinion, right? Or I try not to. They believe it's worthless because it's true to them. So what that tells me is they do not value whatever is on the site, or they overall does not value what's on that site. And in order to invalidate that, invalidating idealism is very tricky from a subjective standpoint, but it's very simplified from a pragmatic standpoint. You say it exists, because what they're suggesting is it should not exist, but it does. So would I use this often? I don't. The reason why I don't use this often, where you do a counterexample to demonstrate how cyclic their argument is because I don't think that's like that is sacrificing my integrity. This to me is a lack of integrity for myself personally. I don't hold any other people, or I try not to hold other people to the same integrity, but for myself, if I were to tell you, to point out that when you use idealistic arguments, the counter argument is going to be the reverse and idealistic, then that's not putting in enough effort. I try not to say, well, it exists, therefore your argument is invalid because of the conditions. I would try something like, I would point out what's in the site, right? So what is there in Duolingo, for example? When someone says Duolingo is a worthless piece of crap and it doesn't have anything of value to them, well, I can demonstrate to them, at least I can list all the things that it did for me that are literally there on the site. And that's it. That's the best. That adheres minimally to my integrity, because I can demonstrate that I actually know what's there in the first place, which is evidence. That's evidence. It's objective evidence. What is there in Duolingo, right? And then they can say, oh, well, all of that stuff is worthless. Okay, well then, if you say knowing how to say hello in a language is worthless, I know who I'm talking to now. I can at least understand what they consider as worthless. So it's worthless to know how to say hello. It's worthless to know how to say, what do you want to eat? It's worthless to acquire vocabulary, and so on and so forth, right? And the reason why that's fantastic for me is because I at least know and get an idea of what they don't value anymore. But it doesn't end up being that way. The person will say, well, the way they teach is worthless. It's like, oh, okay, now we're getting somewhere, right? They're gonna say, oh, the way they teach bad pronunciation. In fact, it can make you poor. It's like, oh, I'll make a note of that. In the future, I will use Duolingo for what it's not bad at and compensate for what it's good at. It's like, but then you're wasting your time. It's like, how am I wasting my time? It's like, well, you're wasting your time because it teaches you bad pronunciation. I'm like, but what about the stuff that you don't care about, that I care about? I care about vocabulary. I care about output. It's like, well, those are worthless. It's like, so you're telling me that you care about me, but then you're telling me the things I care about are worthless. I think that's not a far leap from just saying you're doing this because you care about yourself, not for me. And then the conversation ends. That's when the logic breaks. Enough. Well, it's not really. That's when I bridge the logic, and then that person's logic breaks. And then they go off, right? They go off to their merry way. That when you say you care about someone, and then you exercise pragmatism, slippery slope, my friends. Very, very slippery slope. Because caring isn't the same as pragmatism. And if I were to be pragmatic, all I have to say when someone says something is worthless is it exists. That is the pragmatic, cold, factual, really terrifyingly insensitive way that, in my opinion, over 80%, like this is normal conversation now. This is the internet's normal conversation. Like, here's one against me. I'll use a personal anecdote on myself. You're not important. You're not important because no one's watching you. There's more. I am important. I am important to you because I'm the only one watching. This is a cyclic argument. So, this is probably the most common comment that I have gotten over my 6+ years of streaming. You're not important because no one is watching. And that person who's saying it believe they are important to me because they are the only one watching. And you know what's even worse? You know what's even crazier than this? This person thinks it's true when I'm talking to someone else. Even after telling them that I'm talking to someone else, for example, this person would be on YouTube and I said, oh, sorry, I'm reading something from Twitch from someone. Like, nah, because you're just pretending. You might be thinking, so, nah, this must be some like 13-year-old kid or some 16-year-old kid. Or it could be a 32-year-old who claims to be a polyglot that also has a graduate degree in linguistics. Or a 13-year-old kid, I don't know. But the idea is the amount of information that people spout in order to validate their credibility isn't typically concordant with their level of thinking. So you can be a super genius, you can be like a CEO of a multi-billion corporation, but if you talk to me like a 13-year-old, so it's kind of I don't value that other stuff. So if you talk to me like a 13-year-old, I don't have to value you, and you don't have to value my existence either. In fact, if you look at, I forgot what it's called, but the Nobel, it's something. It's like Nobel hypocrisy or something. Nobel absurdity. I forgot what it's called, but even the most brilliant minds who are like very specialized, they can be very out of their depth. And one of them could be communication. So when someone says, I learned a lot of languages and without even having like a mutual respect or interchange, I don't value any of that stuff. It's like the same person that came in and said, I'm a native Spanish speaker. Aha. I'm like, okay, congratulations, you're a native Spanish speaker. What is read in between the line is, I know better than you. I can speak this language and read this language better than you. And whatever I say is probably more right than you. Like, okay, but I don't value any of that because you don't value me. So if you want to exercise a waste of time, pragmatically speaking, is when two people don't talk to each other and exchange ideas. That is a waste of time. You're not only wasting your own time, you're wasting my time. I'm also wasting your time if you choose not to think it's valuable. So I don't get to choose if the other person thinks that I use my time and is valuable to them. But the lucky part for me is if I'm practicing talking to someone like that, I at least find that the value is in practicing how to talk to that person. The other person, it's probably going to be a lose-lose situation for them. For me, it's a win-lose situation, or it could be a win-win situation, and that person could possibly talk to me, right? Pretty good. I think that's pretty awesome for me. When you switch to talk to someone else for a while, it does annoy you, but I know that's wrong, and I never express stuff that's unreasonably annoys you. I mean, that's fine. I understand you. I understand that it would annoy you. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. If it continues to annoy you, I've got a solution for that. Or I got something clever for that. But the thing is, one thing that I try to mitigate when it comes to like talking to someone else and switching back and forth is that oftentimes after a while people get used to the idea that I'm probably going to connect both those ideas together. Instead of talking exclusively in one, I've already talked about the thing you brought up like 4 times while talking to the other person and their ideas, and then back and forth. Because the idea is, how can you talk to more than one person? One of the ways is to bring both of their ideas together. And it can be tough sometimes. It's you know, when someone says, keeping my children away from the internet for a while, if any, how does that connect to the things I talk about, my time management skills and whatnot? One thing the internet can possibly teach is how to manage time. Or something like that. Not that it has to be really in depth, but the idea is talking to multiple people, synthesizing all the information together is kind of a fun challenge, and sometimes I try to mitigate that. I think I already know that people get annoyed. Actually, it's a distinctive feeling. It's a distinctive feeling that I don't empathize with, unfortunately. Like, I can possibly sympathize with you, but generally speaking, the closest sympathy that I have for that feeling is, you know, the greater than 50% of people that talk at me most of the time. Basically, they would tell me, hey, can you stop rambling because no one cares? No one watches these videos anyways. And then they leave. Does that annoy me? Kind of. I would say in terms of the scope of annoyance, it's more annoying than most things that I've encountered when I was streaming, right? So relatively speaking, let's contextualize annoyance, right? Let's say my threshold is arbitrarily set as 100. Here's my threshold, right? If you were to say someone who like talks to me but they only believe what they want to believe, it's probably like at a 2. And then someone who like comes up and straight up insults me, let's upgrade that to a 4. Possibly. They might have. I don't know if Mika's here anymore. It's perfectly all right. We just keep going, right? We do the things without the necessary need to reach a goal or anything. And then like and then if someone just straight up tells me an opinion and then leaves right away, 6? Something like that. But it's not close to 100. And I hope that's what would happen in the future, Procol. What I mean by that is, I think there will be so many things that is normalized between you and me that you might in like a year's time, if it exists that long, right? Because we can always fall out, you know, people drift, right? But over time, it might not actually be as annoying as you might think. You might even come up with your own strategies in being part of the conversation without me having to be part of the conversation. And that's pretty wonderful. Like what I mean is you might end up leading my conversation. That would be pretty awesome. I love being in the presence of brilliant people because I just have to sit and listen. I don't even have to say anything. I don't know if you like that. Some people find it really boring, you know? Thank you, #ego. So hear me out. Hear me out. I know other people find sitting in classrooms really boring and whatnot. I don't anymore. Like, I like sitting in class and having someone like feed me information. Because what am I doing when I'm busy listening to someone? I'm taking notes, not the notes that they're talking about. I'm busy taking notes in which how I can extract more information from them. It's different now, in my opinion, on the other side of things. So on the other side of things is like, okay, so this person just said they know French, right? What do I want to ask this person? Okay, so they said they know like 4 years of French. 4 years of French. So should I ask them how to say what's up in French? I mean, I kind of want to know what what's up is. Maybe I should ask SD how to say what's up in French. That's what I do most of the time. So it never gets boring. And like, it doesn't often get boring if I can comprehensively, you know, if I can find this stuff. No? I don't know how to pronounce it. You feel dumb in this situation? Nonsense, Muhammad. Nonsense. Wipe that dumb feeling off. This situation's fine. I think being like knowing that you don't know a lot of things should feel good, like should feel funny and be like motivating. Like, oh man, so I don't know this. We might as well ask the question, right? When someone says there's no such thing as a stupid question, right? There is no such thing as a stupid question. I think it needs more. I think I want to add a few more contexts, right? I want to add a little bit more context. There is no such thing as a stupid question that you care about. That, in my opinion, is what is implied here. So when you're sitting in class and you find it really, really boring, is because you don't care about anything that's going on. You either know the stuff and you don't care to learn anymore. You don't think that person's interesting. You don't think anything in that class is interesting. So you have no stupid questions that you care about. Right? And the reason why I place stupid in here is because it could be smart. It could be unrelated question to them, but it could be related to you. So in the end of the day, if you're sitting in class or you're sitting here saying, wow, I don't have anything interesting to say, then I'm sure you do. But there's a different thing in play. It's the idea of feeling stupid. Like, as in, you feeling less important. And I hope I don't make people feel that they're less important. You guys are not less important. At least a stranger can't make you feel less important. Come on. Like, if your friends and your family, people close to you, can make you feel less important, a stranger, in my opinion, logically should not be able to make you feel less important. They don't even know you, and they can't possibly know you enough, in my opinion. I'm not speaking for other content creators. I can't possibly know enough about you to know even if you are dumb or stupid or how you feel, because I don't know how much you know. And I can guarantee you, if we're talking right here, right now, you probably know something I don't know. So you don't have to feel stupid or dumb. Anyways, sorry. I had to react to Muhammad's comment. Could you think of any advice for you or critique of an aspect of you communicating just based on our chats? What do you mean, any advice? Like, what is your desired outcome? Like, what do you want? Is there something that you can tell me that the advice would be for? I think you have a very relevant aspect, and I like to contribute to it. So the type of contribution that I'm trying to make by example protocol is infuse as many different perspectives as possible, and then let you choose how you want to communicate it. I think an aspect of you when it comes to communicating is you're very conscientious about taking in other people's information after the fact. But before the fact, it's very clear that idealism runs in your life quite a lot. That's probably what I would say. Neuf would be more accurate, I see. Quoi de neuf? Quoi de neuf? Quoi de neuf? Okay, thank you, SD. Quoi de neuf? Interesting. What's up, huh? In French. Also, a lot of times you end up asking questions that seem disconnected from what you're talking about because you say something that makes me think of something else that then you ask about. No, we can connect it all back. No worries. You can choose to do that if you want. Like, actually, if you're able to explain the connections, I have to accept that typing is really tough. Like, on Twitch, I'm not kidding. Like, trying to like type all that stuff out and connect them, it's gonna be tough from my end. Right? But when you get the mic, like in the future, when you get the mic, if you can explain the connection of your thoughts, that's kind of where I'm going with a lot of this. We can connect as many conversations as possible. Like, I don't worry. Like, go anywhere you want. If I connect it back, I will connect it back. Basically, you worry sometimes that you have habits when you chat that might annoy me. I'm here to stay, Protocol. So, again, like, here's another thing. So if you annoy me, let's say you annoy me at a +2. At a +2. I can do something about it. And you can do something about it. Or alternatively, we can also do something about it. And that's pretty cool that you're mentioning this already. Maybe I can be a little bit more transparent if something annoys me. But I'm pretty transparent when it comes to something that annoys me. So if I didn't say something annoys me, you're probably okay with saying it doesn't annoy me. But hear me out. I'm gonna contradict myself. If something annoys me, I usually try to find some way to do something with it. Because if it annoys me, it's telling me something I don't understand. Like, what I mean by this is self-defeating. It's a cyclic argument. If I find something that's annoying and I explain it to myself why it's annoying, the next time it happens, it becomes less annoying. Isn't that interesting? I think life is so funny. I think humans are so funny. Like, for example, let's not use annoy. Let's use something even, for lack of a better word. Let's use scary or fear. So a lot of times when you have fear and you understand it a little bit, it gets less, even less. For example, we'll use airplanes. I still have an irrational fear of like airplanes. Like, regardless of how much I can reduce this fear, it's gonna be pretty substantial when I get on a plane, right? You can do the stats thing. You can talk about how other people traveled. You might even have like friends and family who love it, that kind of thing. You can bring your friends and family. You can bring a, I don't know, a service dog. So many things can lower this. But the idea is it probably doesn't reach a threshold for me. And if it doesn't reach a threshold, that means I can do something about it. I can tell you and you can do something about it. We can tell each other and we can both do something about it. Right? So that's probably how I would say you don't have to worry about annoying me. If I cross the threshold, you'll probably know. Like I make it pretty clear when someone crosses the threshold, but usually not when I'm streaming. Maybe if you like DM me and you're just like DMing me something about how I'm the worst human being alive or something over and over again, then I would probably do something about like report you or like say, hey, if you don't cease and desist, I will contact authorities, create a full expose and dossier on your profile, and then get you like excommunicated or IP banned or something. But those are extreme cases. We're talking about you have to go pretty deep. For the record, if you're ever wondering if I've ever had life threats, I have encountered life threats on the internet. People have threatened my life before and my well-being. So yeah, that has happened. Actually, it has been in real life too. It's part of life. It's hard to avoid these things. So we have to be cognizant, try our best to be as reasonable as possible to avoid these things. I think that's a big reason there are so many conspiracy theories surrounding new technology, because it becomes more and more complex, so many people don't understand and therefore sometimes fear it. Yeah. Yep. The only thing you do that annoys me are the things I really respect in you, like committing to long form format, having thorough. Oh, that's kind of Jesus, that's terrible. Sorry that happened to you. Oh no, it's perfectly all right. It's happened before. You know, like also when people see a different person when you're young, they threaten your life too, right? Or threaten your well-being because you're different, right? Discrimination has happened, and I want people not to take this out of context. I'm smiling because that's my defense mechanism. I confront and try to offer mutual respect. I want to comfort xenophobia with a smile, not retreat and give xenophobia victory. So over the years, I don't get saddened by people threatening my life because I'm different. I try the other opposite approach. I could even link, like, I think a good example would be Stephen He's interview about stereotypes. There was I forgot which clip, but there was a clip of Stephen He. Someone was interviewing. He's like, so what do you think about stereotypes and like doing something? And ultimately, he had an end message. This is not a direct quote, but a paraphrase of what he's saying. He said that he likes celebrating stereotypes, you know, in his humor and stuff, is because he doesn't want to give stereotypes, weaponizing stereotypes, the power. you use humor. Emphatically, stereotypes are very pragmatic ways to get a starting position, and they are bound in statistics. Understanding that and using it as a form of communication is weakening those who would weaponize stereotypes. And it was in regard to his comedy. Like, do people ever get offended or upset about his portrayal of Asian stereotypes? And then, there's other comments like, most of the people who are offended aren't actually Chinese, which that's pretty funny, because that's actually how that's how it checks out for a lot of diaspora. He's British, I believe, not American, but now I think he resides in the United States. I don't know for sure, but for me, yeah, most of the time I think the people who are offended are often offended for me. I'm usually not the one that's offended by the stuff, and that comes down with terror as well. I don't want terror. I don't want to weaponize and elevate terror. So when someone says, "Oh, I don't like you because you're different from me," I don't dislike you because you're different from me. Let's try to find some commonality and start there, right? Maybe I can get you to hate me less by showing you that I'm a little similar to you in some ways. I like food. Do you want food? Let's go and have a great hamburger together. Do you prefer beer or do you prefer coffee? Let's do both if you like both. That, in my opinion, weakens that xenophobia than supporting that xenophobia. So like when someone says you're ugly because you look a certain way, and I'm just like, well, you're ugly because you look a certain way, I think that only escalates. That's less likely to be successful. So you're behaving similar to it. The irony here is that's probably, if I was a third person, my only thought was, you two argue in the same way. Talk about it for a moment. Because if you think you two are different, you guys just did the same thing together. Like, talk about it. Why are you frustrated? Your problem with life is that you're thinking all the time that everyone is better than you. Yeah, that's a very common one. And doing better even your basic things in life, I hope you don't continue to think that. And sometimes you just want to give up and run away. Nihilism. Yeah, nihilism. And feel lost and not belong to anywhere. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully there's someone. I think a lot of times, I'm not sure where you are in your life and how long you are, but having anyone, like maybe someone close, maybe finding that one friend who kind of feels the same at the moment. One of the things that is very nice about having another person, even if they feel the same way, is the existence of two people next to each other and communicating and acknowledging that they exist actually can help both individuals. So I hope you have like a friend that tells you, hey, that's pretty cool. I know there are other people on the internet that's better at this or something, but you're the only one that I know, for example, that can do this, and that makes you more important than the other person. So oftentimes trying to find one or two people who you spend time with, they can give you a level of value in your life, right? Because if you're feeling that way, like truly and utterly feeling that way, I would like to think that your parents are there for you, and like best friends and what the people that were there before you learned about everyone else. I think kids, especially younger people, who gets exposed far too early to every possible thing out there, generates nihilism. It's to the point where you don't really want to do anything because there's always going to be someone who's ahead of you or advance ahead of you, or all the things that are important are all the things that other people already have. As opposed to having a friend and a parent who tells you, well, it doesn't matter how good they are. I want to know how good you become. If you can learn a language in Japanese, I prefer to hear your progress in Japanese. I don't care if that person learned Japanese in one day. That's not important to me. Your existence with another person is far more valuable most of the time through social connections than it is as a nondescript number to another person. So hopefully you have someone out there that you can provide that semblance of progress, right? Anyways, and like Daryl Davis. Which one's Daryl Davis? Wait, hold up. Daryl Davis. Oh, yes, Daryl Davis. Indeed. Exactly. That's a good one. I am not the greatest with names of activists. But yes, thank you for all the conversations. We kind of wrapped it all together in a way. All right, let's finish this and then we'll do our other stuff. I might have to cut some things for tomorrow. All right. So anyways, back to Japanese. I saw, wait, how long ago? Uni provided a time marker for how long the digression's gone. 2 hours? That's pretty solid. 2 hours. Because Uni typed, what is this? Shitetsu? Maybe? Shitetsu?
私鉄
Yeah.
私鉄
That's it. Okay. Alright. Has DailyBot come by yet? Yeah, they did. DailyBot was the first thing. Yeah, DailyBot was the first thing. First thing today.
読み方
Yomikata.
頭
Tama. Oh no. What's old? Coffin. You'd be digging with a spoon. And then while you're I don't remember actually. What are we doing? Elderly. Oh, roll. Oh yeah, you want to eat roll. Roll. But not that roll, not R-O-E. Roll as in no. Sheen. Did this change? I don't think this changed. Sheen, oh, Shinpai. Yeah, Shinpai.
心配
Shinpai. Worry or concern. Shitetsu.
私鉄
Private railway. Alright. What is next? To roll something. That kind of makes sense. To revolve. Okay. And then it's ga. So transitive. Oh, this is a ga that is transitive. This is a transitive verb. That means you roll something else like a ball. Or if you're a dung beetle, poop. Poop, not to be confused with... Oh, because it's su. Which is intransitive, like so many verbs ending in garu. Okay. So garu is the intransitive thing, and gasu is the transitive thing. Okay, I'll have to remember that. Would there be a time limit of chatting with viewers after which you would just not re-chat for a while? No, I would just end the stream. Assuming the chats are unrelated to your studies, I just end the stream. I would cut the lesson. I did it a couple times. I did it once. It was when Gecko started in WaniKani. Then you hung around for Hanzahiro, and then SD showed up for Duolingo, and then SD was the one that witnessed that I cut my Spanish lesson. I cut my Spanish portion and then caught up the next day. We just catch up the next day. Time management. Plenty of time management skills. You know, you have mini burnout days, right? Mini burnout days, no problem. Cheat days, no problem. Ups and downs, no problem. If you have time management and like problem solving skills. SD was the only one, I think, to witness that in the last year and a half, that, or not really, maybe like the last 4 months. Talking with you definitely isn't worth distracting you from saying, nah. This is what I'm here for. It's literally what my happy dollars are for. What are you talking about? You better be taking my happy dollars. Only you would make it not worth it. You know? And since you're here, it's kind of hard to be not worth it. Unless you like delete your existence. That's kind of weird. That's like, that was kind of dark actually, the way that came out. Like, if somehow my memory just lost all instance of our conversation, then it would be not worth it. I stick to what I said before, where I said that I typically do not regret my choices. My choices are, for lack of a better word, they are often incredibly intentional and calculated. What becomes of the actions are not calculated, but the investments, like my choice to do it, is calculated. I choose to stream, therefore they have calculated cost and return. So when someone says I'm getting on stream and says I don't want to talk to people, then that is a conditional impasse of understanding what is streaming, right? They can choose to do so though, right? By clarifying. It's like, hey guys, I'm a streamer. I do no commentary let's plays. Fair enough. You're not bamboozling anyone, right? I did not make any of those conditions. In fact, I need to make a condition in which I'm not always playing or on task. Especially ironic when you take into consideration how many people tell me they have ADHD and can't stay on task. Right? What does that look like? Yeah, I was gonna make a joke saying thanks. I'm going to delete my existence, but I thought that yeah, no, we can't. I was thinking like a processing, like, so I was thinking like computer data. You know, like if you delete the file. But then I started thinking, man, that's really dark. Like that's one of those like comedy stand-up punchlines that you would have only in that context because everyone's ready for the joke. But that taken out of context can sound very, very dark. So I'm happy that to hear that you feel the same way. It's like, yeah, unless like somehow I have amnesia and lost all that time, it's not a waste of time. You know, it's not, it's always worth it. You know, okay, maybe I like to give a fair shake. So a question would be then, what do you think is a waste of time? Right? Like, I think oftentimes people ask the questions I'm used to answering, but rarely have I encountered someone that know me long enough to ask me the questions that I would be terrible at answering. Because then I would be stuttering and having poor metaphors, poor anecdotes, and whatnot. And that's usually the questions knowing me well enough. So oftentimes I'll ask myself these questions so that I'd be ready for it. And one of the questions would be, so what does annoy you? Like, what dramatically, incredibly annoys you for example, would be a question. Or what makes you feel like you waste your time? If the default is you rarely feel like you waste your time. So these answers are not, they're not like gonna blow your mind or anything. They're often pretty grounded. So what do I feel that's not worth it? Like in terms of distracting me from my study. What is not worth it is when my ISP decides to disconnect me when I'm trying to stream. That is a waste of distracting me from my study. See, not that bad, huh? Like it wasn't like some really deep response. If the ISP disconnects, it's inherently definitely not worth my time. So hear me out. The answer that I'm beating around is that things that are not worth my time are things that I choose not to do or did not plan to do, and they're keeping me from doing the thing I want to do. And the question is, are you choosing to distract me from my studies, or am I choosing to distract me from my studies? So the difference here is I often choose to distract myself from my studies because that is the purpose of the stream. And my cohort itself would say, if you don't want to be distracted from your studies, don't stream when you're studying. And then you might be thinking, or some people might have a valid argument and say, well, they like to stream to keep themselves honest so that they don't get distracted by other things. It's like substituting one distraction for another distraction can work, but it rarely works. So like someone could argue, oh, if I'm streaming, I'm more pressured to stay on task, despite knowing that you would be distracted by anyone who like comes in. You could put it on like no chat or something. I don't know how that works, but you can like prevent all chat or something like that, and then say like, oh, that works, that's fine. Or they could argue, if I don't stream, then I'll be distracted by everything else, like doom scrolling and stuff. It's like, okay, that's I can level with you on that. It's still a distraction though. Distraction is breeding distraction. It's more like avoidant behavior at this point. And then something that scares me, something that concerns me, right? Maybe something that annoys me. Well, I'll give you an example of something that annoys me. When I absolutely 100%, it's not even 100%, when I'm like 90% sure that I'm speaking or listening or seeing an intelligent person who intentionally, harmfully manipulates someone with their competence, that is probably going to annoy me. So what I mean by that is someone who I know with a high probabilistic ability, that I know that this person is educated. They fully know that they're abusing their influence and manipulatively. That annoys me a lot. I can't tell you how it is very difficult for me not to feel like very distraught about it. Like all sorts of emotions. Fear, right? Fear, concern, possible anger, like fixation, mania. That's kind of it. And I would here's one that is very topical. John Green and the tuberculosis cure. He's doing something about it though. So that's kind of a way to get me to proactively do something about it, right? But John Green has able to channel that John Green is doing his battle against TB. in developing countries. That's probably one of them. Like his frustration that he often communicates when it comes to knowing that TB is still on this planet with human carriers, knowing that it is curable, is something that he can communicate that's frustrating. And I have those things too. Like someone who openly, very intelligent, decided that somehow they are greedy and selfish enough to leverage all of their creative process and intellectual capacities to manipulate and intentionally harm people for their own gain. Like they gain intentionally at the expense of other people knowingly when they have excess like resources. So that is a point of annoyance. I think it can trigger me quite a lot, and it triggers me in a way that is not healthy for myself. It doesn't prod me and poke me to action. It causes me to spiral in a lot of mania and think about all the things that someone could do about it, like what else they could have done about it, and that occupies my time. So it creates self frustration. Like if I were a more proactive person, like this is where Muhammad mentioned the whole thing about comparing with others. It elicits most of that. Like, why can't I be like someone else who's more proactive and actualize this frustration, take it to those people, like raise awareness for those things? Because I'm not that type of person. So I could try and uproot everything, but then the next day, right? Then the next day emotions subside. And then I no longer have that drive anymore. And that is something I deal with, in my opinion, or navigate every single day. When I go on the internet, I see that. Now, some things are much less than other things. Nowadays. A bit like when people are suffering with substance abuse and substitute one substance with another, yes. It can work, but often it doesn't due to it not tackling the root problem of an issue with sobriety. Exactly. So still try it, right? We're talking about people who do not have any other choices. They emotionally and psychologically do not feel like they have any other choices. However, having someone who's helping you tackle the root problem of the issue, like the trigger for the substance use, while trying to physically stretch out your longevity by substituting one substance for another, is great. It's both, right? You're trying both. You're trying to extend your physical life and your well-being as a hope that it will elevate and liberate more time and functionality, while also being able to address the root problem, right? That's kind of the whole idea behind that statement, and it's really good. It's a really excellent antidote, I imagine. Yeah, that boils your blood. The worst case are people with mental disabilities and animals. Yeah, pretty big. Yeah, if you recently realized that with social media, it often makes you angry but never leads to any action, and you also worry it might end up pushing you to more extreme because of how emotionally invested you become. Yes. So my this is for my personal take on this. My antidote is I try to understand as much as I can about the situation, and somehow, in my opinion, for me personally, I find that understanding more and more about the situation allows me to work on it. I'm not entirely sure if it will ever make me lead into action, but I would love to be someone who may encourage others to tackle that. Yeah, that's a diffusion of responsibility, a very real psychological thing, but oftentimes I would say one of my weakest characters. Like, that's another question people can ask me. Instead of asking me what my strengths are, they could ask me like, what do I think is the weakest part of my personality? I am very prone to diffusion of responsibility, and largely that's because I feel like I often have crippling crippling or dysfunctional association with having to take action where it makes me the deciding factor. Like, I don't like being in a position where I am the deciding factor. And that's largely when some people would ask, like, do you ever decide to be in policy making or like lead something or be a manager? It's like, nah. I typically tell them most of the time the things I gain for not being a leader is at odds with being a leader. So there are a lot of characteristics that I have that makes for a poor leader, and that's one of the trade-offs that I would take. So conversations like this, generally not the greatest for leading. When you go around saying like, oh, everyone has a valid point, or I'm trying to see the validity of everyone's point, and then, you know, all your people who are following you and whatnot, it's like, wait, are you telling us to do this or not to do this? Are you telling us like this is good or is it slightly bad, or what are you saying? It's like, I have no idea. Don't make me a leader. That kind of thing. That's usually how I would thinkers. I'm not saying thinkers can't be leaders, but boy howdy, it takes a very special someone to lead with that. Like, what I mean is, there are very, very special people. And then there are super, super special people. Now, the special people have specialized skills that allow them to operate in a certain field, neglecting other things. Then there are the super, super, super special people, which somehow they specialize in multiple skills that contradict each other or need to be negotiated with each other, and they still make it work. And I don't necessarily think there are many of those. You can probably count them on a hand. Like, for example, maybe this is a little hot take, but Gandhi would be kind of one. And there's a reason why when I say Gandhi, historically, you can probably pinpoint everyone's knowledge of that person. Largely because they are incredibly super special people. And I am not arrogant enough to think that I am that special. Now, I don't want to reinforce Muhammad's nihilism, right? Hopefully we can all feel that we are valuable and special to someone within a sphere of influence, be it your friend, your brother, or your family. But yeah, those people that I'm thinking of, those are the special people, and I'm definitely not one of them. And I'm not entirely sure if I even desire to be one of them. Yeah, you've recently realized, okay, there it is. Leading others to be strong in your weaknesses means you're responsible for all the strengths you want existing in the world. That's a very interesting way to look at it. Yeah, means you're responsible for all the strength you want existing in the world. Jeez. Yeah. For me, if someone asked me, hey, would you care to do this? And all I can think about is all the potential counter arguments to me being responsible for that position. My first thought was like, heck no. But there's one really big asterisk to all of this. We're talking about voluntary things. In no way do I absolutely know, no matter what I say and do, I can never know how strong I am in something that I choose willingly not to do. So I'm telling you I am a very bad leader, but I don't know if I can be a decent leader when obligated and forced to be. Because in some situations in my life, I had started leading things out of obligation. So that's kind of one of those like big asterisk moments where, like, what if you're obligated to do so as a interaction with other things? That can be it. Like, it's not like I can't do deadlines, for example. I choose not to use deadlines. However, if I'm obligated for deadlines, we work with it. Now the question then is the comparison, right? Comparison is the theft of all joy. If I were to compare obligations, I personally would probably pick someone who's more, if it's an obligation, probably someone who's more fitted to be a leader. Voluntarily, it's probably not going to happen. If someone forced me to do it, I think I can do a sufficient job. Good enough. I think it's usually good enough. It goes back to what Mika said about if you're interested, good enough. I think the word I would use for myself is I can do a lot of things good enough. If worse comes worse. And that's kind of going back to what you said earlier about Jack. I'm more of a Jack than a king. But the thing is, a king is supported by Jacks. Right? So if a king falls, sometimes the Jack becomes the king. If you know what I mean. When a leader falls, someone has to take their place. And oftentimes, you can be good enough before another one takes its place. You saw the promo Gen said recently that he views the task only on what he needs to do for a task and don't focus on how long it will take. Yes. Oh, that's a good way to... That's another different way to compartmentalize that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so if I have an obligation, I'll do all in my power to get the obligation done. And oftentimes when I'm not thinking about how long it is, it usually ends up taking less time. And I already mentioned I'm not sure if you are the one that asked, but oftentimes when someone gives me a deadline, I work all the way to the deadline, but not in the same way that most people think. I get whatever I need to do done without focusing on time, but at least by that deadline, right? But usually it's not by that deadline. I usually get it done early because I don't focus on extending my time. I do the best. And then with all that extra time, I work up whatever up to that time because I get time to develop my skills while doing that. So whether it will give me an edge in the future, it's up to the person. Like oftentimes when someone asks me to turn in a project, for example, I would have the project done to the T of what was requested. And then I would be working on side projects, things that may be interesting to my employer because my employer may not have considered these things. But instead of overstepping my employer's authority and oversight, I would demonstrate as an initiative. So here's the task that's being done, right? As you said, to the T. It's like I also prepared alternative things that incorporate other things that might be interesting to you. The way I do it is to demonstrate that I might know a little bit more about the employer, right? Because I want to demonstrate to the employer or the person I'm talking to that I'm trying to also understand them, right? Just understand them. So when someone's asking me a question, for example, and I know the person asking me a question, the question wouldn't only just be about me, but it would have to be relevant to the person asking the question. And even with a stranger, I often ask a question back when they ask me a question. So that's kind of my default most of the time. You just searched up and Jacks on playing cards are based on military knights, military heroes. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, so I'm talking about like second in command kind of thing. Like things can happen really terribly and they can go south. But there are more safeguards. And I like to think rounded people round up the end in worst case scenarios, right? Foundation, if you will. The rocks. Anyways, all right. Let's get back to this. So what is this poop thing going on? Is it the same word? So I already know this word, right? The intransitive one, to roll. So is this koro? Korogasu.
転がす
転がす
Okay. When you try to roll something, the outside bits may be moving, but the photo. Stay still. Picture yourself making the earth roll across the floor. The outside parts where the people live are spinning around, but the earth's core is exactly the same place. Interesting. Things spinning around you. You know what's funny about this? Usually, what they would do is, this is one of the rare examples where Ko provided a mnemonic to reinforce Koro. The reason why I already know this is Korogasu is because this is Korogaru. So he could have said, oh, you already know Korogaru, so this is the same, which is what they do most of the time, which I disagree with a lot of times, because it doesn't reinforce what is not and what it is, like if it's repetition. So in this case, though, I'm actually kind of pleasantly surprised that they have a separate thing. The one for Korogaru is if you roll a Corona bottle down the hill, that's to roll down a hill, right? Intransitive. So Korogaru was rolling and watching the bottle roll down. And then this is when you roll the core, everything is rolling around it because it's transitive, right? They're trying to give the idea of transitive, that you're rolling something else. Do you think governments try to somewhat distract or at least talk about the fact that the common population has the most physical strength in total due to quantity of people? Do you think governments try to somewhat distract or at least talk about the fact that common population has the most physical strength in total due to the quantity of people? I don't know. I don't know, actually. Just because I was thinking about what you said about if the king dies, then the ones a step below take the top spot. Oh, like redundancies? Human power, human resource is... It used to be a thing, but I'm not sure about now, like how much redundancy happens. Like, for example, there's a trade-off, right? If you have too many redundancies, then you have conflict of power. You have power vacuums. And oftentimes when you think about how much influence someone has, how can you fill those power vacuums? But then again, you can also have a lot of social discontent when you have lots of people of the same power level. So that's kind of the difference between like a monarchy, a dictatorship versus like a democracy, right? So I would say, do you think government tries to somewhat distract or at least talk about the fact that common population has the most physical strength in total due to quantity of people? Physical strength, maybe. But I think influential, like figurative strength, I think they talk about it all the time, every day. Or at least from my perspective of living in a country that's represented by a republic democracy, right? Representative democracy. Usually that's pretty much all they talk about most of the time. the strength, the physical, the figurative, which also might also include the physical strength, both the figurative and the literal collective strength of the quantity of people. In fact, most of the voting systems are proportionalized to the quantity of people through representation, right? Majority rules, all of that. So I'm not sure about the UK, right? You live, like Procol, you're in the United Kingdom, which is still a republic, right? A republic. In the United States, it's like baked into every discussion. It's about how many people wants this, how many people agree with this, how many people this. In fact, the internet is all the time this too. So like if something is popular, it has power, it has strength. So like influence is calculated by power, the quantity of people. Power is nearly proportional in social media to the number of people. And that is even defying country boundaries and cultural boundaries. So I'd probably say no and yes at the same time. I think the government tries, maybe like other governments and whatnot, tries to understand or just like downplay how big the internet is as a collective. Like what I mean by that is when a government is concerned with domestic policy, it is still going to likely be smaller than the population of the internet. And that, I feel, does get downplayed and does get distracted. Not for long though, because YouTube and YouTube, Facebook and stuff are being challenged on the scale of the internet now, on international scale, where multiple bodies of governments are tackling the exposure that entities now have influence over multiple bodies and populations of people for collective strength. So that's kind of a thing, right? Ground news is an interesting take on trying to talk about quantity of reporting based on like political alignments and whatnot. So there's quite a lot of that. Challenge for having a monopoly. Challenge for having a ability to manage information. It's probably what I would say. Because if you're thinking about how information is being transferred nowadays, political power can be established really, really well or stripped really, really well by establishing how information is made available or served to the larger human population, which is the internet. The internet collectively arguably has a larger quantity of people than any singular country. So I would say, yeah, they're probably distracting in the sense of that, because a government body from any one country might not be bigger than the collective strength of the internet. And at the same time, it might not be, it's no, because it's not relevant as well, because the policy of one's government is excluded to the domestic affairs of one's government. Then someone may argue, again, globalization is a thing. So the policy of one's government affects other governments. Why should not the weight of the entire internet be weighing on the domestics of a country? I'm not saying any of this is true or like should be or should not be. I know that these things interact though. So in a way, I would say yes, of course they think about that and do that to some extent. And then yes, they would do the other thing too, to serve their purposes. I think that might be a reason for Trump's surge in popularity, where he first ran for president, yet he was everywhere for a while, either in news about him or memes. Yes, exactly. And you might be thinking, oh, this is unprecedented for the internet. It's not. How do you think FDR became so popular? When, like, to me, sorry, this is being a little bit ethnocentric, but I'm using presidents to match another president. FDR, during the time, fireside chats, the radio. FDR, federal, that's one of the most celebrated presidents during the beginning of World War II, and the Great Depression. FDR was one of the celebrated presidents who, like, arguably set the foundations to overcome the Great Depression and the entry into World War II, where Eisenhower followed him. What's his full name? FDR? Frederick Delano Roosevelt? FDR? I think it's Frederick. Frederick Delano Roosevelt? He's the guy with polio. FDR was the president with polio. And it was very, like... No, Teddy Roosevelt is his father. He's the one before him. FDR is after. I think... Wait. Hold up. I'm pretty sure Teddy Roosevelt is related to FDR. Hold up. Oh, no. I think they're too distinct. Never mind. They're not related. Teddy Roosevelt is his fifth cousin. is his fifth cousin. So they're technically not related in that way. So Teddy Roosevelt was 30 years before, like on average, 30 years before Franklin D. Oh, Franklin, not Frederick. Franklin. Franklin D. Roosevelt. I knew I would get this messed up. Franklin D. Roosevelt. But most people refer to him as FDR, which clearly I have forgotten his first name. That's great. You think Teddy, mainly from him getting shot and carrying on speaking? Ah, yeah. So, the reason why I say this is the radio in the United States, the radio was what reached the larger masses. And then television, radio, then television, and then the internet. And I would like to say probably in other countries that was mirrored too. But the internet kind of just superseded all of that in many places now. There are places where they jumped, they didn't need to transition. They didn't need to transition from radio to like radio to television. They jumped from like television straight to internet, right? So it is paralleled. The more voice you can, and before, what do you think? But what's before radio? The printing press. Newspapers were before radio. So you have newspaper, radio, television, internet. So this is not unprecedented times. I don't necessarily think now the scale of the internet is unprecedented, but the idea that when you have your hands on information has often existed since written things were available, right? You can go as far, I would say as far back without like breaking too much continuity in terms of like technicalities and stuff, probably go straight back to the printing press when things were able to be printed. And even then you can make an argument literacy was the next thing. So even if printing press was great and people could read, or like people could get that, you know, newspaper and stuff, literacy could have been a supersede that. So access to education might have been the next thing, in my opinion, a little stopgap between printing press and education, because then education led then to other things. But radio kind of supersedes the need to be able to read, because radio you can hear, television you can see and hear, and the internet you can do all of the above. So the internet has culminated in executing the exchange of information in every form. And what's even more direly interesting is all that information can be manipulated just as much as newspapers, radio, television. But now the internet, with all of its form of information, all of it can also be manipulated in the way that newspaper, propaganda, and like all that form of propaganda can still exist. Now the internet has a culmination of all of that. So you could kind of say it's an unprecedented time. The scale is incredible. So when you're talking about like popularity and presidents, I was like, yes, absolutely. In fact, the previous president, Obama, not Biden, like what I mean, like during the Trump, like the period that you're talking about, the Trump surge to popularity thing, Obama was incredibly popular, and he is arguably just as popular on the internet, like in a very positive light. So presidents, yeah, the United States presidents are very, very much well aware of internet exposure. Do you get more longer interacting chatters on YouTube over Twitch just because you rarely see the other chatters that chat for a while now? No, if you're talking about the longest. So, okay. Last one. Last one. I think we're gonna cut our Duolingo Spanish lesson for today. Sorry, SD. Let's see. Here we. So, if you're talking about, let's use box and whisker plots, right? So YouTube, Twitch, box and whisker plot, time of interacting. Okay, so we have YouTube, right? I would say the average is represented by this line. It doesn't matter what the scale is, right? Because they're relative to each other. And then Twitch would be, okay. And then we have a distribution in 1SD distribution. And then for Twitch, and then for range, we have range. You spend more time talking to YouTube chatters than chatting to someone else on Twitch when you've been watching. That's mainly why I asked. Yeah, because you chat at a different time than I would chat with a YouTuber on the YouTube side of things. Gecko and I chat for as long as possible, and then SD then chats arguably as long as you, but then I chat to other people. So it's what I'm saying is there's probably a slight increase average in Twitch conversation, and this is due to sampling as well. There's a limit of sampling, but it's slight average. And then the distribution is that lots of the distribution, most of the time the average is pretty consistent, but it reaches a little bit low for both, about the same. So you can't really tell the difference between like the amount. The amount is usually distributed across the same range. And then the best scenario, as in the longest, and the shortest are the same. They range for this. So up here, it would be Gecko. And up here would be you. The difference how this is possible is because if you look at the average, the two of you are not average. If you understand like how this graph works. You two are not average. So if you're comparing yourself with someone else, unfortunately, you're not the average interaction. The average interaction's here, which is another magnitude. These are another magnitude in difference. Most of the time on YouTube is hello, question, or skip straight to the question, maybe a response for both. And even if the distribution is more, so we have to also say that Twitch has a higher sample size. So Twitch has an end higher than YouTube. Higher than YouTube, right? And the thing is, when you have higher sample size, the average does not change not significant. But what it does do is it forms an average that's far more like this average with more people, this average actually drops. So for both YouTube and Twitch, the average time of interaction drops as sample size increase. So in the future, you and Gecko would be less and less comparable from your perspective. So if you're ever using your sub to compare in the situation or like feel in any way, like when you're watching and whatnot, it's probably going to be a misrepresentation. Like you have to keep in mind that no matter what you think, it's going to be different from the actual average. And that's a great question. I'm not, that's what I'm trying to validate your question. Your question is very valid from a person who may not have an average length of interaction with me. Now, I'll do one that is relevant to you, so I don't want to make it feel like I'm walking around how this is important to you. Now, if I were to take anyone who spent a tolerance level of 10 hours, let's say a tolerance level of 10 hours, what does that mean? So the delta T has to be greater than 10 hours, as in the person that I'm talking to that's in this sample, the N must be a delta T greater than 10 hours. So someone that I have interacted with for more than 10 hours, and then now we're using magnitude in a way, in average magnitude. Let's just say magnitude per day. So hours per day is when we're talking about stuff. So basically for every instance that we meet, what is our average amount of time per, I guess we're just going to say per instance. So like for today, what is our average conversation time when I'm talking to someone who's vetted by greater than 10 hours? So any one of that, right? And some of those people are not here anymore. And if I'm going to use YouTube and Twitch, and remember that YouTube is like 600 days now, and Twitch is over 2,500 days. So we're also having a sample size and duration. It would take the average time for that, if all of this makes sense. I would say they're about the same. The average interaction time would be 3 hours. And then the range, though, the range could get a little hairy. I think the range is fairly disproportionate. It's like this. So most of the time, Procall, whenever Gecko shows up, probably be talking about 3 hours. Whenever you show up, probably about 3 hours. Whenever SD shows up, probably about 3 hours. And then at some point, you guys don't, like, maybe some of us move on, or like I still continue streaming, but people move on, they no longer talk, right? They're no longer there, but it's per instance. So now we're normalizing per instance. Usually the people who have stayed, who've talked more than 10 hours, the average is about 3 hours. And why is it 3 hours? I have no idea. Nothing's stopping us from talking more. It just happens to be 3 hours. It's around there. Our upper limit, though, this is why I mean by there's not an upper limit, because one time Gecko has an upper limit. Actually, you know what? If we're using Gecko as an upper limit for YouTube, this is usually lower because he has to leave. So there's also time zone effects. But the thing is, you and Gecko share about the same thing because both of you have time limits a lot of times. And SD is from a different time zone, but SD also has a time zone limit because my stream ends by then too. I have a time zone limit on SD because SD and I share the same time zone. So whenever it gets really late for me, then I end up limiting that. So in the end of the day, if you take the 10-hour vet, the limit, we hit an upper limit problem. That's usually how I got these numbers. The reason I'm more confident in these numbers is because most people hit an upper limit. As in, Chief, we gotta eat, we gotta sleep, and you guys go do that. We'll have a conversation another time. Like, hold on to that thought, write down your favorite thing. We gotta get going. So, in the sense of the thing, not enough. We don't have enough sample size. But I can tell you that in terms of all the averages, they're about the same. Not that interesting. Or maybe it is interesting. Is it interesting that you found out it's about the same? Or is it interesting that you find out that you thought it might be different? Have you heard about that in either World War I or World War II? In the Air Force, they measured a load of pilots' body measurements, then built a seat for aircraft based on average, and none of them fit in the seat because no one was the average. I did hear about that, and that is hilariously comical. You thought it might have been different? I think it's noticeably different in other ways, but not that one, unfortunately. Isn't it interesting that human attention span doesn't change? I'm kidding. This is not like it's not like their capacity for attention span, but the approach is the same. Like the retention and whatnot is very interesting, and it might be me, by the way. So there is a common factor, right, that we must consider. Me. I know this might sound like a little ego. I'm on an ego trip now. Here's my big head. All right, my head is growing bigger. I think the normalizing factor is largely based on my willingness to talk to the person. So the reason why I'm reaching an upper limit, and also there's not very much difference, is largely because I will talk until the person leaves. And unless that person is incredibly dependent on me, which those people don't stay around for very long. The people who are not dependent on me are usually the people who have upper limits. So they know when to leave. At least I hope. Like when you were apologizing for like stepping away, I hope that you know when you step away, I know. It's like, that's okay. You shouldn't ever have to apologize on this, like a platform like this or like YouTube or something where you step away. Like I still have kids, like younger people who say like, oh, sorry I couldn't make this stream, or oh, sorry I haven't been around because you had a life. Like that's great. That's what I mean by being really cold about that. Like you're apologizing for having a life. I know what they meant. Like I appreciate it. I usually say, well, thanks. Like thanks for keeping me in mind. But really though, if you could do me any favors, knowing that you're too busy and you're having a time in your life, or even showing me what you do with that time, that's a win-win. So I think there's a problem with selection through me, where if you're asking about how long people get retained, usually the people who are retained know when they leave and know when they can stay. And it's usually dependent on an upper limit, how long they can stay. And they talk mostly for that time, interestingly enough. Most of the time. So, I already told you you're not average. But you're also average when you take into account all the people who are not average, if that makes sense. But the problem is sample size. Whenever I have 100 people who are around average, right? Around average, there are much less, like a sample size of 10 at any given time, where their average is pretty average too. It's like and I would say the problem, the thing that's confounding is I'm the streamer. So, in order to make meaningful things about this, I would have to tell you about other streamers. Right? Other streamers. And this is where I would say I totally just sat there in other people's streams and calculated and did my complex algorithm and used machine learning in order to computationally data mine all the retention rates and like per word interactions, and then go back and check out, hand out some flyers, recruit some 100 other streamers to conduct this social experiment. But no, I do not have this information. I don't have that much influence. So I can't tell you if this is meaningful data or not, largely because I am the streamer. And other streamers, you would need the other streamers in order to understand if Twitch people speak or not. You often say you're going to stop chatting for a while, but because you're giving thorough, well-thought answers, you usually end up thinking of something else to ask or say at the point. You tell yourself is what I mean by say. Yeah. That's kind of how it goes. I would be lying if I told you I wasn't trying to do that. That's a triple negative. An easier way to say what I just said instead of saying a triple negative like a normal English person, I'm going to say it like an abnormal English person. It is my intent for that to happen. In order for someone to be interested in your discussion, you must provide enough information in order for that person to be interested. Otherwise, if you say, yep, that it's the same but different, conversation ends. Unless that person is really, really have an agenda in mind. When you say same but different, it's done. So again, emphasizing that I am the streamer. So it's terrible. Like I can't tell you. I can't tell you anything meaningful thing other than it's probably me. I'm the upper limit. So the question is, am I just an average streamer? I'm kidding. I'm an atypical streamer, but with a consistent behavioral intent. So it also means that which I find very humbling in a way is that many people want to talk at their upper limit when interacting with me. I think that's super humbling. A little sobering discovery about all these years is knowing that most people do not want to talk. And that forms the basis of why I stream. That's what I try to do each day. For every 100, there might be one. So the sobering aspect is the vast majority of people don't want to talk about what they are thinking with me, or have even any time willing to listen to me to find something that it's interesting to talk about, or tell me something enough so that I have something interesting to talk to them about. That's the sobering thing. But the humbling experience is, if you keep trying, there's going to be one. And at any time, I feel like there's roughly about 3 to 5 people. And they turn over. So these people turn over. A year ago, the same 5, which includes you, were not those same 5. No one knows me that talk on stream and chat knows me for more than 1 year. Consecutively in 1 year. Now, these people may occasionally drop by every like 2 years or 6-month periods to say like 1 or 2, but they're not the people who fit the 10-hour vetting process. So for the most part, I have rotated 3 or 5 people every 1.5 to 2 years. They don't, and it's not because we had some sort of disagreement. Sometimes it is, but most of the time it's falling out. Like a falling out of interest because life takes a very long time, obviously. Right? Things happen at very slow paces. So you kind of just run out of things to talk about and you drift. When I say you kind of, 2 people thing. As in do I run out of things to talk about? Not really. But do we have any mutual things to talk about? That's usually what happens. Either that or the person asks enough questions where they're going to enter a conflict of interest, and that conflict of interest was enough to break up whatever small, like tenuous relationship we have. Usually, I would say smart like intelligent people, like successful people, for example. I'm not saying that we can't have successful people who are dependent on each other. Generally speaking, the people who stick around that do intellectual conversations, they get better, they get healthier. At least this is my mind telling me. I'm naive in this situation. Over time, they get better, they get healthier, they get more ambitious, they go on with their lives, and that's what happens. Their life gets really busy, and I'm all for it. That also means that we don't talk to each other. Right? Like, what I mean is, we talk to each other to catch up, but we don't talk to each other on a regular basis in the form of, like, chatting or something. So, I often expect this within the 1 or 2 years situation. The people I talk to, they'll become healthy, or they got something really busy, they go on and do that. And then every once in a while, they come back and we catch up and then go on with our business. So is this, in no way am I saying this is a measure for dependency. It's something I observe, but it's only correlation, right? There's no causal link between suggesting that if you stayed and talked to me for more than 2 or 3 years, that also means your life hasn't changed and we have become dependent on each other's company or something like that. That's not suggesting that. Largely, what happened by coincidence is that the vast majority of the people that I have come to know, they all moved on at some point. And occasionally you might bump into them again within the 3 years or something, and then they obviously would do the thing, oh, you're still doing this, that's cool, keep up the grind, that kind of thing. And I'm here, I'm not going anywhere, really. My health might take me somewhere at some point. Yeah, always feel free to come by. Yeah. Okay. Poop, right?
転がす
But its core stays still. Picture yourself making the earth roll across the floor, the outside parts where the... Yeah, I'm not the greatest on this mnemonic, it's fine. Let's move on. Korogasu. To advance something. Do I already know a read for this? This might actually be... I swear this is Hajimeru as well. No, it's not Hajimeru. I don't think I have... This is transitive for me. Okay.
進める
Oh, wait, I do have Susumeru. I have Susumu. To pass, to advance. But this is to act on something. Advance something. Transitive.
進める
And Susumu is intransitive. Yes. You are moving your lawsuit forward against Sue, but now she says that you're the problem. Susume. Oh, that's kind of cute. It relates to the Susumu. You have to sue to get through, to advance. And now Sue is suing me. Susume. Alright. I got you. I got you. A rank. What was Wei? Wei was location or position. Oh, I can see how this is rank. I can see how this is rank. Yeah, for the sake of my sanity, I think we're gonna take 2 bye days for Duolingo Spanish. Probably. Yeah, today and tomorrow, because we have to summarize, we have to do a tentative takes thing for Hanzi Hero. Eagle. This great leader is actually the leader. Alright, how does this work? A leader stands at the highest rank in an organization. The leader is the highest rank and stands above all others. Picture the great leader. Imagine him actually standing on the shoulders of his supporters who are lower rank. This is such a coincidence. A lower rank than he is. He's standing on top this great pyramid as a fearless leader. This great leader is actually the leader of the Boy Scouts. And as we all know, the highest rank in Boy Scouts is the rank of Eagles. I actually didn't know that. I know the Eagle Scouts is a thing in the United States, but I was not a scout. Sorry. This great leader has attained the rank of Eagle Scout and stands above all other scouts. Picture the same ranking pyramid from above. Only all the members are Boy Scouts and the leader at the top. Okay. I'm okay with this. I got it. A slice of Americana. Okay. Oh, this is Hajime ni. Okay, Hajime ni. Which is to begin with, or in the beginning. Okay, remember how Hajimeru means to begin something? Hajime is the noun version and means beginning, and as in part of an action or process, and ni marks a point in time. Yes. So Hajime ni means in the beginning. Hajime ni can also mean to begin with or start with. Yes, yes. When introducing an action, opening action. Indeed.
はじめに
Hajime ni.
はじめに
That's fine. We're good. I think. Alright. Just right. Oh, that makes sense. Just right is just right. This together is still just right. Or exactly. Exactly. So when you make exactly an adjective, it's still the same. It's exactly right. Yeah, if this means exactly, then exactly good is just right. Okay. It's still exactly, but I guess they want the right part. And I know this, right? Oh, does it preserve? I'm guessing this is 2 separate. Oh, don't be a different read, please. Chodo. Chodo is the normal.
ちょうどいい
Okay, chodoi, 2 separate words. Okay,
ちょうどいい
chodoi. All right, we're going. We're going. Whoops.
進める
Susumeru.
転がす
Korogasu. Oh, why is that so much louder? What the heck? Leader, rank, Eagle Scout. Okay. Hajime ni.
はじめにちょうどいい
Chodoi. Yeah, we still got we still got 70 lessons to go. It's fine. It's fine. Spanish will just have to wait. Amount sold. It gives me an extra day to practice the Spanish, I suppose. I do Spanish in the evening because of the Duolingo exercises. So when I'm walking, I'm actually doing Spanish. Amount sold. So how do we get amount here? I got sold above get age. So it's like as much as this. What time of day do you usually start Japanese and Chinese? When I start Japanese, I usually start like 5.5 hours ago. So whatever 5.5 hours ago for you is when I start Japanese. And I already I made that graph. It's usually average 2 hours for Japanese, and then Chinese is average 2 hours as well. So I was supposed to start Chinese like 3 hours ago, but today's a little exception. I'm supposed to start Chinese an hour and a half ago because WaniKani's schedule is a little weird. Some days it gets as low as 30 minutes and it gets as high as 4 hours. Today is the 4-hour one. So I was supposed to start Chinese an hour and a half ago and then be done with Chinese. At this point, I should be starting Duolingo Spanish, which would take 2 hours, which takes me to midnight. My time, midnight. So it's 10 p.m. right now. At this very moment, I had planned to start Duolingo Spanish and then complete it. And tomorrow I have something special, so Spanish wasn't going to be part of the schedule already tomorrow. Largely because I have to do 2 things for Hansa Hero. But we're just gonna take a bye for both of them. For now. Let's see. So amount sold. Uri? Uriage. Probably uriage. So the selling that you raised was... The selling that you raised, like ageru, is the amount sold, or the number of sales. Think of a graph going upward where it raises the amount of sale. Okay. Fair enough.
売上
Uriage. Yep.
売上
売上
Very nice. 2 separate things. We're good. Real thing. A real thing is onbutsu? The real thing is a real thing? Oh, because they're using real. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Or main, or real. Yeah, main. If you learn hon as book, you can also think of the word as the book thing. What is this book thing? Is the real version of book is a real thing? If so, you'll pay. Yeah, this is also real. Can you think of a place or situation in Japan that you would have the least confident talking to a native person about? Can you think of a place or situation in Japan that you have the least confidence talking to a native Japanese person about? That's a lot. Are we going too hard on this? I think least is probably the problem here for me. We're talking about idealism again, right? So this is an ideal case. There are a lot of ideal cases, but they're not pragmatic cases that I would find or encounter. Do you want to hear an example to illustrate the point? I could think of something maybe slightly pragmatic. I'll give you a slightly pragmatic place, but it's still highly unlikely unless a case happens. Bottom 5% then, or similar? Something similar? Bottom 5%. I'm dying of food poisoning, and I have to talk to a Japanese doctor of how I feel. Oh wait, I might have read your thing. Okay, can I think of a place or situation in Japan that I've had the least confidence talking to a native Japanese? Yeah. If I had a medical emergency and I ended up in a doctor's office and that person is a native Japanese person. Now, hear me out. You could make an argument that the native Japanese person who's in a medical field will likely know how to speak English. It's like, that's okay. But you're talking about bottom 5%. So it would be the least confident talking to a native Japanese person in a situation that is reasonable, as in a place. Because otherwise, the sky is the limit if you're going to be like, oh, it's anything. So the rarest case. So we could just look at the rarest case and it'd be like, accidentally using the wrong bathroom in someone else's apartment because you entered the wrong room. That would be really, really uncomfortable, but it would be highly unlikely. Or like accidentally sitting at the wrong table and eating the person's food and then trying to resolve the conflict of interest between the restaurant sitting me in the wrong place and the customer who thinks they're at the wrong table or I'm at the wrong table. That could be something that's least comfortable. Like, I wouldn't know how to do anything. So, well, I would say a possibility is maybe like I got sick when I'm in Japan, right? When I'm visiting, I got sick and I need to talk to a doctor. That's probably going to be a tough one. Like, other than saying, I'm sick. Like, I feel sick. I feel awful. Or this hurts. You might be able to, like, point and stuff, but probably least confident talking in that way. The alternative is somehow I got invited to the Prime Minister's chamber. Like, these are the absurd situations. Somehow I went to Japan on the business trip and I was asked to speak, and somehow I had to end up in having an audience with the Prime Minister of Japan. That probably would be a great place to feel least confident talking to a native Japanese person. Probably. And it's still plausible. Or alternatively, somehow I'm in the JET program and I have to represent the JET program while talking to the president of Tokyo University in a public debate about Japanese education system. I can actually see that happening, but it would be very uncomfortable because those are all specialized situations. So if I had to be a little bit more general, probably any specialized situations where it doesn't involve sharing like random pleasantries. So anything beyond random pleasantries, think of a situation, probably not the least confident talking, but the word I would use is less confident talking, because I simply will not know the vocabulary. Like, I just simply, it's not in it. You can't. It's very, you can't. There's no way I can even bridge that, and I probably won't. And the nice thing about those situations is I think those answers will stay the same for probably forever. I'm more likely to be able to talk about organized crime than I would be to talk about the government, the education, or medical. Like, I'm probably less likely to be able to be confident in talking about those 3 topics than organized crime. Because I play video games. So that's what happens when you have specialized conversations. Like, for example, here's something really interesting if you haven't ever considered it. Do you think have you ever wondered if someone talked to me, if they know I had a PhD in molecular biology, would that prevent them from having less confidence to talk about science or not? Or it's me? That's probably the same situation now, only I'm taking the role reversal. I'm providing an antidote. And I can tell you now, people's demeanors change when you use status a lot of times, especially status in competence. So I typically do not say that I'm a native English speaker, nor do I say that I have a PhD in molecular biology, or like not until after the fact. So oftentimes one of the root parts of that question is it's a native Japanese person, right? So if I had knowledge that is a native Japanese person, does that affect the way my confidence in it? Usually my answer is no, because it's dependent on the place and situation. However, the nature of your question also tells me that you are well aware and exposed to the idea, or maybe internalized for the idea, that when you know that someone has a difference in status, when you're gauging their output, it does significantly affect. I would say a vast majority does significantly. I do not find people intimidating. I find my own competence, my own competence intimidating. So when I meet someone, I don't, or when I'm in a situation, that person does not intimidate me. I intimidate myself based on my level of competence in situations. So I would feel far more or less confident because I know I'm not prepared for that situation. Not regardless, I would be not confident if I didn't know any medical things and talking to a doctor. I would feel less confident about talking about it. So it probably supersedes everything. It doesn't necessarily have to be in a different language. Oftentimes that's the thing that keeps me motivated in constantly learning. What if that person started running at you with an angry face? I run away. I know lo siento, sumimasen, right? 对不起, sorry, my humble apologies. You start with that. That is that's far more confident than trying to figure out how to say I have a stomach. I think I have a stomach ulcer. Because it's pleasantries. You're talking about emotions. So the first thing you can do, especially a Japanese person, is you bow and say sumimasen. And then you start from there, right? If it's an angry Spanish speaker, or however, I don't know if I can even determine that, you just come at me and it's like, I still bow my head and say lo siento. And then ask them, like, I'll probably ask them how are they, or what's the problem, ¿Qué es problema? ¿Qué es el problema? Genki desu ka? Or like something to the aspect of asking them how they're feeling. What does the lowest degree and highest degree bow mean? Bow? What does the lowest degree and highest degree bow mean? Wait, where are you seeing that? Where do you wait. The lowest meaning least movements. As in barely bowing. Oh, I have no idea. Oh, you mean like in Japanese? There's different levels of bow for like respective status differences. and I probably bow the hardest. Yeah. You have levels of degrees about a difference in status. I usually bow quite low already though, most of the time. In fact, it might actually be interpreted as, I would say, my habit of bowing or like nodding and whatnot. It could be misinterpreted by Japanese people. Like Japanese people might get the wrong idea, or they might also get angry a little bit by lowering my status a lot of times. So like sometimes when you want to do it just right, and I think Japan is one of those places. Not that it will like people will flip tables or something, because I'm not Japanese, but in a Japanese society, among Japanese people, there are levels in which you bow to illustrate the proper order of hierarchy. So you can bow too low, you can bow too high, and you can bow too not appropriately. For me, I always bow the lowest. I actually am one who very commonly bow when I'm accepting things too, like the Korean aspect as well. And I often hand people things using one hand. So I don't know if you already know this, but since Taekwondo, I often receive things with one hand. I don't like hand things with two hands. I usually offer things with one hand. And there's a historical meaning to that when you're offering it to a stranger, is because like back in the day, basically before like times where people like hold swords and stuff, when you're doing this is to make sure that your other hand isn't going to like just lunge at the person or something. So oftentimes, you offer with one hand. And I think Japanese have some form of that. Or occasionally when people aren't comfortable, like I would hold visibly both the hands and I would like offer them with a small head bow, right? So that happens a lot. I don't typically interact and hand things without having my head a bit lower. It's not probably, it can be misconstrued in Japan. Not that it would be a problem, of course, because it's pretty clear that I would be a gaikokujin, right? I would be a foreigner, not a Japanese person. So, but I imagine in Japan that would be kind of weird. Like if you're a Japanese person and you did something like that, it can cheapen your station as a person. So some people could see that as a disruptor. You're cheapening your station when it's inappropriate. You have to get it just right. That's kind of one of the elegance of Japanese tradition. Chinese would be very similar too. Like if your station is really high and you deliberately humble yourself, if you humble yourself too far, it's cheapening your station as a person. So then it would reflect poorly on other people of your station, right? You're not obeying rules. In the United States, it's individualism. So if I bow my head, it is attached to me as an individual. So I could be just seen as a very humble person, and that's okay. Or, other people's like, oh, wow, this person thinks they're never good enough. I wouldn't want to hang around someone who's never good enough. And that's perfectly fine because it's on an individual basis. But generally speaking, I can definitely see the thing that I'm describing, like the stuff about angry faces and stuff. You could also see that if someone apologizes immediately when another person comes at you in an angry face, that might not be the most appropriate place if your station is higher than the other person, or you don't think you're at fault, right? And oftentimes, I would say in a Japanese environment, it might be pretty obvious who's at fault and who's not. So knowing the rules and stuff, one is to hold their head out high and not apologize apologetically in advance. That can happen. I'm not saying it's like a common courtesy or something, but generally, because of my Americanized side and maybe a combination of the Chinese aspects, whenever someone's angry at me in public, the first thing you do is apologize. So inherently, I am very comfortable, regardless of pitch, accent, or pronunciation. I would know how to at least minimally know how to say sorry in the languages that I'm participating in. So no, hands down, must know how to apologize. And if I'm well dedicated enough, I would know how to apologize in 2 or 3 different degrees of apology, and then 2 or 3 degrees of familiarity on asking what's the problem and how do the other person feel, and even before saying hello, by the way, because if you can apologize while saying hello, it works as well, almost internationally, because you're humbling yourself most of the time. So like, for example, if you're saying what's sorry in Japanese, sumimasen. What's excuse me in Japanese, sumimasen. If you want to get someone's attention, sumimasen. In Chinese, like for example, I could use Fujianese. It's like, how do you say thank you? Kirang. How do you get someone's attention? Kirang. How do you say please, may I have something? Kirang ni. It's still the same word. So oftentimes it even supersedes saying hello. And that's kind of my take on what are the priorities of language. I usually take these first. So even hello is fairly optional compared to sorry. And I like that. And that's probably the whole angry thing. That's what prompted me. Like, if someone's running at me with an angry face, first thing I do, bow and say sorry. Probably because Chinese values, but Japanese values are very similar in that line. In public, if someone's angry at you, take the initiative, apologize. It doesn't matter if it's your fault or not. You step first. And though societies like Japanese society and Chinese society will see the bigger person, not that it reflects poorly on the other person. It reflects on you that you're humbling yourself by admitting that there was a problem and you were involved in it. Not necessarily whether it's your fault or not. And that's kind of a value system that I had growing up. And I take it to my American colleagues all the time. And that's what identifies me, right? Not only does that make me a foreigner in Japan, possibly, it also makes me a foreigner in the United States, because it doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. I apologize first if there was a conflict of interest. And in the United States, that actually works against you quite a bit sometimes. Because if you keep apologizing for things that you're not at fault for, people might actually think you're at fault for it. And that is something that doesn't really fly very well, because people can abuse it. They can take advantage of it. So in order for me to still keep that value system with me, I choose my people. I choose people that I want to work with and be around carefully. So instead of giving up that value system, I spend far more time compensating for it. I choose my people very carefully, so the people around me do not take advantage of me. It's not to say that the people who do take advantage of me are like malicious or mean people. I am more likely to say that people want to be helped when they don't need to ask for it. They can keep their integrity intact with someone who is more supportive without asking. So that in myself, I like playing that role with moderation. Early in my life, it was not that case. I didn't understand how to moderate myself. So that's the downside of being a yes man, right? I think the yes man is more of a Western concept than an Eastern concept. In Eastern concept, especially in like Chinese or Japanese culture, in public, you're always a yes man. Like that's what you're trying to maintain. You're the yes man. When someone in public tries to request something, you're doing your best. It's as much yes, and if you do, you're suggesting a soft no. As in, oh, I'm sorry, I'm very busy right now. Sorry, right? That is probably the least amount of rejection you're going to get. The softest you can when you ask for help is, sorry, I don't have time. Formally, right, that I am unable to help you. It is my fault. I am unable to help you at this time. That's not that you're requesting something, but I am unable to fulfill your request, right? So when you ever ask, like maybe me, possibly another Japanese person or a Chinese person, and they can't help you, they would apologize. It's like, oh, sorry, I'm unable to help you, which it's also true in the United States, but the meaning might be a little bit lost in translation on like what the motivation is, right? Sometimes it's like, no, that's not my problem. For example, in Western culture, right? So you might be saying, oh, there is this feeling in Japanese and Chinese, but the thing is, no, that's not my problem. Or it's more like, no, I can't address that problem yet, because when it becomes my problem, I must address it. So when you say, yes, I can help you, you sure as well be pretty confident that you can help that person, because it becomes your problem. It's not it's the difference between someone saying, yes, I will try to help you, but if I can't fix the problem, that's not my problem. I'll try to help you. So I've often negotiated this before. Whenever I was growing up, because when I say yes, I can help you, I really do mean I can help you. And if you don't sit there and let me help you, then you shouldn't ask for my help. Gosh darn it. I'm kidding. That was a little aggressive. But oftentimes when someone asks me a question, I want to answer it to the fullest of my ability, and that person goes off. That's the same thing. Not that it hurts my feelings anymore, because I'm 38. I've grown to learn how the different countries interact. But when you ask a question, be ready. I make sure I answer the question. Otherwise, I would tell you like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have time to discuss this, but maybe we'll hold off the discussion for another time, which is my default to saying, hey, roll call, time's up. No, I'm kidding. And you're not gonna find this in stream, obviously, because I already established that I would I would change the schedule as opposed to not completing a question. There are other things, obviously, I can't handle. My voice going out, I can't handle that. So that's probably one way in which I would excuse myself. Often I'm never under the weather. I can't use I'm sick most of the time, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't remember the last time I was sick. I have respiratory problems and like allergies and stuff. Like my nose is always constantly doing the thing, but I don't remember the last time I was sick. Like not necrotically sick, as in, oh, you can, of course you can make yourself sick. Just grab a salmonella infested chicken breast and then eat and then become sick. No, I mean like not incidentally recovering, like not alcohol poisoning, something like that, like drinking too much alcohol. But the last time, yeah, I don't even know what it's like to have the flu anymore. I think it's been like 30 years. I was told, my parents told me that I might have been sick once when I was younger, which of course I don't recall. But yeah, always here, always ready.
本物
Omono. Oh, interesting. It's a special one. Oh, I guess this is kind of like the other stuff, like tabemono and whatnot. Although tabe has be in it. Okay. Omono.
本物
本物
if an angry person starts running at me, you bow. You say you're sorry. What would you do if an angry person's running at you? You know, I would combine the two. I would run and apologize at the same time. Like, if it was an angry person who's like about to like deck me, I would run and say sorry at the same time. Maybe like run enough distance in which they can hear me say I'm sorry. I'm thinking of this comical scene where like, no, I'm gonna be like the main character of an anime and like slip right past this angry person, deck him, and then just walk away looking cool, edgy. You're polite, but not polite enough to think about anything other than Yeah, fair enough. I've watched since I watched Solo Leveling season 2, right? You asked earlier, right, about Solo Leveling season 2. I watched all of it in one evening. It was like 3 days ago, and then I also watched Sakamoto Day season 1 the following day in one evening. There are 13 episodes and 11 episodes. It's pretty fast. And all I can think about now is whenever someone resolves a conflict, you just deck them. I enjoyed them quite a lot. They're very similar though. Like, what I mean is, it's a power trip thing. It's neat. It's an MC thing. I think it's really entertaining. I think the animation, both shows are extraordinary, although they're power trippy. And Solo Leveling, have you watched Hunter x Hunter? Roko, have you watched Hunter x Hunter? I described this to someone else recently. Season 2 of Solo Leveling is like watching the 30-40 episode arc of Hunter x Hunter regarding the ant. Like, really, literally the ant. It's a literal ant and evolution thing. There's a parallel arc. It's one of the highlighted arcs in Hunter x Hunter, the series. And Solo Leveling, what they did was made it super streamlined for a mainstream audience. About that. The other thing, like becoming more powerful, and then that's still in there. Hunter x Hunter does that too. It's a shonen thing. I'm talking very general, but it is a literal ant, and it's about evolution. Evolution, being hunted down, and second season of Soloing touched upon it a little bit. Like, the elves, the orc, and the ants are programmed to be hunted, right? But they also want to be the hunter. And they deal with like advantageous adaptation. And the main character represents advantageous adaptation when everything else is static, right? And Hunter x Hunter touches upon that very, very heavily in one of its arcs. And I think it's like 30 to 40 episodes of Hunter x Hunter. So that's how I felt about that. It was great. The animation's absolutely wonderful. And I actually love the American, the English song, Songwoo. However, since I was watching the English one for so long, the cast around it is like okay. They're okay. And then for Sakamoto Day, I was also watching the English version. That's why it was really fast. Because Matt Mercer is Sakamoto. It is a Netflix dub. In fact, nowadays they distinguish between who is doing the dub, and when it says Netflix dub, it's usually voice actors that I've been following for some time, and Matt Mercer is one of them, because Matt Mercer is also the voice of Majima in the most recent Like a Dragon game. So it was interesting. That part was super cool. Sakamoto, that type of genre has been done a couple times. There is another show, Sakamoto-san, which it's a teacher who's super good at doing things because of their previous past. And Sakamoto Days, by coincidence, is a ex-assassin who wants to do regular life, and he's really good at doing that thing. And one of the OG versions of these is a show called Full Metal Panic by Kyoto, eventually by Kyoto Animations, but someone else. And they did great animations for that. And they did a Fumofu spin-off. That's where one of their Fumofu spin-off, Full Metal Panic Fumofu. And that main character is a military trained guy who's stuck into a slice of life things. And he's good at doing things, but not particularly at the slice of life thing, which is kind of, again, Sakamoto Day and whatnot. So I like those out of time, out of place type of anachronistic shows. The MC does that a little bit in Solo Leveling too. You know, like when he's doing like normal things that people are doing, popularity things, the intersection of like money, politics, rank, and then there's this guy. And this guy just does everything well. So pretty much power trip stuff. There was one that I watched that was like, it was okay, but people liked it. It was The Eminence in the Dark or something. That's a power trip one too. Takes place in fantasy. It's something Eminence in the Dark. And again, Sakamoto Day Solo Leveling. What you get is One Punch Man. One Punch Man is also, again, that same deal. And if you splice One Punch Man with SAO, you probably get something as edgy as Sungwoo in Solo Leveling. So really entertaining stuff. Very entertaining stuff. What really captivated me was the little bits of existentialism that was thrown in Solo Leveling. Sakamoto Day ended up taking the Batman approach. You know, the Batman approach. Love, familial, dedication, turning one's asset that was despicable to one that love become the essence of protection. And I love that too. I'm a sucker for wielding power to protect. It's one of the hard, it's far more difficult than wielding the power to destroy, right? Largely because it kind of goes somewhat more conflicted against human condition than it is the other way around. Like, human condition does include both protection and destruction. However, destruction is self-serving and protection is selfless, which actually tend to go against human condition. So Sakamoto as a character, beautiful. It's a great thing to see someone who's incredibly skilled become humbled by their humanity. And the Solo Leveling guy is the same way. He did everything, even despite all his strengths and his ability to manipulate everything and succeed. He's motivated by his mother's health, and now it's over. Like the health is his mother's health is health. Sorry, spoilers. I forgot to say spoilers because technically Solo Leveling hasn't been several months old, but that's cool. And now there's other human aspects of the character that they can explore. Which, by the way, in case you're wondering, you might be thinking, oh, there's no parallels. What are you talking about? Why you keep saying One Piece and Hunter x Hunter? Do you know what the motivation of Hunter x Hunter's Gon is? Gon has a father, and he wants to find his father. What is the next arc of Solo Leveling going to be involved in? Finding out that his father is still alive. And that his father is the key to everything about him. And all the travesties and all the stuff. Like, and then, okay, well, what else? One Piece. He's, you know, Luffy is gonna go out on his expedition and stuff, and he's gonna find about his father. So this stuff is painted on the walls, but I love the process. I love the animation. Animation is such a wonderful thing to offset. Like the process is so much more interesting. So I would say very, very entertaining. I recently watched the 627th episode of One Piece. I'm watching like the concluding arcs of, I think, the 12th arc in One Piece. So there's a lot of material to comb over now. Anyways, I'll be watching Orb soon. Orb is on the docket now. The reason why I'm watching Solo Leveling is because Blair likes Solo Leveling. We talked about Solo Leveling a couple of times already, and then I talked about Sakamoto Day before I met Gecko, because it was airing, and then now Orb is on the docket for Gecko, to like talk to him about it. And then Click, gotta finish Link Click. There are two seasons of Link Click, and I'm watching that in Chinese because I'm actually very accustomed to watching things in Chinese. Probably even quicker than English a lot of times. Chinese has this way of saying a lot of things, but a lot less, if you know what I mean. So yeah, Link Click or Click Link is the one after that. Catching up on a lot of things. Lots and lots of things. So what is this low? What's low? Did I use low? Oh no. I don't actually know what this is. What up? Wait, wasn't I on a lesson? Wait, I could have sworn I was on a lesson. Why is this here? Wait, why is this here? Do I even... Oh, maybe I don't. Hold up. Did I skip the lesson on this? Wait. Hold on. I totally forgot. Hold up. It's fine. We're gonna go back. Oh, I skipped the lesson on low. Sorry. I skipped the lesson on low. That's right. Okay. All right. It's fine. We're fine. Older brother. This is retroactive. Okay. Low. What is low? The leader of your clan wants to live close to the ground, so he demands you get low. Low with your belly to the ground. There you go. I don't make this stuff up, Prokop. Here's your example of rank. You gotta get low to the ground, the way you're always below him since he's the leader. Picture yourself, face smushed into the ground, and you can hear the leader shouting above you, get low. Okay. What is the leader doing in the... Hey, tater tots. Second tater tots. So low people like you can only eat low food like potatoes? I'm okay with this. I'm totally okay with this. But that's boring. So you low people learn to make tater tots. Absolutely. You roll them to each other and eat them without lifting your heads. Dude, I'm all about this. If low people get to eat tater tots, I'm all about this. Get low to the ground right now and ask your mom or dad to roll some tater tots towards your face. Eat them up. Okay, alright. Tater tots. Wait, but that's onyomi. You gave me an onyo. Okay. Saite. This is the Hidoi or something. No. Yeah. Hikui. Dang it. It's fine. Tater tots. A seller? Same deal. So we have maybe Urishu. Urite? Oh man. The reason why I say shu is because it's a person, but that doesn't check out this time. This word used the kunyomi for both. Okay, the ri, so it overrides. Okay. One hint is that this kunyomi is in the center, so it's two separate words. Okay. So that overrides the shu. Okay.
売り手
売り手
Alright. Now I can do this lesson. Wait! I didn't get this, but it is urikire,
売
right?
り切れ
Let me see if I can guess the meaning of this. I skipped this too. A cut? Sell? To cut a sell? A discount? To discount? No, I didn't read the lesson. Oh, sold out. When the selling is cut, that means something is sold out. You'll see it. Oh, okay. And look out for you. Okay. And then Ire unexpectedly does not have a rendaku. Oh, you might think it would be rendaku because gire, yeah, and none of the. Oh, okay. So this is an exception as well for the kire thing. Okay, but anyways, to cut the selling solo. Got you. I skipped another lesson. It's fine. We're good.
売り上げ
Uriage. Amount sold. Okay.
売り手
Urite. What was it? Tater tots? Lo. Okay. Oh, okay, we're back. Okay, real thing. Oh, I remember now. If I come back and come in, they swap up. They jumble the things. So we got real thing already. Onmono.
本
Right?
物
And then norimono. Interesting. Vehicles. That makes sense.
乗り物
乗
Norimono.
り物
That's fine. First. Oh boy. You're gonna have to help me out on this. Spirit and sword. What's this first? If you want a spirit sword, you have to be the first one to find it. Do you really think the first person to come across a spirit sword wouldn't want it? No. So if you're any place but first, you're not getting anything. Imagine it's like commenting on YouTube or Facebook. If you say first, well, congrats, you win the internet spirit sword. Show. If you were lucky enough to be the first to find the spirit sword, you should open up a small show to show it off, and then you can make yourself the first in line every day to see the show. That's can I think of a show? Oh, Saisho. Oh. Saisho, that's good enough actually. Saisho. Escalator. Oh, now we have stairs with a kind of like a slide, a complicated stairs. I got you. Escalator. Fair enough. You're good. You're good. Rich people. At one point I knew this. It's probably ooh. Is it Kinmachi or Kanemachi? Kanemochi. Might be Kimochi, but it sounds very weird.
金持ち
Kanemochi, of course.
金持ち
金持ち
Of course, it's Kanemochi. So combine Kane with okay, alright, fine. Works. We gotta get going. Onmono.
本物
Real thing, sure. Norimono.
乗り物
Vehicles. These are self-explanatory. Except for this one. Spirit sword. First, the spirit sword starts the show. Right? Okay. Escalator. This one's pretty good. Escalator's pretty funny. Kanemochi.
金持ち
Have money, so rich. Checks out with Chinese. Alright. Kimochi? Yeah, kimochi feeling. How do you... The energy you hold in your body is your feelings. And take the form... Kimochi... Kimochi means a lot of things, though. Like, it means a lot of things. Like, informally. So, that's kind of tough.
気持ち
Kimochi.
気持ち
Yeah. Ki is an onyomi, yeah. And you learn that with a kanji, okay. Mochi, though, is kunyomi, which you learn the word motsu. One of those weird exception readings, but chi on the end of chi is a clue that is using kun. That's fine. Kimochi is fine. Butsu? Butsuko? Ain't no way that's Monogo. Monogo sounds awful. Butsuko? Oh, it could be a different reading. We'll see. A tale. Interesting. A language about things. This is a confusing one. Just think of it more like someone talking about things. Okay. Anything, really. Someone who just talks about something. Okay. Tale, story, legend.
物語
Monogatari. Oh, Monogatari. Oh, I knew this. I didn't know that's what this looks like. Monogatari. Have you seen the Monogatari series, Roko? My friend, but my buddies and I, we watched the entire Monogatari Super Universe together. Can't believe we did that. Okay, sorry. So they both use Kun here. Oh, we didn't get the reading for Gatari yet, right? Mono, which you learned with the vocabulary mono. You learned the kunyomi for go? Really? With the verb? Oh, I did. Kataru. So this is gatari because of the rendaku. It becomes gatari because of rendaku, and the ri is tucked in as a noun. Monogatari. That's word. Maybe you've already heard the word monogatari too. It is in some films and book names. If you haven't, you found this reading hard to remember. Think of a story with the infamous gatari guns that wander the land, mowing everything down in its path. It's a terrible legend, but what if it were true? It's actually not really a legend. Gatling guns did kind of mow down the land when firearms were introduced. It's an irregular reading, so it's not considered by the... That's kind of funny. Not considered by the Rendaku script. Yeah, I would probably consider it a Rendaku. Yeah, Monogatari. No worries. I got you. Separate. Yeah? Yeah, it's separate? Oh, maybe that's... Yeah. In your mouth, you put a sword and a knife. Go on. Now that you have them in there, you have to make them separate from each other. Separate from each other. Anyone can put a sword and knife in their mouth, but not everyone can make them separate while still in your mouth? Okay, that's a little... You could do a little better than that. Betsu? Oh, okay. Yeah, Betsu. Yeah. Why are you trying to make a sword and knife separate in your mouth? Because someone bets Betsu, you can't do it. I betsu you can't separate the sword and knife, they say in an annoying voice. Alright, time for you to show them. Okay. Separate sword and knife. Got it, alright. I only remember like betsu ni, but that's not the same betsu. Betsujin. Yeah. Different person. Like other. It would be like other. Oh, is this Betsuni? Oh no, just kidding. That is the same Betsu. Betsuni, not particularly. This one is what I was thinking of, Betsuni. Not particular. And they took Betsuno for separate. I'm gonna add alternative and other because that's kind of how that works. Like that's an alternative person, a different person, or the other person, another person, or like another. And not particular because it's another thing. It's not anything particular, it's another thing. Not particularly. But we'll try separate as far as we can. A drunkard. Oh no, what is that? A hellbird? A halberd? A halberd turned into a drunkard? Oh no. Or is that a spear? I think that's a halberd. Fine. Just gotta remember what drunkard is. So the ceremony radical fell down a slide with a slide radical. Why would a ceremony need a slide? For drunkards, of course. People love to drink at ceremonies, and when they had too much, those drunkards like to go down slides. If your ceremony has a slide, the drunkard will be happy. How does this fit into drunkards? Alright, that's fine. Do without lacking kasu. We have kus before for kasu, and we also had the observation that this is probably going to be transitive. Remember how yes means ji? No, ketsu. Ketsu means lack. This verb is related. The thing form is a little tricky, but it's sort of like you're causing yourself to lack something. Okay, I see. So it seems to do without. Depending on the context, it also means to miss an event. Okay. So you're lacking attendance at the event, or you're lacking to do something. Okay, just keep in mind this word is most often used in the negative, like things you can't do without. Okay, or never go without morning coffee. I see. If only I know what the read is for this yet. Oh, there's the cuss. You can remember this way since you cause yourself to lack something with this word. It's all your fault. That's why you want to cuss. You made yourself miss out on something. Well, crap. Or you can just be lacking cuss words. You know? I could be lacking cuss words. I can do without I can do without cuss words. Let's see. I don't know.
かかす
Kakasu. Oh, do I have kaka already? Or a ka? Oh, they're lacking a car. Oh, it goes from the car thing. Okay. Kakasu. Fair enough.
かかす
Alright, we're good.
気持ち
Kimochi. Yeah. Monogatari.
物語
Monogatari. This is fine. Anime to the rescue. Animus. Separate. What was it? Separate Betsu.
欠かす
Nakasu. To do without. Sorry, my bad. To do without. Dunker. Alright, we gotta book it. Book it. New Joe. Ne? Yeah, New Joe. Wait, might just be New Joe. Okay, so you're entering a place that used to be entrance, right? And then there's facility, so admissions, that's fine. Internship, imprisonment, entrance, okay, imprisonment, internship. You enter a facility, so this is your admission or entrance into that facility. Let's just say New Jaw. New Jaw is for entering facilities or institutions, often those with names ending in sho. Like a, okay, I see. Okay. Kenkyu, Kenkyu sho. It's also used in prison context. You might gain admission to prison for not doing your WaniKani reviews, for example, at least. Okay.
入所
New sho. Okay.
入所
入所
So no rendaku. Because I guess 2 onyomis is not rendaku. Okay, fair enough. Good. To compare. Okay, so this is beru, right? So this is probably the transitive. Okay.
比べる
Kuraberu. Oh no. Okay. I didn't learn this yet, that's for sure. Look at this. Kula. Kula, cooler. Kula. Okay. Kulaberu. Now look at the other cooler. We need to compare the 2 coolers. Think about the features each one has and really compare. Like you have a list or something. Okay. Kulaberu. Okay, give me... Oh, it's Ri. Oh, that's fine. Ri translates really well with Li. This is Li, and it's still profit. Yep, cut grains with a knife, sell them for great profit. That's exactly the same. That's the same mnemonic for Li. But this is Li because there's no Li. To make an even better profit, you decide to cut up reeds too. Okay. You stuff the grains in the reeds and sell that as self-cooking sets. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, Bendy. Bendy. I don't know how Bendy is gonna fit profit into it, but that's fine. Oh, and interest. It's the same same characters. Is that the other one? It can't be. So it can't be she. Maybe it's shi. She. Nope. Soku. Soku. Okay, fine. This is Lisi. Lisi for interest as well. Money interest. Lisi. Okay, D. Alright, sure. Skin, retroactive. This is a retroactive example. To concentrate. That's to take focus and to do focus. Yeah, to concentrate. And I'm sure it doesn't change. So 集中するね
集中する
集中not 集中する
集中
集中する
I screwed that up on on pronouncing. Reads profit. It's gone. It's gone. Kuraberu.
比べる
Kuraberu.
入所
入所
集中する
集中する Alright. Sell cheaply. Cheap sell. Okay, yeah, sell cheaply. Gotcha. I mean, it is also relaxed, but it's also cheap. When you sell something cheap, you're selling at a discount. Oh, that's what I kind of thought that other thing was, but it's sold out. You can remember this as sell cheaply or bargain sell. Okay, alright, got it. Are these two separate words? I mean, could go with like yasu? Yeah, yasuri.
安売り
安売り
Fair enough, that checks out. Getting even. Oh, that getting even. Doing opposition things. Or doing return. Oh, interesting. Not opposition. Yeah. That's not anti, that's return. So getting back at someone. Getting back at someone. When you return the doing of another person, you're doing it to get even, whether it's nice things or mean things. Yeah. Retaliation. Getting back at. Yeah. This would fit in on getting back at. So are they two separate words? Probably not, right? Oh yeah, that'd still be kun. So kun is... Wait, do I know the kun of this? I don't actually remember a kun for this. Do I have a kun for this? I'm not even sure.
仕返し
仕返し no. Wait. I think oh no, I do have one. The reading is a bit weird here. Oh, this gets the onyomi read? Oh, okay. No, what the heck is the kun of this? Reading though. Gets the kun reading though, which is reading you saw with a word. Oh. What is it? You allow someone to pass, right? You let Sue pass. I don't remember. It's eh? Oh, kae? Kaesu. How did the kae work in kaesu? In the mnemonic. I don't remember. We'll have to reevaluate that. You can tell this part using the Kunyumiwa cat reading because it has the hiragana attached. Okay. That's fine. It does not Nendaku because it never occurs with Kae. Oh, interesting. Almost never. Okay. Oh, there's another. Okay. Toil. Toil is still toil. Nice. No. A woman of power sits on a stool. Same setup. While her servants toil away in the kitchen. Okay, in the kitchen this time, instead of having Naruto training by pulling the woman around over and over again in the basement. They're toiling away, preparing a feast for the woman of power while she kicks back on her cozy stool. She's a queen and deserves to be pampered. Imagine you are in a position of power, can relax on a stool while your minions toil away in the kitchen to prepare you a feast. It's good to have money. You've got it made. Imagine how smug you feel. No, there are a few other kanji that have a similar meaning to this. This kanji is used in words that refer to doing work. Yeah, a focus on making concentrated effort. Do. Ooh, okay. The servants are making lots of food for you and your doggo. You're really hungry? Alright. So I'm a pampered queen? Alright, sure. I guess. With my pampered queen dog? Alright. Doryoku. Alright. Oh, roots. Oh no, instead of silver. Okay, in the sun, you kick the ground, you'll hit a root. Roots try to come up when the sun is bright, but if you kick too hard, the root will trip you, so watch out. Please tell me this is a root. It's closer to good, and it also is part of silver. Alright, okay. It does help with the tree thing, though. I can see why they use root. I'm gonna place silver just in case. Just in case. Okay. So this is a do, right? To return. So this is probably intransitive. You hopefully know the word yeah, kaisu. Which means to return as in you're doing the direct action. This word on the other hand is the version where something just returns and you're not doing the action. Use the ru to help you remember this. Ru, the kangaroo, is returned to you. You don't do any of the returning. It just happens to come back. Note this word is often combined with kuru, come, which reinforces the aspect that something is coming back to you. So is this still kaisukuru? Kaisukuru? Oh wait, how does that work? Kaeru. Where does kuru go? Does it go after or before? Guess we'll find out sooner or later. Wait, where is it? Do you have a kuru example? You do not. Weird. Yeah, kaeru. To be returned. Kaeru. Alright. I think we're fine.
Yasuri.
Yasuri. Shikaeshi. Toiling for a queen. Kick the sun's yeah, okay.
Kaeru.
I do. Hey. A bus stop? That makes sense. I never got this one. I got baste. Baste instead. So what is this? Noriba. Oh, I got Noriba as well, actually. Right? Noriba.
乗り場
乗り場
Okay. Fine. Noriba is fine. Tsukai kata? How to use. I mean, that is a way of using, so tsukai kata.
使い方
Tsukai kata.
使い
使い方
Stays up. Sound is sound retroactive. Okay. Labor. Sword, forehead. Oh no, that's a Viking's helmet. Sword and Viking. A Viking in the position of power does not need to labor in the fields. Or actually the other way around sometimes. Labor is for the weak. Well, labor is... Okay, that's kind of out of character. A Viking of power takes what he wants and need not labor for... Okay, that type of labor. That's fine. A powerful Viking plunder is all okay. Imagine yourself as a powerful Viking. You have the power... Man, Vinland Saga would have a lot to say about this. You have the power to take anything you want, pillaging and plundering in your heart's content. To your heart's content. Imagine, okay. I got you. And what does the labor? A lot of labors to harvest row. Oh, now I have 2 rows. That's fine. They reinforce each other even though they don't relate to each other. Row in elderly. We got 2 rows in a row. For the lack of a better word. 2 rows in a row. Not that row, but the other row. The other row is ryo. Ryo is for row. And this row is for row. No. No versus Dio. So that is what the vacuum Vikings decide to take. Roe is delicious. I mean, yeah, especially salmon roe, which we can connect to a Nordic location. Fun. I don't have the next one. Rodo. Yodo. Ooh. Hardship. Uro. Labor. Rodoshu. Sha. Rodosha. Do. Dosha. Alright, alright. I got you. A job? Yep. How does this gonna work? It can't be as simple as Shiji. Can it? When you're doing things all day, what are you probably doing? A job, work.
仕事
Shigoto, of course it's shigoto. Oh wait, I already knew this. Oh well, I didn't know that these were the characters, but I knew shigoto is job. I see. This word uses the onyomi read of shi and the kunyomi read of koto. But koto gets rendaku'd. Please note that is the reading koto, which you didn't learn with the kanji. We did, but not the kanji, but we did as a standalone koto. But you have come across it once or twice by now, and because of why it ran daku. It's okay. It does run daku because it's a kunyomi and nonani. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Shigoto. We're fine.
使い方
Tsukai-kata. I disagree. Oh, well, I guess how to use. Oops. I meant how to use. Not how to make. Oops. Noriba.
乗り場
Noriba. Wait. Shigoto.
仕事
Shigoto. Viking. Power. Done with labor. And then... how does that convert? from labor. Hmm. Roll. A loser? How's a lost dog? Dang. You'll hopefully come across this by now, which means to lose. Yep. Right? Make. So we have Makeinu. Really? So I figure out this means losing dog. Well, calling someone a dog isn't so nice, so you're probably just calling him a loser. Makeinu.
負け犬
Yeah.
負け犬
That's fine. Victory. Kachi? Probably Kachi. From Katsu.
勝ち
Kachi. Is this also a win?
勝ち
Kachi.
勝ち
Kachi. You. I think that's retroactive. Wow, we're getting like lots of free passes. Oh, this is not a free pass. I do not know what the heck this the one I'm looking at here. A mountain, a cliff, and dry. The mountain on top of the cliff is dry from the coast below. Just from looking at the raging shore below, you think everything would be wet. It's splashing everywhere. Oh, okay. I like that. It kind of paints a picture. A shore. Speaking of Gandhi, wow. I was expecting Gandhi to come into this, coincidentally. Of all the people to pick, they picked Gandhi. Sitting up there watching the coast with you is Gandhi. The world famous Gandhi is just hanging out here with you, looking down at what you now realize must be the coast in India. Okay. Sit down next to Gandhi and close your eyes. You can hear the water hitting the shore below. The coastal birds are screaming. You crack open an eye and see Gandhi, still sitting perfectly still. Yeah, I know, right? Chat topics just keep coming up. A coast. I don't know these characters. Oh, this one I can do. Kaigan. Seashore. Kaigan works. Nice. To decide, which is decide, determine, to decide, determine, to do. To do, to decide, to determine is to decide. Okay. That if there's any doubt in this phrasing, this is to do, to decide, to determine. Oh jeez. Okay. What was this? Kete, right? Kete suru.
決定する
決定する
All right, we're good. Oh, we're hitting some extra
勝ち
like redundancies right now. This is nice. Whoops, that's a misspell.
負け犬
Makeinu. I like this picturesque image. It's great. Get it.
決定する
Is suffer. That's just suffer in verb form right there. I wonder if they give me anything for Shimu. Gonna go to sleep now. It's been good chatting. Hope you regained some lost time insight. No worries. That time is not lost. It's forever ingrained. You know? We'll be fine. Take care. It's always been a pleasure. Can not get... Can... Okay, yeah. Alright. Yeah. No worries. Take care. Take care, Procol. I'll talk to you later. Come back with more thoughts. Love the thoughts. Yeah, so kura, kuru. Cruel, right? Kurushi. That means painful or agonizing. So if you turn that into a verb, you have to suffer. So, kurushimu.
苦しむ
苦しむ
Kurushimu. Alright. That's fine. And now we have... Oh, now we have... kitsuku. Kitsuku. Kitsuku, we had the kiyoskete. Right, kiyoskete. Oh, yeah, yeah. So when you attach your energy, imagine someone suddenly looking up at something, attaching their energy to it. You have noticed or realized something. That's why that's what it means to realize or notice. Okay. It's kind of like the way you attach your eyeballs to something and you found it. Got it. Don't confuse this with kyoskete. Kyoskete, which is similar in that it has all the same kanji. It just looks a little different. Try to remember the difference before moving on. Yeah, that's fine. We know.
気づく
Kizuku, an unexpected rendaku. Jeez. Okay. Oh, it could have been kiku. Kiku. It could have been shortened as well because it's tsu, but and yeah, it's kunyomi. You might think it should not be rendaku, but rendaku almost never occurs, yeah, on tsu. But even though, yeah, so this is one of the special ones. Key is fine, and the word which you should know by now. Combine this together, and you have to read this. Take note that it's rendaku. Yeah, itsuku. Okay, that's fine.
気づく
気づく
Kizuku. Alright, Kizuku. Can I get, what is this? Position? Or release? Release. Nice. Okay. Or direction. That's fine. Release is good. We can do release. When winter comes your direction, the tree must be released their leaves for the coming call. Right, got you. Oh. The tree releases all their leaves onto your home. Checks out. We've used hole before. Hole for treasure. Right? Slowly you watch in horror as your home is consumed by released leaves. Honestly, it's kind of a terrifying thing for Americanized housing because of the gutters. Your hecking gutters on your tradition, like the cul-de-sac like houses. They have like these rain gutters, these drains, and when you have leaves, oof, the dread cleaning out gutters. They enter through the windows, doors, and the chimney. Not even that. Gutters, man. Gutters. Release my home from this leaf prison. You shout. That's okay. Okay. And of course, oh wait, this one uses it. Eye hole. Oh, this one does too. Also. Interesting. Oh, because it's onyomi. It's not kunyomi, so we don't have to worry about that. Nenjaku. Most of the time. A simple. Oh, I'm thinking of something else. This is yeah, simple. Fair enough. There's some stuff growing out of the rice paddy, and there's a cross guarding over it. Go on. This rice paddy is owned by a simple family that lives a simple life. They grow their rice, pray to their god, and everything is nice and simple. I got you. Oh, yeah, there it is. Han instead of Dan. Okay. Han. To see off. Checks out with Chinese. 变松. 变松. And then add it with the do to make it a verb. So it's to send off, to see off. Yeah, send, see off. You know the words miru and okuru by now, hopefully. Here you're seeing the sending. You're seeing someone off. So this verb to see off, which is transitive because it's ru. Not really. This is we're just gonna have to remember that. Transitive. So what do we have? Miyokuru?
見送る
Miyokuru.
見送る
Fair enough. Neat. Very neat.
苦しむ
Kurushimu. To suffer. Okay. Release all the leaves, right? Release all the leaves into your home. Rare.
気づく
Kizuku. And Kizuku is to realize or notice. Attach the energy to things. And we have simple. Simple life. Cross. Plant. You farm. You pray. Got it. And then
見送る
Myokuru. To see off. Alright. Side. Oh, I see. So this is this is one of the simplified characters now. This is simplified characters or Bien. Bien, and I remember what Bien looks like now in traditional. Interesting. So side, okay. What are the chances that it's hen still? It's probably hen, right? Because it can rendaku to ben, which is close to bien.
変
Hen, yep,
変
fair enough. Self-explanatory. Toki doki.
時々
Yep, toki doki.
時々
時々
Toki doki. Okay. Blackjack. Oh no. That blackjack and turf. Oh, this is 21, right? So they took the 20, which is up here. 20, which kind of looks like flour as well. But I think in WaniKani they don't connect it. They don't connect it. So then 20 plus 1 is blackjack. Yeah. I got you. I got you. I'm gonna write turf just because. Just because that might come up later by accident. If I don't think about it carefully. Or is this like Susugu or something? No. Susumu? I think they're doing pour off Susumu or something. The Tsunami and Master. The Tsunami Master has the power to pour water wherever he pleases. Okay. Tsunami Master are masters over the most powerful water force in the universe. The water force. So it makes sense that they have the ability to pour water at a lost opportunity to do water bending. For Avatar reference. I feel like Koichi might be before the Avatar thing. Nah. I doubt Koichi is as old as I am. Maybe. Nah, Avatar, come on. He's not too old for that. Although I do have to admit, I was in my 20s when I was watching Avatar. Best not take out the master unless you want a tsunami poured on your head. Picture yourself as a tsunami master. You're like, oh no, here it is. I'm like, how could you miss? Yo, no, never mind. Ko's got me covered. You're like a waterbender from Avatar, only more awesome. Feel the cold, wet water pouring out of your fingertips as you create water out of nothing. Oh, that's even stronger than a waterbender. You can create water. Imagine what it would be like to have this power. I know, right? Chewbacca. Oh. If Chewbacca was trying to attack you, you'll be able to defend yourself easily. Simply pour a tsunami on him and Chewbacca would surrender in a heartbeat. Chewbacca doesn't like having water poured on him, especially not all the water from a tsunami. Imagine Chewbacca soaking wet, all his fur is matted down, and he looks pretty depressed. He smells like a wet dog too. Smell this smell in your nostrils, as you mentioned. Okay, okay. I could have done Susugu. No. Is it? Oh, it's Sosogu. Not Susu. Soso. Sosogu. I remember it was some sort of repeated thing with an S. Sosogu. But that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for something like this. Shumon. That doesn't help. Shu-i. That doesn't help. Alright, so we're stuck on the mnemonics for now. A receptionist. To accept attachment. Intriguing. So imagine someone accepting someone, then attaching something. Yeah. So I get it. I get it. We're in this mode of attaching things now. Imagine someone accepting something and attaching it. This person is a receptionist because they are accepting the call, writing down the information, then attaching said information in a sticky note for you to read. You said, no, I'm not available. Okay. Okay. So how did the accept work? Is that still cleats? I think. Cleats. Forehead. Folding stool. And then attach. Which was tsu, but we got to, right? So Juto?
受付
Uketsuke. Oh my goodness. It's double truncated kun from their kuns. Okay. That's fine. For this reading, you have to think back to the verbs. Oh man, it's double verbs. It's a truncated double verb. I see. So we take the ukeru. Ukeru of receiving something or taking something. Ukeru. Receiving something, and then you take the receive and the attach to skeru, and then you truncate all of them. So you get uketsuke. Interesting, and they take on the ke. This is what a compound verb looks like. Now you know it. Yeah, it's a compound verb. Uketsuke. It's a regular rating. Uketsuke.
受付
受付
Okay, uketsuke. Alright. That one's gonna be a problem. Not gonna lie. Oops.
時々
Okie dokie.
変
And
受付
uketsuke. Alright. Shopping. Kaimono.
買い物
We're just gonna move along.
買い物
It's fine. Hard to deal with. Kurute? Ain't no way it's kurushu. Kurute? Oh, but do I have anything else? This is gonna be a hybrid, right? Don't you kun me. Do not kun me. Oh wait. Oh wait, I'm already doing kun. Kurute is kun kun. What was suffering? Was it? I actually don't know.
苦手
Oh, is niga? Oh, nigate was the kun. Yeah, just kidding. Yeah, nigai, not kuru. Kuru is the on. Or was it? Is your bitter person the person who who's hard to deal with, so it uses the same strange nigai. Yeah, the bitter person. Nigai. Okay. Nigate. Never occurs with te. Okay. Nigate. Let's look at this closely first. Bokuru and Nigara-kun. So what the heck is ku? Do we have an example of ku? I don't think so. Do we? Are you serious right now? Wait, was kuru taught as the first thing? It was. Ku was taught as the read, but all the first couple examples are kuns. That is weird. Okay, that would explain why I didn't think of it. Okay, that's fine. It helps us remember nigai. Nice.
苦手
Nigate. Alright, so shin guards. No, not shin guards. I mean elbow guards. Not it's a lid on top of an private. It's a private lid. So that kind of looks like a trash can. There's a lid on top of something you're trying to keep private. It's your trash. You don't want people going through your private trash? That's it's also illegal to look through someone's trash, so make sure you never do it. That's kind of a common misconception, but sort of. There needs to be conditions around the trash. Hey, that's fine. Pick up. I don't think we got this character. Wow, I didn't get this character in Hanza Hero yet. Intriguing. You see something that would suit. Sure. Suit you, so your fingers. So you use your fingers and pick up the thing you want. You pick out anything you think suits you. A shiny rock, a new pair of pants, anything. Okay. Brings a new definition to a 5-finger discount, huh? Imagine something that would suit your life and your style. Now pick that thing up, hold it in your fingers and feel in. Okay. Hiro. Which is kun probably. Yeah, Hiro. Oh, okay. This Hiro. You're walking around looking for something to pick up when you see a sword in a rock. Yes, this will suit you. You pick up the sword and people jump around you and tell you that you are the new hero. That's good. That's very good. Uh-oh, maybe you shouldn't have picked this up. You picked up the hero saber to save the world, and now you're the new hero. Time to go kill a dragon. Good luck. Try not to die. Try not to die, hero person. Yeah. Hiro. Okay. Alright, we're good. What is this? Department. Is it still boo? Club. Category. Fair enough. It actually means that too. You're attached to other words like cells or tennis. When you see this, you know it's a department. Ah, I see. Making this word, okay.
Bu.
Okay.
Bu.
Fine. We're fine.
買い物
Aimono. Nigate. Oh. Wait. It's not bitter person. That's what I'm hard to deal with. The bitter person is the person that it's hard to deal with. Right. Not very good at. Okay. Oh, nigate is also to be bad at something. Oh, this is the same nigate. Yeah, that's right. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I got you. I got you. Suits you. You pick up everything. Pick up the sword.
Bu.
Alright. Okay, kimochi. Yeah. This is the one that I got it confused with kimochi for a while. I'm like, wait, isn't this like good feeling? But it's kimochi. With a long E.
Kimochi.
気持ちいい
That's fine. Trying. What was trying? I'm not sure if I have a coon for this. Not sure. This word consists of... So this is su. Su is often transitive. The kanji sub means attempt or try. The verb version is to try something out. It's transitive, right? I'm still gonna write try for for transitive stuff. That's fine. You try something out.
試す
Tamesu. Yeah, we don't have tamesu. Okay, you didn't learn the kun. Okay, here's the deal. We have this wild animal. I want you to attempt to tame it. Oh, this is... do they take attempt? They don't.
Tamesu.
Tamesu. Tame. To tame it. Tame. And now imagine... Okay. Alright. Finger. A singular finger. I swear this meant something else too. Okay. Try to use your fingers to spoon out some of the sun, and you'll come back with just one finger. Look down on your finger and burn stumps where the rest of your finger used to be. It's hurt and you're sad, but at least you still have one finger. She. Don't worry, you aren't the only one out there with just one finger. She. Only have one finger too. I imagine they're whos, which are really just a strange animal finger. It's just one big and kind of flat. Oh boy. It's literally a finger. You beat. Cole, you beat. That doesn't help! None of these help! Okay. We're stuck with sheep for this. A bear. B for bear? Alright. I got you. But just in case... Dwarf. Just in case. B for bear, L for lion. New Gaku. New Gaku. Oh, entrance exam. Nice. So to enter, study, exam. So maybe new gak skin. New gak skin. Wow. Hold?
入学試験
Yep. New gak skin. Oh, with a dendaku. No, with a dendaku. Gaku is still Gaku. What am I talking about?
入学試験
入
New
学
gak
試験
skin. Okay, sure. That's a really long one. Long ones are good. Long ones help. There's so much context clues. It's kind of hard. It's kind of difficult for me to not know what it is.
気持ちいい
Kimochi. We don't have a lot to work with when it comes to these things. What am I trying? Rip my life. Wait, honestly, it's just completely blank. It's gone. Attempt to do something, right? You're attempting. It's right next to it. It's right next to it. I can't remember the word. Oh, I miss it.
試す
Got a single finger. Okay. Nyugak-shiken.
入学試験
Nyugak-shiken. Oops, I missed the O. B for bear. My bladder is telling me I need to go to the bathroom. Do I have anything to review at the end? No, I gotta go to bed. Man, lately it has been so much fun being able to read the vocabulary. It's just like taking guess. So much. Okay, including. So we're gonna attach key. Oh my gosh. Is that really ski as well? Including? Attach furnace with attached to. Okay, you know that kanji means attach, and words like it's good means to be attached. This has the same idea. When you see this attached to another word, for example, you might know that something is attached to something else, or perhaps included with. For example, if you stay at a room, maybe it is a breakfast ski, including, okay.
好き
Yup, it's ski.
好き
Alright, fair enough. Western style. We took a sheep and throw some tsunami on it. Alright. I think I've seen this, but I don't remember what it's pronounced like. For clothing, Western style clothing is what I saw it. A sheep rides a tsunami in classic Western style, and by Western style I mean the sheep is dressed in a cowboy outfit and put on a saddle on top of the tsunami wave to ride it. The tsunami rodeo, okay. This kanji also means ocean, because presumably the people from the west who have Western style came from across the ocean. They're the ocean people in this sense. You want to be familiar with this meaning for vocabulary, okay. Imagine how ridiculous a sheep would do, okay. Yo, yeah. Yofuku. Yofuku. A whole day of riding this tsunami, the sheep is hankering for some Western style food. The sheep loves yogurt. That checks out. Yogurt. Another one with sheep and yogurt. And its favorite flavor is Western style apple pie yogurt. Americans loves its apple pie, and this sheep loves Western style apple pie flavored yogurt. I do like me some apple pie, but elevate it even more, apple crisps, you know, like an apple crisp with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Imagine yourself eating that piping hot apple crisp next to the cool, softer, like slightly crunchy apple crisps, and next to the smooth, cool vanilla ice cream. Only creamier and fruitier. I mean, with the yogurt it's fine too. Yogurt is fairly close to ice cream, I guess. Yowa. No, yofu. Yeah, yofu. Yeah, yofuku. Oh, big flat western or ocean. Big flat ocean. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah. Taibeyo. Taiheyo. Okay. Fair enough. Now for sale. Departure. Sale. Oh yeah, and then that's still sale. And then middle. So this is sale, middle. So in the middle of sale, which is now available. In stores now. Oh, okay. Yeah, you have, which means for sale. Yep. What do we have for that? Atsubai. Right? Atsubai. And then you add chu, maybe naka. Hatsubai naka. That's not that great. Hatsubai chu. Sounds a little bit better. Which is middle. An item that is in the middle of being for sale is now for sale, or in stores now, or in other words, now available. Yep. You'll see this for items which have recently released, or when a shopkeeper wants to let you know that they're selling something. Now, finally, whatever.
発売中
Hatsubai chu. Yep.
発売中
発売中
Alright, that's fine. Tabemono. We're not gonna read this. It's fine. Achievements. Oh, really? Dang. WaniKani was ahead of Hanzahiro on this one. Ri? It might be Ri. Using your construction power. You built something great. A true achievement built for the achievement of making kanji learning faster. Just constructing this thing was an achievement. Feel proud like it was, well, an achievement. Okay. Nope, it's Cole. Of course it's Cole. Hecking Cole. This achievement was made possible by Cole. So of course, this construction project is a giant statue of the man himself. Alright. What an achievement of statue. What an achievement of an achievement. Thanks, Koichi. Now everyone will know if you're achieving around kanji learning inside out Earth theory. Inside out. Hint: when you use the call, yeah. Fine. We're good. Sure. Oops. For sale now? Now for sale? Now for sale works. Okay.
発売中。
発売中. Um.
好き
Ski. I only got the attached to. But what was the other one? I don't know. Let's just use attached to, but including furnished with okay, including. Sheep with a sheep tsunami riding on a tsunami. Ridiculous. But what else is ridiculous? They like yogurt. Western style, but let's just go with ocean.
食べ物
Tabemono. Food. Cool. Power. Achievement, right? We're almost there. Way over, but we're almost there. Preserve. Oh, to keep. Yeah, oh yeah, to keep. That's literally to keep. Keep. Suru. Suru, keep. Okay. Yes. And, what was the Oji? Oji suru.
保持する。
保持する
Oji suru. Okay. Fair enough. Special. Oh, te? Oh, we just got te. Nice. Alright. Still the same. It's special. The cow temple is special. This cow must have been very important to have the entire... Yeah. Especially the one in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Where Tarzan found it. Okay. This cow is special because it belongs to Tokugawa. Te. And to Toku? Okay, Toku. Yeah, Tokugawa Ieyasu. Ieyasu. Tokugawa, there was this game called, like, what is it? Send something. I really like that game. It was revolving around the Tokugawa shogunate. The first shogun of the Tokugawa shogunate, yeah. And uniter of Japan, yep. He's a super important figure in Japanese history. You should absolutely look him up and read about him or play a video game about him. You walk up to a statue of the special cow in the temple and see a collar around his neck that says Tokugawa Moo on it. How special, okay. Toku, huh? Tokugawa. The cow is special because it belongs to Tokugawa's Moo. Okay. And of course, Tobie for special. Tokubetsu. Tobie for special. Same deal. Is this still Toku? Is Toku Onyomi? Yes. Oogie. Different use of the right. Okay. Alright. To commute. Oh, we have two of these now, right? We have tosu to allow something to pass, and then we have toru to pass through something, to pass, and then now we have commute, which is to probably. This word consists, yes, you know that we already know toru, which means pass through. This means a different kind of passing, like how you pass through the halls of your... But we don't say to pass through school, we say to attend, commute. Go back and forth.
通う。
Nope. Of course, it's a different one. Since the word consists, okay. You didn't learn this kind. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You live in the middle of 3 different school districts, so you need to decide which of the 3 school districts you want to attend. You decide you don't mind that you have to commute to the farthest of the 3 because their mascot is a wild coyote. Coyote. I mean, coyote, that's great. He's your favorite Looney Tune character because proper nouns work so well. Because they end up being very unique and stick out. He's your favorite Looney Tune because he always has the energy to go back and forth after that Roadrunner. Okay, that's fine. I got you.
通う
Coyote. Got rooftop. Can I get rooftop? It's not that. That's not how you say it. It doesn't sound right. How about we do... Nope. It's not ya. There's no way it's ya. Yajo. No yajo.
屋上
Okujo, yeah. Because it's different. Oku. I didn't learn the meaning for oku yet. Which is the onyomi. One place is the world has more rooftops than anywhere else? That's Oklahoma. Not true. Fake news. They get so many tornadoes that they... Oh, okay. Actually, that's a fair point. They need extra rooftops when they first blow off. Okujo. Yeah, I totally forgot it's Oku.
屋上
屋上
That's fine. Convenience. Alright, Bendy. So this is Ben. A leader stands upon the ground of the rice paddy. She is searching for treasure. Where the heck is the treasure coming from? Wait. I don't see where the treasure is. Oh, right. They don't have a broom. This is considered an extended treasure. I see. It is said that this treasure here in the rice paddy will make things much easier for the leader. That's what leaders really want, after all. If she gets this treasure, it'll be great convenience for her, because convenience is everything when you're the leader and you want to be king of the pirates. Imagine the leader looking around the rice paddy. She keeps saying, ugh, it would be convenient if I didn't have to walk around here looking for the treasure that's going to make things more convenient for me. Ugh. Go ahead and say this phrase out loud. You pretending to be leader in the rice paddy. Feel the cold and the wet, making it less convenient for you. It's Ben. Or Bean. Okay. She finds a place to dig in the ground. It looks like there's some fresh dirt here. Finally, the treasure of convenience that will make this leader's life so much easier. She digs into the ground and pulls out a box. When she opens it, she finds out it's a bento. Oh my gosh, she thinks. This really makes my life more convenient. A bento? Really? My people can take their lunches with them now instead of coming... What, you mean a bento box? Coming back to base. Okay. Bendy. Yeah, Bendy is fine. Oh, Fuben, that's right. Oh, Fuben as well. Bensho. Really? A benjo. A restroom. Not sure if I knew that. Okay. Panic. Special. What was special about this? Special cow toku? This is not. But it's to commute the furthest away because you want to commute to furthest away because of what? The mascot? What the heck was the mascot? Oh, coyote? Oh, I misspelled. That's fine.
通う
Coyote.
保持する。
保持する。
屋上
屋上。What happened to my brain? No, right. Rooftop. Oh, I can't spell convenient. Sightseeing. Oh. Wait, isn't this a little different now? Mibutsu is not it. It's not Mibutsu. I mean, it's not. Oh, wait. Obutsu. No, wait. I only have one other instance of using the onyomi of this. Ain't no way is Mimono. I have seen this before though. Sightseeing. Seeing stuff is sightseeing. Seeing or watching.
見物。
Kenbutsu. Oh yeah, it is Kenbutsu. The last time I used Ken was Ken for discovery. A reading you know mono and then you use the Ken is a reading you didn't learn with the kanji because it's much less useful, but we did have hot Ken a couple levels ago. Okay.
見物
見物。
That's fine. We'll get it. Beforehand, adjective. Me. Or noun. Or adverb. Oh, it's adverb. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. So, are we doing yome? This could be different because it has kunyomi.
あらかじめ
Arakajime. Oh my goodness gracious, that kunyomi. Arakaji. Oh, what do you do beforehand? You had a raw casual encounter. Arakajime. Oh, a raw. Oh wait, Ara casual encounter with a raw Cage, Nick Cage. Arakaji. What the? Oh, Araka. And then they're just reinforcing with Araka again. Okay.
あらかじめ
あらかじめ。
This is probably gonna be like bottom 5% for sure. Arakajime. Work. Again. What was this? Yo. Soul. A leader with a lot of power can move heavy things with hardly any work. By power, I mean a lot of strength because this leader is very strong and moving heavy things is a problem. Her power allows a leader to move heavy things with little to no work. Okay, picture this powerful leader muscle flexing as she picks up heavy things and casually tosses them aside. How does she maintain so many muscles? Note, there are a few other kanji that have a similar meaning to this one. There are a few others. This kanji used to refer to doing work, the focus on movement, which makes sense because it has movement in it, or physical operation. Okay. Soul. Oh, it's not Zol. It's not soul. What I was thinking. Soul. Yeah, that's fine. Soul, which is this was probably Dong. Where does the leader comes from? Where does the leader's power come from? Donuts. Okay. She's nothing but donuts. She has a special crew of bakers that work for her in the castle. They work all day to make the donuts. Okay. Very powerful leader who makes short work with her ultimate strength, powered by the power of cola donuts. They're imbued with many secret ingredients that give your leader the power to move around, move anything, no matter how heavy. Picture yourself eating one of these devil fruits. It's delicious. Donuts are fantastic. Taste the fresh dodo fruit in your mouth as it crumbles and melts. Okay, donut. All right, we got it. Hirakana. How the heck did you get hirakana from? There's na. What? Where's the? What the heck? Opposing leader. Return leader. Oh, that's the Dendaku from Ka. And then this is Hira. Where am I getting Hira from? I don't know where the Hira's come from.
Hiragana.
Hiragana, yeah.
ひらがな
I should know all the reads? It's the same as the English reading? No, that's not helpful.
Hiragana.
Where do I get the Hira from? Alright, I gotta look at this. It's Kun. But I don't think I got a Hira. Is this my first Hira? It's my first Hira. And they're just gonna say it's the same as reading as the English. That's not oof. I don't like that. That's
Hiragana.
lazy writing right there. Hiragana.
ひらがな
Hiragana.
Alright, that's fine. I guess. We'll just know that it's Hira. As a this is probably gonna be a prototypic read for another thing that turns this into Hira. Literal. Okay. Is that Moji? Probably. So Moji Ori? That sounds weird. Moji Tori? Okay, remember how you learned the word Moji, right? And Tori. Well, an avenue made of letters is literally to the letter, wink. Literally to the letter. Okay, I see what you're doing there.
文字通り
Mojidori. Oh, no, this is do. My bad. Oh, wait. No, it's a combo. Heckin' combo. Oh my gosh, this is a combination of word moji and dori. Am I getting this confused with something else? I am getting this confused with something else. I'm thinking of past. No, wait, I am. Oh, they're taking the kun. Yeah, kun. No, wait. This is the own. I'm so confused. Okay, so this is the own, right? No, it's not. Oh, yeah, I'm confusing it with another one. It's this one. I'm confusing it with hen. Right? No, wait. Hold up. No, I'm not. Ori, yeah. No. Rendaku. Rendaku.
文字通り
Mochidori. Oh, yeah. Rendaku is fine. Fine. Which you learned already, so you should be able to read this one. Just okay. It's just not considered Mochidori. Alright, fine. So, okay. Letters in Avenue. Okay.
文
I
字通り
mean, it's not that great. I'm gonna have trouble with this tomorrow. I'm pretty tired now. Better keep going. Later, move. Lots of power. Where is getting power? Work. Not that. Oops. Kenbutsu. I'm doing
見物
Kenbutsu. To see things is to sightsee or sightseeing. Oh no. Okay. Arakame, right? What? Arakajime?
あらかじめ
Oh, I missed the KG part. Arakajime. Okay. Arakajime. Man. Mojigori. Ah! Oh. The flip? Did I write this incorrectly the first time? Oh, Dori. Whoops. I'm thinking of ice.
Mojidori.
Mojidori. Again, one of the features that I would like is to mark where the missing thing is. That would be fantastic. What is this, literal?
Hiragana.
Hiragana. Our last set. Okay. New with a ta. So is this like an adverb? Adverb. Yes. We're getting used to picking up on adverbs. Let's see. New is new. So shita.
新た
Arata. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. Kunyomi. So arata. It's different though. I didn't learn this. Okay. Your parents put a newly wrapped present on under the Christmas tree. You don't want to wait to see what new thing they got you. You ripped it open to find you got a raw steak. Ara steak. Getting a new steak is cool and all, but ara steak is pretty gross. It's dripping blood all around. Oh my gosh, ara. Okay, arata. That's gonna be tough. Feelings. Oh, the other feelings, not kimochi this time. But now we have shimochi. Does it get truncated? Because of the Maybe not. Mochi is kun.
心持ち
Kokoromochi! Ah, fair enough. Yeah, kokoromochi works. Because it's kun. Because it has the It's standalone, yeah.
心
心持ち
Totally forgot it's standalone. Splendid. Oh, this is Ripa. Oh no. This might not be Ripa. Oh my gosh, is this a Ripa? Ain't no way that's how you spell it. How you're gonna write it. Are you? Don't do this to me. Learner, if you see a thing, then it must be splendid. You saw it after all, so of course it's magnificent. You only see the beautiful thing in the world, and that's an admirable quality. Now this isn't it. So let's take a guess at this. Ji and Kenji? And Kenji is okay.
見事
Migoto. Okay, that's fine. It's not what I thought it was. The splendid to me is Ripa, but I was just okay. Oh no, okay. So it's double kun with a rendaku. That's fine enough. Mi and then koto, but koto. That's fine. Because this is a kun, it's probably rendaku. So yeah.
見
Mikoto.
事
見事
Mikoto. That's fine. Flavor. I can get behind this. It's flavor or taste. Do we need no, we don't need anything for meaning. How are you gonna get way? Wa. Do me a solid and say wa. Me. And what has more flavor than a big slab of meat? What is the jet of your mouth? It's flavor. It's what shoots your mouth off, which explains why it hurts so much. Imagine how your favorite fruit tastes. And what has more flavor than a big slab of meat? You love meat, its flavor nearly as much as you love the flavor of its juice. So many good things to put in your mouth. Okay, that's a little... Of course, you're vegetarian. Imagine the flavor of the meat being terrible. Up to you. Make the mnemonic, okay. Meat. Okay. Sure. Oh my goodness. Oh, Imi. Of all the things, the flavor of meaning? The flavor of ideas? Imi? Oh, jeez. Okay. Of all the choices. Biology. Oh, this makes sense now. Seibutsukaku. Oh, it makes sense now. Biology. Because seibutsu is living things.
生物学
Seibutsukaku.
生物学
Alright, fair enough. It lacks something. Wait. So I have to be lacking. Okay, we need to cover this. So we got to get chipped, which is unrelated, right? Kageru. Then we have to do without. Wait, what was to be lacking? Oh, that's using ketsu. Son of a bee sting. Oh, this can get a little confusing. Alright. Oh no, not really. No, not really. Is it? Oh, now, wait, hold up. To the side. Is it the side that deals with lacking? No. Wait, what? I swear there's another... Maybe not. Oh, maybe this is to be lacking. Is that why? Oh, to get chipped is to be lacking. Never mind, just kidding. So I guess to lack something, we're doing transitive. Okay, lack, which is pretty simple in English, but it's actually kind of advanced and formal in Japanese. So mostly it's just used in writing. Okay. Also keep in mind that this is a transitive. The text is a direct object. Maybe someone lacks knowledge, for example, or you lack concentration. Okay.
Kaku
Kaku. It's still the same kaku. Kakeru. You never know when you lack something. Like a car. Did you plan on It break? No, but it happened and now you lock a car in a big way, not ku. Okay. Maku. Oh, I see.
か
書く
Interesting that they added that. Okay. What the heck is C stuff? Migoku. Migoku. What was that for? Oh. Wait. It is not sightseeing. It's splendid. Oh my gosh, this is gonna wreck me so hard. That one just doesn't help. This is gonna wreck me so hard. Migoku. Jeez. Wait. Oh, me. Oh, me. Oh. Me. Goto, right? Migoto. Oh.
見事
Migoto. I wrote the wrong ending. It's fine. Goto. Splendid. This is gonna wreck me so hard for a while. Oh no.
心持ち
Kokoro Momochi. Oops. Okay.
新た
Harata. What was this again? Hara, a raw steak. Harata. Oops. Okay.
生物学
Seibutsugaku.
格
Gaku. Oh, okay, let's do the 41 reviews. Alright. Oh yeah, it's been 4 hours since we started the lesson probably, and we're getting, oh okay.
読む
Yomu. Probably, yeah.
Dentetsu
Dentetsu.
Byoin
Yoin. That help? I should really refresh for the context sentences, but it's fine. I guess we'll try to power through this. Cloud. It's like transmit, right?
線路
Sendo. War. Wolverine trapped in the, okay. Ah! Soul trapped. Battle? Conflict? Oh, they want conflict. Still war though. Okay.
顔
Oh. Okay.
道路
Dodo. Spent so much time chatting that the one we learned, the stuff that we learned today rolled over. Oh boy.
速度、
速度。
お酒、
お酒。
秒
秒。Ain't no way this is Minami Kata, right? No, it's Toho.
東方、
地下鉄
Katetsu. Oh gosh, the fall. Falling.
落ちる、
落ちる。
病む、
病む。
農民
農民。
集金
集金。
鉄人、
鉄人。Wait. Oh, no, no, no. This is fine.
顔つき、
顔つき。What was this? Attached to your face? I'll attach an expression to your face. Okay. Got it. What are we gathering? 4? Collect. What do I like to collect? I think that's what we were going for, right? I like to collect things. Or is it not? Oh, no, no. It's just collecting 2 things.
集める
Atsumeru. Orders. 日本
日本酒、
just gonna use sake.
路地
Doji. This is special. Doji. Dirt road, I guess. Yeah, that's fine.
早い、
Ayai. Okay. Just gonna go.
病人、
Yonin.
ページ
Eiji. Oh, this is my rant about neutrality and versus moderacy. And how does that work? Sheep in the middle. I think I ranted so much about it that I just completely forgot. Oh. The heck was this supposed to be? It's like The heck is this supposed to be again? Hold up. Let me think. Goodness gracious. Oh, relationships, right?
軽い
Ari,
頭
Atama.
読み方
Yomigata. Like? No. Oh, this one's gonna. Actually. What the heck do I like? Huh? Oh. This is the call thing. I can distribute. Oh no. No. Oh. Okay. It's a Ru to distribute. Or to be distributed. This is what I have to do tomorrow before. How's a hero review? Hopefully that doesn't exhaust me too. Oh, I'm distributing flyers on my favorite country, Cuba.
配る
Kubaru. This is wheat. Okay. That's an error from earlier. Tetsu?
私鉄
Tetsu, private railway.
Choo-choo
Choo-choo. Meant hard distribute. Oh, this is like worry. Turn. Oh, is this team fight?
心配 進む
Susumu.
漢字
Kanji. Okay. It's tough. Tomorrow's gonna be tough. Yeah, we're not gonna reach Spanish today. Sorry, folks. Okay. Peak day is peak day and Fallout Day. Might actually even cut out Spanish deliberately on peak day and Fallout Day. Possibly. I think Spanish is in a nice spot. Alright, Monix. So we actually have to I can't believe this is overlapping. Okay. So orders. Humble. Retroactive. Older brother, retroactive. Escalator. Son of a bee sting. Ceremony is like, oh, drunkard. Skin, retroactive. Root. Sound, retroactive. Hue, retroactive. Simple. Blackjack. Or 21. I don't know if 21 is acceptable there. Trash. Like trash to mnemonic. And then B for bear. Okay. Okay, keywords for this. Oh, I didn't pay attention to a lot of the keywords because I already know, like date. I don't know what date is for. I think date is, we're just gonna use dare for keyword. I actually am very curious what they ended up using. I just skipped over this. Oh, it is date. Okay, so is it how dare you? Okay. It's still dare. So that makes sense. Works out. Still dare. Soul. Son of a bee sting. Takes me so long to get this leader push. We'll skip that right now. Cloud leader. Transmit. Dent in the cloud. Must be some. Okay. Dent. Co. Row. Leader standing. Oh my goodness, save me. Okay. Skipping that. Bow low. Tater. Hiro. Hero. Bets. Read. Dog. Row. Gandhi. Home. Chewbacca. So I was just gonna do Chew. You just pick up everything. Like the suit, your fingers. It's a single finger. Sheep. Oh, no, wait. That's not sheep. The next one's sheep. Wait, is the next one sheep? Yeah, the next one's sheep. This one is... suit and fingers. Okay, we're gonna skip that. This is sheep. Tsunami. Yogurt. Po. Temple with the sheep. Special. Heck? It's fine. Oh, I don't actually... Wait. X marks the... Okay, wait. Something about a treasure. Leader. How does that have anything to do with Ben? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Alright, let's go over here. Let's just go work. Leader. Heavy. Power. They get power from donut. Something that deals with me. Mouth and a jet. Oh, meat. Okay. I don't actually... I just skipped over Ben. What was this? And leader standing. I don't know. Oh, that's because they went with Naka for that. And everything shifted. Thank you. Thank you, plugin. So this actually has little to no bearing on a keyword. So Naka is the keyword. Yeah, it's one of the rare ones. So Naka. That's why I couldn't figure it out. What about this? Stand. Rank. Oh, eagle. That one's gonna be tough. Eagle is tough. This is Ben, but I don't know what they do for Ben. Oh, the bento for convenience. Do I have another Ben? I'm not sure if I have another Ben. And I don't know why this... I don't know the keywords for these. Oh, right. The special cow. That's right. Special... Tofu special cow. I knew it momentarily. So Tokugawa. Oh, jeez. And then finger suit. Pick up whatever you want, right? Hiro. Oh, yeah, pick up the spirit sword. That's right. Oh, and I. Oh, wait. Oh, that explains it. This is wrong. So this is hero. We pick up everything. The sword and the spirit. What? What is this? Sword and spirit. First. Oh, you want to show it off. Oh, you were the first one to pick up the... I got both of them mixed up together. So you're the first. Pick up a spirit sword to show. Alright, let's do reads. Tomorrow's gonna be tough. Okay, so... Dade. Dade's gotta be good, right? Okay. Dade. Soul. Naka's gotta be Kun. Gen. Ko. Ro. I. Te. Sho. Betsu. Oh, Betsu. Okay, Betsu's own. Interesting. Betsu. Ri. Do. Ro. Gan. Ho. Shu. Hiro. Hiro. Hiro kun. Shi. Yo. Ho. Toku. Oh, they don't have any other reads. Interesting. Toku. Ben. Go. Me. Alright. So 8.5 hours. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't think I digressed for 4 hours, but I guess I did digress for 4 hours, huh? And what would we talk about? Lots of other stuff. Lots of skill learning, building, time management. I think time management was the highlight, right? Time management, some hypotheticals. Lots of hypotheticals. Got a lot of chance to talk about the theory of, in my opinion, my theory of time management. Going through patterns of optimization. And when oh no, I got 6 more reviews. We got to keep the 0-0 cycle going, right? So this is fine. This is probably good. Oh my gosh. Fine. We'll do this 6 and then move ahead here. What? Oh.
農場
Nojo. Okay. This is definitely different. Right? Yes, this is the no, sorry. What? Or is it the Haya? What did I type differently? I could have sworn. Wait, I can figure this out. So early. What's the meaning for this? Early plus early is at once, right? And at once. Oh, I must have typed it in properly. There's no way.
早速
I typed soul as opposed to ku. Yeah, that was my bad. That's a mistake. That's a typo mistake. That's so cool. It's off the meaning.
農業
No kill.
病気
Yoki.
進化
Inca. Oops.
進行
Cinco. Just advance. Okay. All right. We're good. Lots of things we talked about today. Largely giving an opportunity about figuring out how to optimize like time management, right? The stepwise process of time management. I wish I could be more detailed, but generally speaking, maybe stay tuned tomorrow. Hanzi Hero, when I'm doing the summary, I'm going to do the summary before the tentative takes before the lesson. It'll involve some of the more nitty-gritty things about how the process is broken down, I suppose, if anyone's interested. But generally speaking, even though I spent like 4 hours talking about that stuff, it's very hand wavy. And then I talked about how like comprehensible input, or like my interpretation of comprehensible input, how there's something bigger than comprehensible input. Like I think the concept of implicit learning is probably what I would think about. The concept of implicit learning, provided that a person has all the motivation and discipline and due diligence for structure. That structure allows one to apply the theory of implicit learning, in my opinion. I think it's more of a capture all kind of thing. So when your implicit learning is, you take all the things that are around you that's comprehensible, even variables and controls that relatives and standardization, like control experiments and stuff, that is something that's comprehensible. And then testing and learning through implicit changing, right? Implicitly changing things. It's not quite the perfect analogy, but the idea is often you frame around things you know, you test them, and then you learn implicitly. And many of that, the theory of CI is applied to these methods. So like, what is WaniKani's method? When you learn after you found the foundation of kunyomi, onyomi, and rules, right? Rules, reads, and how reads vary with context, and then the mnemonics is the context. So the mnemonics form a foundation, and that foundation leads to implicit learning. Basically, when you make a guess at these characters and guess at the meaning, it's based on the context or the comprehensibility that you have grown to have through mnemonics. That applies the same to Hanzi-Hiro's structure. So you take what you know to get to the answer. And then when you're presented with a new thing, there's a chance you'll remember it, or you'll get in new information or learn new information from the discovery process. But obviously, it's not the literal native thing to do, but you're still taking something that's comprehensible or establishing something that's comprehensible and then learning from implicit learning from the side. Duolingo does the same thing, actually. They take a synonym, turn it, and then implicit learning doesn't have to be semantically inclined as well. It could be visually inclined. So you have 5 objects, right? You have 5 objects, and you know that you have to use 4 of the objects. So implicitly, you have to rule out the one you don't need. So you learn something comprehensively, right? Sliding boxes into if you have 4 spaces and you have 5 pieces, one of the ways you elevate your comprehensibility is you know at least 4 of the 5 things have to be included. Process of elimination is also a way to get to a input learn, and there are many other variances, but honestly, I think I'm gonna attract some heat for this, but I'm using it in a very general way. You take, I think the biggest bulk of my digression today is taking your previous experiences and forming a foundation around it in order to evaluate other things is different from saying I'm unbiased and I'm not going to refer and forget that I know anything, and I'm going to review this as though I'm from zero, which that's perfectly fine, provided that the system you're working in is actually from zero. Well, in language learning, I don't see that as ever from zero if you're learning a second language, because you have your first language, right? You might learn 2 languages simultaneously, and those languages are not necessarily from zero anymore. When you learn 2 languages side by side, they interact with each other. So in my opinion, it's a little bit of an understatement to generalize a theory that applies to so many things to some sort of exemplary method. The theory influences lots of the methods. What makes the method so successful, or the theory so ubiquitous and, in my opinion, wonderfully cogently delivered in the context of language learning, is that I don't even see it when I read that thing. Maybe I'm talking way out my depth in terms of the specificity, but I don't see much of a revelation from understanding that, restricting that type of approach to just language learning. It actually applies to so many things. And I do this all the time. When an antonym provides the context for its antonym, in which it provides context for its synonym, that these aren't complete contexts, but they all deal with the element of taking something you can comprehend and using it to bolster something that you need to acquire. And saying that things like SRS, for example, I still feel like it's comparing 2 methods. I drew that Venn diagram, or lack of Venn diagram, where the spheres are not interacting with each other. The popularity of using mnemonics like WaniKani and Hanzuhiro is that it combines the aspect of comprehensible input in the form of SRS. Like your context sentences, your mnemonics, they are something that brings the tapestry together. So you end up investing in a smaller system that applies to a larger system in order to produce consistency of comprehensibility. Like when you're saying, like, you look at this character and you think, oh, it makes sense to have those characters. That's comprehensible. Now you can take a guess at it, and eventually, with enough other things going around it, it leads you to the fixed like meaning or association. So over time, these characters then become comprehensively associated with all those meanings, at least in my opinion. I might be taking a little too many liberties, but that was the bulk of our digression today. It might not look like different things, but I really like the opportunity to distinguish between what is a theory and what is an actual method, right? The methods incorporate many theories on how inputs are done. So how is this different? Having a mnemonic device on top of mnemonic device and system on top of trying to implicitly learning or rote memory through your vocabulary is a form of leveraging what you know. Like for me, I set this time and very noticeably over and over again. When you ascribe a person or a well-known name, book, author, television show, it provides far more context, comprehensible context for even the smallest elements. Like if you put treasure and you attach One Piece to it, One Piece is your comprehensibility. When you see that character, you're thinking about One Piece, which is a treasure. That treasure is creating implicit natures to it. Now, does it literally have to provide that context? No, but you can imagine it. You're like, One Piece equals a character. How many characters do you have that mean treasure, right? There are actually a couple ones that link to treasure or jewels or riches or value. It's not the perfect analogy, but these are theories. Theories involve overlapping, like theories apply to many applications. And one of the grandest application is association. You associate things you already know with the things you need to learn or need to know. And that hasn't ever changed about my approaches. Well, regardless of what the tool I'm using, however efficacious it is or however not efficacious it is, the downstream, the process that I rely on, which that's why I agree with most people's assessment, like, oh, it's very efficacious, is because that's how I think learning is most engaging and interesting. I learn things because it overlaps with most of the things that are important to me. The things that are most important to me are my memories, the things that I already know. So even if I took an abstraction of something and tie it to a memory that I have, that is its comprehensible context. It is comprehensible because I can attach it to something I already know. When you're reading in context, you are reading everything you know on the outside, like 80% or something, right? Wherever your comprehensibility limit is. And the thing you don't know, it's a framework to frame around it. You can infer what's missing by elevating what you already know. But this can also be done in a non-literal sense. It can be done in a figurative sense, abstractly, or even visually, or auditorily, or drawing. So when I think of Superman, I actually think of Su now because of Hanzahiro. So what does Superman do? Superman does a lot of things. And one of the things it can do is Superman is very casual. So Shui is casual for Superman. Now, it's not the literal context, it's the abstraction of context, because written language is an abstraction of expression. Those characters and combinations of words and stuff represent meaning that is not the literal thing. So you can do it with so many different abstractions, provided that you have enough comprehensibility of your mnemonics or your association. So if I had to remember Sui, which is S-U-I with the tone 2, I only need to remember how to write it, right? I had to get to know how to write it. S-U-I, second tone. So where do I get the second tone? Inside. So I'd have to imagine someone inside somewhere. And how do I get Superman? So Superman just has to be inside somewhere. And then the E is a functional placeholder for house in this context. So I imagine Superman. So if I draw Superman inside whatever house he has, right? Any particular, even a box, I can imagine what the situation is happening inside that. And that situation can get me to draw or write 水. And it's a really complicated one, actually. It's a pretty complicated one. Just to illustrate. So Superman comes into the house and he sees a hill, right? He sees a hill, which then split by a leftist. Oops. With a moon. Sorry, I think that's a road. It's supposed to be a road. I should write these first. So you have the leftist who's asking him to move a moon, right? Across a road. And that's how you get that character. This is Sui. And this means sure, or let's like go along, or let's so, or so let's, or casual, or sure. Like, okay. And that's how you get these. Mnemonics is a form of comprehensibility. It's an abstraction of comprehensibility. So what makes all of these things very efficacious for memory and for retaining is how well you can contextualize all the things around it. And it can be abstractly attached to things. Now, still, you can still kill more birds with one stone if you're reading the whole sentence, because then you know sentences in their patterns. So yes, graded readers reading stories would help you read stories and graded readers, for sure. Listening to people speak in a specific pattern where you know most of the vocabulary in a specific order will help you with hearing and whatnot. And then this, what does this do? It's actually a really wonderful skill in learning abstraction of concept. So like, how would you know what ultrascopic, like ultra microscopic silicovolcanoconiosis is? Well, you could learn what ultra microscopic volcanoconiosis means by abstraction and then put them together, or you know that it kind of sounds like a disease, and if you put it in a sentence, it's like, oh, it's something bad. You can describe ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis, and then you'll know about it explicitly. There are many ways, and then, or you can draw it. You can draw the stuff. So graded readers are fantastic because books also come with visual aid. So integrating all these. So when someone comes up and says, oh, have you considered comprehensible input? It's like mnemonics is a form of comprehensible input, in my opinion. So like, it's not like I haven't tried comprehensible input. Comprehensible input is it's not solely a method. There are methods that adhere and try to maximize that theory. There are other theories, as in like the output theory, or combining output and input to inform. So those are theories that are applied to application. So I'm actually doing a lot of those types of application. Just to clarify, I don't want people to say, like, go around and headhunt me for saying, oh, something doesn't work. All of it's part of the bigger picture. The less you do of all the existing theories that are very popularized and effective is not necessarily because people are ignorant of it or they don't know it. They come in many forms. Theories can apply to many applications. Methods can apply many different types of theories simultaneously. The argument or the conflict of interest here is not whether those theories are true a lot of times, is what is a way to apply the theories most effectively. And in my case, yeah, I can argue that I can definitely see things vary, but applying a mnemonic device is context. Using mnemonics is you're using the context of your own ability. When you start creating your own mnemonics, that is the context you carry. When you're reading a sentence, what are you carrying? The understanding of the sentence with you. If you can't comprehend even the simplest sentences, you can use mnemonics, or you can use your primary language as an active context for the comprehensibility of initial comprehensibility of a foreign language. At some point, you can transition away from not being able to say anything to learning within the language itself. At least that's in my opinion. So, beginning to end, or wherever your goal is, the process is going to vary. And it varies in stages. For me, I like my foundational work. So I acquire a bunch of foundations, and then the rest I get to enjoy. I think I agree with most people when it comes to efficacy. Oftentimes when people say efficacious, they mean the easiest way to do things, not the hardest way to do things. And I totally agree. When you get to finally learn all the immersions, like all the foundation stuff, and then you just get to immerse and do whatever you learn, sapping up input as you're doing it, that sounds very attractive. It's actually fantastic. Now, here's my counter argument to that. I don't work very hard when I do that, and I expect if I don't work very hard, I get less results. So I combine all of that. At the end of the day, when I finish these sessions, my reward is to engage in immersion and comprehensible input. Like the way that people think it's a method, as in watch anime and watch an anime that I can understand most of the stuff. That's a application of comprehensible input. But to me, it's a reward because it's efficacious while being low effort, in my opinion. And it's great to be able to learn something as low effort as possible and have your enjoyment. I work the hardest this way because it's something I haven't done before. The other way, I do that all the time. How else am I going to explain to my parents what Medicaid was today? Like me and my father had a talk about Medicaid. What is Medicaid? How do you explain Medicaid in Fujianese? I don't even know if Medicaid is even a term in Chinese, or they even have a Medicaid system. The closest I can think of is 老人, right? 老人, 保险, like 老人 as in like life insurance, right? Old people preserve self. You slap it together and you try to tell them that. That's kind of like how you go about it. So you take all the things that's comprehensible to you, you use it as a tool to learn and acquire new things. And then my father would say, oh, you mean this? You know, like, how do you say, oh, like, now knowing保险 would be the old people insurance. Old people insurance, and that's what you get. And just throwing it out there, guys, throwing it out there, going around. You gotta understand learning, in my opinion. I don't have the answers to like what's the best and most efficacious way, but I can earnestly tell you some of the stuff that are really edgy and a one-size-fits-all thing, they're probably not as one-size-fits-all as you think. There's a great reason why there's arguments, contentiousness, and differing opinions on these things. Oftentimes theories come with lots of applications, and those applications can make it murky as to what is a great way to apply theory into practice. And when I see WaniKani and Hanzahiro and mnemonic-based things, I see an application of comprehensibility in the form of input. Perhaps that's not what he was going for, but for me, that has earnestly been at the core of most of the things I talk about. That deals with conversationalism, how to develop more fluid conversation. You take something you're interested in, so you have context of what you can speak, and then you focus on the mechanic of delivery from that other person's perspective. How do you communicate to different people with the ideas you already have with you? So you take the context of what you have to express and attempt different projections and outputs to other people in order to gain their response for input. And how you regulate that. You take context as you know, apply them to unknown situations, you learn from them, and you rinse and repeat. That is still, in my opinion, not called comprehensible input, but more implicit learning. And implicit learning is something that, without saying much, children learn very well because they don't get to make conscious decisions to avoid it. They're constantly implicitly learning, right? All right. And with that, I'm going to quickly get up, stretch a little bit because it's been a while, and I'll be back for Hanzahiro. We're not doing Spanish today. All right. So if you're going to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? If you're only interested in Japanese, minasan, mata ne. Gonna stretch. I'll be back for Hanzahiro. Thank you.